Hey Noah, Isa, what's going on? What's going on? Um, yeah. I think Isa, you may have seen this one already, if you're Noko's kind of stuff. I did I did quickly read a couple of the messages before I came in, but Noko DM'd me this morning saying, "Oh, I have this build open." I was like, "What?" Okay. And apparently there's some secret to this cathedral, and I don't know what it is quite yet, but I guess maybe I'll finish up my analysis here. I mean, I don't want to spend too long on the analysis, but I guess what I will say is that I'm not sure if how long a lot of you guys have been here for, but this style was pretty much popularized, well, at least in the Western context, by Van Zyl. He did a lot of, well, now that Van Zyl's back, I can't believe he's back, but he's another fellow European designer, like a colleague of Nakoda's, and he popularized this design in the West with like the multiple kind of like repeated motifs around the build. So like he popularized kind of like having the door and the stained glass and other types of windows blended together and kind of make it like a whole atrium. So this thing pretty much goes all the way to the top, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So like, well, Nakota's ceilings are always damn amazing, but yeah, pretty much the style was popularized by Van Zyl. I think the first person who actually popularized this in JP was probably either Mao or BJ. But BJ just recently came back too after I think like a 2-year hiatus. He's a very famous designer on Durando who used to do like quite a number of very like contemporary builds. But yeah, I think it was BJ who popularized this back in like 24 or 23. And then Van Zyl kind of took over for the West scene and kind of popularized it in, yeah, around 24, I guess, right after that. But this is definitely a style that I can see Dividus doing. Oh my god, who's this? Oh, it's Isa, right? I can tell it's Isa from behind. I guess this is your main Isa. Nice to see you. Isa, another fellow housing designer. By the way, Isa, how's housing or mansion going, Isa? Are you working on that horror build for Alwyn? I know Alora's been working hard on doing her build, and I can't wait to see all of you guys. And for all the new folks, too, who join in, like Dot, Circe, all the designers who found Alwyn kind of through me and through our community. So I'm really happy that there's a lot more Western designers like joining the Housing or Mansion tour this time around. I'm just glad there's like more and more Western influence in mixing in the JP work as well. Unfortunately, I'm not part of Housinger, but I don't really have the time to do that. Like I said, I haven't really been designing anything recently, but I do have a lot of housing stuff coming along, so I think that's where I preoccupied with most of my time. Let's see here. Isa says, I'm surprised she has the build open. I'm heading to build now if it's open. Mine is finished. Oh, yours is finished already. Nice. Yeah, I think Laura opened the doors for me over the weekend, and I was able to, I didn't sneak peek on any of the rooms. I was able to go in just to kind of help her like plan on her build, and I think she had a bit of change of ideas, but I'm not quite sure where she's going with it now. But you know, knowing Alora, I'm sure she's going to think of something really awesome for horror, and I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to that. Yeah, but yeah, anyways, back to the build. Nakoda was telling me that Isa must have found. Nakoda was telling me there was some secret. He didn't want to surprise it for me, so I'm going to try to figure it out for myself. Apparently, there's a secret room in this cathedral, and I don't know. Two secrets? Two secrets, Isa said. Oh god, there's so much layering here. What the heck? Yeah, I probably won't go into DSTL doing all these because like we're doing a couple extra builds today. But I did want to show this off though, just to enjoy it. To enjoy the architecture at least. Like I said, we really haven't seen many builds from the Gothic kind of era. We've just seen so many like very futuristic or modern builds recently. So I like to come and appreciate kind of these lore focused builds a lot more and kind of show it off so that it might inspire others to follow suit or, you know, finally finish that build that they didn't want to finish just because of all the modern designs nowadays. But yeah, these builds are still banger. Like, I love these. Oh boy. So Isa doted me from the top. Oh geez, that's creepy, Isa. You're gonna fall. I shouldn't be staring up her skirt, should I? Hopefully Alora's not in this chat. But if she is, I guess she'll figure it out from the VOD. Oh my god, like what? Hang on a second. Look at the ceiling though. What? Like... I mean, not like too complicated, because it's kind of like the bottom of the stone partitions kind of going around, and I believe these are those like cask partitions, the ones with the barrels, which is the bottoms of them, and then we've got more stone here, and then like the, you know, the carpets floated up to the top to kind of create that manor kind of style, the manor-ish guardian style, and then you just got like the indoor marble fountain, and then I believe that base, I don't know, like is it one of the furnaces or one of the bats, like the bottom of them for the outline there? But yeah, not really much variability in items. Like I said, like when it comes to motifs, it's pretty much like you're repeating the same pattern over and over again. But because like there's overwhelming amount of like the same pattern over and over again, it kind of creates this like atrium kind of style effect, where like it kind of forces you to kind of just take it in. It's not really quite like a normal housing build where you kind of have like a lot of variabilities in items, where you can kind of say, oh, this is the kitchen, this is that, this is this. This is more like kind of like my kind of style, where I kind of like force the perspective like, oh my god, I'm in this like really, really cool place, and I can't believe I'm in this space. Like, I think a lot of times with like the more modern designs, you kind of know you're in a build. Like, you kind of know it's like, okay, this is just some design that someone made. Okay, but when you go into these builds with like several motifs, like several like intercrossing patterns, you get the more sense of like, oh, I'm actually in like another world here. I'm actually in another zone, and that's what I really liked how Nakota did this. I mean, I know normally he doesn't do this that much. He does normally stick to the modern kind of stuff, or the Asian kind of style, but I'm glad that he actually took this commission on and did something more similar to mine and Alora's kind of taste. So it is definitely appreciated, Noko. Thanks again for sending me that like 5 a.m. DM. I know it's later for you in the workday, but I was like, oh my god, I woke up at 5. I was like, who's DMing me? It's like, oh, it's Noko. Yeah. Oh, Isa saying I really, really love this build. Yeah, me too, Isa. Like, I think you're kind of like similar to Lore and I as well. We're a lot more like lore-centric and immersive, like our builds. So like this kind of stuff has like a lot like greater meaning, and I feel like there's a lot more like macro themes at play. Like there's definitely a lot that I could extrapolate from this. I won't bore you guys though. Like I usually go on tangents about this, but I do kind of want to show off the other builds. Like, and this one's kind of sad, but I think just looking at it, and I wish I could share the address, but I couldn't. But just being in this build, it just it's spot on. It reminds you everything about Hortifont, what he sacrificed for us. The organ music's perfect. Like, I'm glad he followed through with the orchestrion this time, you know. Alora and I have been getting on to our fellow designers about including proper orchestrions, but yes, I do like it as well, Isa. It's like it was bang on the aesthetic with the, like I said, with the stone, the gothic wood trims and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not going to do much analysis on here. There's some alpine items, you know, like stone partitions, a lot of the Guardian stuff. But I am curious as how Isa got up there, though. Don't show me Isa. I'm going to figure this out for myself, because he wanted to leave it as a surprise. So I'm just going to see how I can actually get up there. Isa says for this owner, this build is perfect. Okay, so like, do you know the owner personally then? Like, is it like a friend of yours? Like, are they like a Heavensward enjoyer? Because to me, I think Heavensward was probably the greatest expansion of all time. Out of all of the expansions, I guess the next one would be like a close second would probably be Shadowbringers for me. But the Heavensward was definitely like peak I think when it came to like story and like architecture, you know, the themes, the concepts were really deep. So I think Heaven's Ward was definitely up there for me. But yeah, like, is she a friend of yours? And like, if so, like, can you just maybe tell me a bit more of her background? Oh wow, I really love this chandelier here. I know he has this one like main chandelier here, like in the lobby of this large. Like, this is pretty much the central one. And then the two on the left and the right are covered because these walls have pretty much obscured it. He only built in this center part here between the 4 pillars. And look, I guess he did use some of the pillars as kind of the natural edge here, but yeah, I guess he built this all the way to the top then, because if the chandelier's there, this is literally the top of the large, like in the middle here. And I'm guessing the staircase is probably tucked behind here. I'm not going to go through it, but that's basically where it would be right here. So it's probably just in front of the staircase. Here's the Horchefont portrait. But yeah, I really like the custom chandelier, like the kind of like the entranceway chandelier here. I've never seen someone do that before. And this might sound nerdy, but like, if you really look closely at the shadow here, this shadow that comes from the metal pointed edges is almost like a compass. See how there's like kind of like 3, well, I guess 4, you'll see like 4 dial points, kind of like north, south, east, west. That's a very traditional like alpine kind of look that you'll see in a lot of Heaven's Ward lore items, and in the MSQ as well. There's a lot of symbolism in the alpine stuff. I guess I can explain it another time, but this cross right here too, which is basically from the ends, like the 4 square base ends of the display stand, the Ishgarian display stand. This cross basically represents intersectionality, and you'll see this symbol a lot actually if you actually go back to Heaven's Ward and look at some of the symbolism that you see around kind of Amaric's like home and stuff like that. You'll see that this like cross here with the X and like the compass is actually a symbol of kind of like the joining between man and dragon. I'm not sure if Nakoda knew exactly what he was doing when he did this custom ceiling or the custom chandelier here, but I mean, if he didn't know, I guess he is unknowingly a genius, because I think, like, especially for your friend Isa, it would mean a lot to them, because that's what basically it means. And I mean, it does create extra lighting, but I find that it was more for the symbolism, and like I said, if your friend's really into Heaven's Ward, then they definitely appreciate that little touch that Nakoda made for her. But yeah, let's just see if we can go up here. What? Can we go up here? What? Can't go up there. Oh, Isa was here before. And Rendessa was here. Wait, was it? This is Rendessa's house, Isa? Wait, don't tell me, Isa. I have to figure this out for myself. It's not Rendessa's house. Who's Burrow? Is Burrow the owner here? I didn't check. Wait, who liked it to 70? It was supposed to be 69. I swear it was 69 before. No way. This was supposed to be 69. Who did this? Who did the 70? I swear it was 69 before I came this morning. I don't know who else liked this, but oh my god. Yeah, not nice, Strat. You're right. Jeez, I don't know who, like, who in the right mind did this. Was on 60 a minute? Wait, so you're saying you put it to 70, Isa? When it could have been 69? Wow. Wow. Okay, what Isa says here is, first, so cool. I love this plume. You did an amazing job designing this, and with no help from Nakoda at all. So her name's Plume. Okay. And Rendessa says, I can't read that. Oh, by the way, we are seeing Rendessa build later in this stream. We've got a couple EU designers actually in the stream, and I have a bit of a surprise actually near the end of the stream for the EU folks out there. I know Alora and I haven't been visiting EU builds lately. Like, a lot of the builds that we have been visiting are from JP or NA primarily. Materia sometimes, if, like, you know, some of the designers have alts there. but primarily we've been kind of doing like NA and JP spotlights. Unfortunately for EU, a lot of you guys don't publicize your addresses. That's most likely why. Like, I mean, I do have like designers that I do ask for, you know, like friends of mine that I can visit them, you know, just not revealing the addresses. But I don't know. I just don't feel like there's many EU designers that really post that much, like in comparison to NA and JP. Like JP the most for sure, but EU, I rarely see anyone post, if even a post, like not like whether or not it's like public or private. I don't even see any posts like from EU, and I really want to, because I mean, like you guys know, we've interviewed Nakota, Arano, like 2 really big EU designers, and like besides them, I don't really see anyone post like at all, and it's kind of sad because back then they used to post a lot more. I don't know what happened, but like I think maybe after the whole like pirate situation, everyone kind of got like really scared. But I've since seen for the past couple of years like JP and any designers like repeatedly post, so I'm really not sure. Strat says we're shy. No, there's no way. There's shy people everywhere. Like I don't understand how there's like no builds. Like that's why like I never heard of Rendessa until recently. I was like, I didn't even know Rendessa. Actually, first of all, I didn't even know Rendessa followed me. I was like, oh wait, I think I've seen this person before. And then Alora was like, oh yeah, she's builds a lot. I'm like, what? How have I never seen any of these builds? What I will say is that the EU designers are really awesome too. Like they have their own kind of aesthetic to it. I mean, when you think about it, a lot of the modern designs comes from EU architecture. That's the whole archetype of like the housing designs anyways. That's where it comes from. It's from European design, like the modern style. So yeah, I'm surprised that like there's not more people from like the native countries that are like building, or maybe they are building but they're not sharing. But I guess this is kind of like a PSA to any EU designers watching this stream or watching this VOD. Like, please post your builds. I would really love to kind of show off like a lot of the EU architecture and the EU designers. I just want more flavor. I want the world to see not just designers. Like when I think of West, I refer to NA and EU as the West, and then, you know, kind of like JP, CN, KR, OC as the East, right? Like in the Asia Pacific. But like nowadays, it's kind of like NA, JP, period. And, you know, especially with like HXIV, like kind of being on like an ultimate hiatus and them not really doing much anymore. Like there's not really that NA-EU connection anymore. Like I had Div on like last year, and like he's from EU, but he did builds an NA and EU, right? But like I feel like during that time period there was a lot more, like Van Zelp, for instance, he's an EU designer as well, who also built an NA and like JP or whatever, wherever his commission takes him, right? But like besides Arano, Rendessa, Nakota, like who else? Like I mean, you could kind of say Dania is kind of like, she does do like some builds on EU, but she's pretty much like an NA designer, right? So it's like, I don't know. Like I just don't know. I just like Isa, Strat, you guys gotta step it up. Start posting some builds so we can come visit do some EU tours. Anyways, I don't want to go on a whole tangent. I already spent like way too much time here, but I want oh, I like how the light comes in there. Okay, let's see. So I can't go this way up to the pews. Is there another staircase here? No, there's no staircase though. That literally doesn't make sense. There's gotta be a secret somewhere. Oh, I see it now. It's here. This is what it is, isn't it, Dakota? Right here, this square right here. It's gotta be this. Oh, what? Oh, I almost got stuck. I guess it is. Oh, jeez. Wow, yeah, I figured it out. Yay! Alora would be so proud. If Alora was here, she'd probably be like, finally, how did it take you so long, Nysa? Oh, what a beautiful view, though. Wow. I love how the continuation of the motif even up to the top pews as well. I mean, there really is no variation compared to this. This is just pretty much just like the middle section here put over here. And yeah, I guess there's like some like cabinets that he kind of removed here, but overall it is pretty much like the similar style that he kind of put up here as well. Huh. Oh. So is this plume person Lala? Because there's two Lala Felon stools that come up to this painting here. That's really cool. I'm assuming so. Oh, I love the continuity of the carpet up here as well. From the ceiling. The atrium ceiling to this here. Oh, this view is really nice. I gotta take a G-post here. Too bad Alora's not here. She'd be able to take a really nice one. But this scenery is really nice. I don't know if I should take one up here or... It does look nice from up here. But I think the atrium section is still cooler. Oh, shoot, I missed all this chat. Isa says Rendessa does a lot of apartment builds. Strat says I'm lazy. Lot says, oh, Noko's build. Yeah, hey, welcome in again, Lot. Isa says, one more secret to find. What? One more secret? I thought he said there was one secret. There's one more? Lot says the builder is Lala enough. We put a Noko build in. Kakura 1-1, and my head is poking through this one. Wait, who's Kakura or Kakura? I don't know if I know them. Are they another designer or just like a housing enthusiast? I don't think I've ever seen them before or heard of them. Maybe your head's poking through the ceiling. What are you talking about? Wait, what? What am I missing here? Can you get to the roof? What? This is actually crazy. I don't know what Lot means. Lot says, then he says, why are you standing on the bed, you uncivilized, elongated being? Oh, Lot's not a Lala. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Kak is my friend. We design our builds together. So are you both on EU then, Lot? Like Lot and Kakura? Or are you like on, are you NA designers? I'm gonna... Wait, so you are EU designers or NA? Oh, you're on Chaos. I see. You're in the RPDC Chaos. Okay, I see. You're just gonna have to show me where the secret is because, like, unless this is where another elevator is, maybe. I don't know. Oh. Wait, what? What? I did not think to go through this wall here. What the heck, man? What? I don't know why I didn't think of walking through this. I was like, why is there like random 2 Lalafell step stools going into a painting? Like I just thought, okay, maybe it's just so it's like for immersion purposes, like a Lala putting the painting on the wall. But you can walk through this? What the heck? What's behind here? Wait, what? Wait, is this the secret room Nakoda was talking about? I thought the secret was just like taking the elevator up to the top pews. I didn't realize there was like actually like another secret in here. Oh jeez. I guess I actually didn't figure it out then, Nakoda, if he's watching. Probably not though, it's very late for him. Oh good god. So what is this supposed to be? Like I wish Alora was here. She would appreciate this like way more than me. I appreciate this, but she would, like, love this. The blood, the steampunkiness, the industrial, the gears, the murder. Wait, who's this, then? Nekouet. What's Nekouet? Is that, like, the French, like, lazy French translation of Nico in Japanese, like cat girl? I've never heard of the word Nekouet. So this is supposed to be... What is this like? What is this though? Like, are you trying to resurrect Horchefant? Is that what it is here? Is that what I'm seeing? It's kind of like the Frankenstein of Horchefant. I don't know what this is supposed to be. What do you think this is, Isa? Is this kind of like a where they try to like resurrect him or something? Or is Horchafant still alive and he lives on top of the clock tower? Is that what it is? What's with these bloods, like the vials of blood and everything and all the potions? Like, what the heck? I guess this is kind of like a recreation of Horchafant, is it? Like a Horchafant, like super soldier. Like, you know, like, kind of like the Winter Soldier in Marvel, but like Horchafant, the Horchafant soldier. Like the EU's version of Marvel. Horchestein, so it is Horchestein, okay. But, I get it. I get that this is really awesome, and it's like, you know, they're trying to like remake him or resurrect him into some monster. But like, think about DSR though. In Dragon Song's Reprise, they brought him back just to kill him again, because you can't reverse. I don't know. I know it might sound serious, and like Laura would be loving this. You're like, oh my god, it's Frankenstein. Frankenfont. Yeah, Frankenfont's a good name too. I know, like, Alora would be like livid that I came to see this without her, and I know she can't really tune into the stream right now because she's extremely busy at work, but like when she sees the bot, she's gonna be so mad at me. She's gonna be like, why did you go to this place and not tell me? I'm like, I don't know, I didn't see this. How would I know this was a secret? I thought it was just like the elevator up to the pews. I didn't think there was like another secret. But like, yeah, like, because like, I don't know if you guys know, but like last Halloween Alora did a build for this NA festival that like our good friend Teague Zuhelzer was a part of, like an NA designer, and she basically made the Fluffy Stein. So I think like it's kind of like her Fat Cat minion Fluffy, but into like a fluffy Frankenstein, like it's huge Fluffy. I think she'd really appreciate this. This is really ingenious, Nakota. This is really awesome. And now I'm thinking, was this Nakota's idea, or was this Plume's idea? I have a strange feeling that it was Plume's idea to have some secret, like, Frankenfont or Horchestein secret lab up here. This is actually so ingenious, man, Noko. Like, even if you didn't have this upper floor here, like, even if you didn't have the secret lab and it was just, like, that atrium area, I would still say it was, like, a really, really nice, like, lore build. But this just makes it into, like, an 11 out of 10, because, like, man, god damn, this is just like so good. Oh my god. I don't think this is cool, having the 3 cosmic tables together. Oh yeah, the bases of them are like that. What's this item here though? I don't think I've seen this, like, what is this? This thing right here, this spiral thing? Is this one of the newer cosmic items? I've never seen this before. Whatever the case is, like, it's freaking awesome. All the blood, all the goo, you know, everything. Wow, this is awesome. I guess this is where I'm gonna have to take my picture. Screw taking a picture in the normal atrium. Like, although it's very beautiful and Horchafont's awesome, this part is like the place. It's that secret lab that maybe we need to get a selfie with. Can you doze here, I wonder? Oh, I wish he put a bed in here. I wish Noko put a bed here. Then we could doze here in G-pose. Can we sit? Oh, okay. These are benches then. Maybe it's some divans here. Oh, these are the top of the aquariums, right? Is it? Or is it the Rivera partition? Or Rivera cabinet? I don't even know. This top part here. And I think this is the top of the railings. The factory railings. Just for like where you can lay the bodies on it. Okay. Maybe no, this is too tame. I need a more like ridiculous photo. I wish it was on my old Surface account a long time ago. I wish I had that Halloween thing, you know, where you do that roar and the Lala's eyes like glow yellow and he's like roaring. That would probably be the best here, but unfortunately not. I'm gonna have to do something else, I think. I'm gonna have to do maybe laugh. Yeah, that's probably the best. Isis is side-eyeing us. Oh, hey, it's... Oh, hang on. A lot says... The spiral thing is like a sign on your back saying, I'm an overachiever with no life. Kakara. Okay, so this is your friend Kakara. Okay, hey, welcome, Kakara. Sorry, I never met you before. Maybe I did before, but I think I just know too many people. I think that's what it is. It's too many people to remember. I'm so sorry. That's the 500,000 point trophy reward from the Moon Crafting and Gathering. Oh my god, really? Holy crap, 500,000. I thought I crafted a lot, but that's insane. Oh shit, I gotta stop laughing here. It's getting really annoying. Okay, yeah. You met him on house tours? I did? Huh. Must have been a long time ago. I haven't really been able to go out to like many of like other streamers, like especially with like Nakoda. I can't really go to his tours ever anymore because I used to have a lot more flexible schedule before I took this new position that I've been doing for the past while, and I literally work like all the time, usually on Mondays, and like because he's 6 hours ahead of me, right, time zone wise. By the time he streams, I'm already like midway through work. Like there's no way I can leave. And I work at a hospital, so we work in emergency services. There's like no way I could like just have a stream going, you know, when I'm at the hospital. So I can't even lurk to see. So I usually, what happens is like when I get the time, I usually try to like watch the VOD or like catch up, you know. But other than that, I haven't really been, even like Denmo streams, I just come here and there. I can't really like stay, you know. Or like Mito Rat. I don't think I've seen Mito stream like in like so long, because like she streams like really early, like on Saturday mornings when it's like 4 a.m. for us. Like I'm either not awake or I'm at work, is basically what it is. So like I never see anyone else's streams really, and we've been taking things very casual just because like Alora and I are so busy IRL like with our careers that like there's like no way we can even tune into anyone else really. Lot says, yeah, he's the smexy female Thailander. There's a lot of those, though. I'm not sure if I know who you're talking about. I'll probably know if I see them, I guess. Isa says, you don't want to know how quickly my partner got that trophy. What? Wait, so Isa, is it like your partner crafts everything and you just build? Is that how it works? Is that how the relationship works? Because I can tell you that's not like how Alora and I's relationship it is. It's pretty much like Alora does all the crafting. She does all the subs. She provides both of us with all the money. She makes all of her glams for stream. She takes all of her photos. And I just show up. So I guess it's not really the same with Alora and I compared to you Isa, and your partner. Yeah, maybe I have to step it up a bit. I don't know. Stop saying that, chat. I guess I did explain that then. Alora is Isa's sugar mommy. She's gonna hate that. I think she already hates that, but I guess it's kind of true. Someone's got to be in charge, right? Someone's got to do the talking and someone's got to do everything else, so. Isa says, no, she just asked me to do builds for her, then never pays me. But she doesn't have to pay you, right? I mean, like, shouldn't that just be like, don't you do it out of love though? Like, you don't. I don't think there should be a fee, should there? I mean, I don't think it's that bad, right? Right, Isa. Anyways, I should really take this shot before I can't. I mean, we've been here for almost an hour. Oh, jeez. Oh, there's this one thing I gotta tell you. I absolutely hate the new way Twitter or X does their photo previews now. I really do not like it. I really hope they go back to like having the 4 pictures on the preview. It's like for the post, right? I really don't like how you have to scroll like left to go to the other photos. In a sense, it's better if you have like multiple photos. You can just keep scrolling, right? You can have like 10 photos in a row. But I'm pretty sure you can only upload 4 still. It's kind of dumb how they're doing that scroll. Like, I know they're always trying to make improvements and stuff, but I think it's kind of dumb, the scrolling thing. It's kind of like, why? Like, because like to me, I guess it like forces people to like look at the post more, but I feel like if someone doesn't find it engaging, they shouldn't have to scroll through the whole thing. They should just... And the thing is, like, especially for like our tours and designer interviews, we're not just seeing 1 or 2 builds, right? We're seeing like multiple builds in a row, so we want to showcase that we went to multiple places, right? So when say like when some random visitor is scrolling through and they see our post, like our designer post, let's say, right? Housing designer interview, and like, how can you just have 1 photo on there? And what if they just happen to not like that photo, like, but like the other photos behind are like really awesome and it's probably builds they want to see, right? Then they'll never see it because they'll just scroll right past it. And that's the same with anyone posting designs too. Like, it's really difficult, I think, sometimes to find like one like ultimate screenshot. And even if you do find the perfect screenshot, will that attract everyone that could like your build, right? If they see the other photos, like, oh, I think I would visit this one. This is actually really cool. But if they only see the one and they judge it on first impression by the one picture, I think it's very unfair to the actual like poster, because it's like, you might not actually even get the real person who likes that type of style if they saw one photo and got turned off by it, right? So it's like, I don't understand, I guess, what their thinking was on engagement, because I mean, the whole Elon and Twitter thing, they've always wanted to build engagement, and they've been doing that with Grok and the AI and stuff like that. I know they've been doing that, but like, I guess from a user perspective, I don't understand how this improves the experience. It almost makes people disengage even more, because not only are there so many ads now, you're not actually like looking at the post, you're just scrolling by it. So I don't know what the idea was. Like, who knows? I'm not a marketing expert, so who knows? Maybe it improves analytics, maybe it improves revenue. I don't know how that works, but I guess from a user perspective, from the housing side of it at least, I think it's a really bad idea. I mean, I feel like they've already had a ton of bad ideas. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see what happens, I guess. We'll all see. I know people have talked about, hey, ISO, why don't you come to Blue Sky? There's always at least one person who asks me that. Like, they ask me pretty often to, like, oh, why don't you come to Blue Sky, ISO? It's so peaceful and so great. I'm like, no, like, I literally tried Blue Sky once for like a week and I couldn't stand it. Like, I know some of you out there might love Blue Sky, and I'm not hating on Blue Sky. It's just not for me. Like, I feel that Blue Sky is kind of like a prototype version of X, basically. Like, it's just not as refined to me as X, and the searchability, and I guess like how your posts get actually marketed and seen, it's much better on X than it is on Blue Sky. Blue Sky's kind of random. Their algorithm is like, you could have any tag, but you could not even be seen because the algorithm is so random. I will say this though, for housing, I don't think it's that great. But when you're in other creative communities like drawing, for example, like the art community, it's really good for that. I don't know why, but it is. Just based on my experience. But like for housing, it's kind of hit or miss. I don't really like it. It's a bit, like I said, it's almost like a... This might sound terrible, but to me, it seems like kind of like a student-made project someone made in high school. Like some basic coding, you know? Whereas X feels a lot more refined than Blue Sky. I don't know. I don't know if that's just my experience. Some people could love it, but I really thought like Blue Sky was like a third-rate Twitter. I really didn't see much value in it. And like it's one less social media platform to have. I can't really be posting it in like 7 different places when, you know, we just do casual housing streams, right? Like, you know, I just want to centralize it. So, okay, what are people saying? I missed a whole bunch of things here. Isis says it's fine. I constantly steal go from her account. Wait, so you control your partner's account too, Isa? That's funny. Kakura says, yeah, the side scrolling thing is weird. They should keep the 4 previews. Then if you click on the pictures, it should be scrollable. Yeah, no, see, that would be a good option, right? Like, still have the 4 pictures there, But then if someone wants to like scroll through them, kind of like I guess like if a lot of you guys have Windows or whatever, you know, when you're scrolling through the picture viewer or whatever, like scroll through it like that, so that, you know, it's like you know, more user intuitive after you click into it, right? Like that would be a good idea. Isis says I still see 4 pics. Guess my ex might need an update. Oh yeah. Lot says so that's why he never runs our builds. That's a joke. We build for fun. Yeah, we will, like, Alora and I build for fun too. Like, I mean, like, we've definitely fallen into the trap of the whole likes and stuff like a long time ago. But like, once like you just get past that hurdle, it's like, you know, you just do whatever. Like, it should all be for fun. Yeah, like these streams, like we just do it very casually. Like we're not expecting, like, you know, we don't like do this as our jobs, right? Like it's just like a thing that we do. So yeah. Strat says slopification of social media. Really? What do you mean slopification, Strat? Do you mean that like the platforms are kind of like becoming sloppy? You're saying? Sloppy. Isis says my ex is just 14 housing, F1 and clips from my soccer team. That's the same as me too. It's just for housing for me. I don't do anything else on here at all. Like, I didn't even want to have a Twitter until I got into 14. Like, I had a Twitter that was like deactivated like a long time ago, but I don't really like using social media in general. Like, I have a Facebook, but like I don't really do anything with it. It's just there like for like past friends and past relationships and stuff, you know, but I don't really like use it. I don't post on it, you know. I'm more of like an in-person person, on the phone kind of person. You know, meeting up with people, not really like, you know, using like scrolling through, like doom scrolling through TikTok. Or I've never even installed TikTok in my entire life. Like, I don't even know how that all even works, but I'm sure I wouldn't be interested. So yeah, I can't do the doom scrolling. It's just not for me. I don't even have time to doom scroll, let alone like want to do it. So anyways, I should probably really take this picture, shouldn't I? Oh jeez, I need to get a move on. I'm sorry guys, I need to get a move on. There's several more builds that I have to see. But yeah, thanks again, Dakota, for showing this off. We really appreciate it, man. This is a really cool secret. Nice. Now, how do I get back down from here to Dakota? Oh, let's go through here again? Oh, nice. And I guess there's no way come down here, you just have to jump off, right? Jump to your death. I guess who wouldn't want to jump for Hort Fun? Ah! Wait, who's this? Plume d'Argent. Plume of the Argent? Is Argent silver? Is that silver in French? Plume d'Argent. A healer main? So Plume is the owner, right? Nice. Well, I don't know if you know this, Isa, but I don't see anything in the chat box because, like I said, I hide everything. So if Plume's saying anything, just let me know, because I don't want to be rude and be like, oh my god, he's ignoring me, you know? I just don't have the chat box open. I just don't like putting it open because of my whole screen setup. But yeah, thanks for inviting us to our home, Plume, and I guess maybe Isa just like tell her that, unless she's in the chat. Yeah, this is a really nice one, and oh my god, of course she's Ella's, and she likes Horchafont. Maybe it's better that Alora wasn't here, because Alora doesn't like Horchafont. Alora says, I don't care that he sacrificed himself. I don't even remember who he is. I'm like, how do you not remember Horchafont? He's like one of the best characters in the game. Well, I guess he was. He's not anymore, but... Nico Doko. I'm here. I let you make your visit. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm glad you heard everything. Yes. Sorry, yeah, it's just for streaming purposes, I don't have the chat box open. I just like to keep my display, especially for the VOD, very clean. We have a lot of designers who don't speak English at all. Like, a lot of them are JP designers who watched our stream. So for purposes of like clarity and stuff, I like to completely hide everything and make things like as clear, like crystal clear as possible for them, like when they're watching it. So, but I also like a clean display too. Like, so don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. I just have to explain everything on here. Oh, another elongated being. Oh, so Lot and Plume are both Elizons then. Wait, are you Elizon too, or do you mean elongated as in you're just not short? I'm guessing he means he's Elizon, or he or she means he's Elizon. Ah. But yeah, really, really nice build. Nico. I'm not sure if you were here at the beginning of the tour, but I was pretty much here for like an entire hour kind of analyzing it at the beginning, but yeah, this is a really awesome design. And Nakota's like a great designer, so like he definitely put a lot of care into this one. And now I have to ask this then now, Plume, now that you're here. Was it your idea or Nakota's idea to have that secret lab up there? I know Nakota's a Lalafell and he may have like evil kind of, or not evil, I need to reword this. Horrific, I guess, ideas. To like the normal person's perspective, like horrific, right? Like to Lala's, it's like very normal to have like a secret lab where you're building something. But like, was it your idea to have the secret lab above the cathedral, or like, do you think it was like his special surprise to you? Oh, lots Elzin. Okay, okay, cool. I think I turned in an Elzin once for like 1 or 2 days, and then I couldn't. I had to go back. Lala for life. Lala Master Race. But yeah, whatever the case is, Plume, really, really awesome. Like, that was a really nice surprise that I was not expecting. I don't know why. Nakota, to me, is... Now, don't take this the wrong way, Nakota, when you watch the VOD. Well, if you watch the VOD. But you don't strike me as, like, an evil Lala. And I'm not sure if that's, like, a compliment or an insult. Because all Lalafells have some evil in them, right? And I don't want to, like... step on your toes, but you don't strike me as a really evil Lala. And maybe that's a good thing for most people, but like, I don't know. I mean, I did see your like shark torture chamber where you got rid of bodies in your mafia build, so I know you have some kind of evil tendencies within you, like in your mind, but I don't know, this seems a bit much for Nakota. Or maybe Nakota's more evil than I thought, and he's just gonna like kill us all one day, or like lead the Lalas to salvation. You know, when Allura and I finally take over Eorzea, maybe Nakota will be like one of the generals, like General Su at your service, reporting for duty. You know, and General Su will like just rid all the Talls in this world. You know, he'll just take out his red mage weapon and just like, you know. Do some Thundaga or like Faraga, and then all the Talls disappear, right? I don't know. I'm thinking way too far ahead. Nico says yes, or Plume says yes. It was my idea. Noko made all the design, but yeah. But that's cool that you had that idea, though. I would have never thought to even have like that kind of like secret lab up there, you know. I think that's a really, really neat idea. Like I said, like earlier on too, I think even if it was just the build itself, like just the Hortefon Cathedral itself, I still would have really appreciated that. Like, you know, being like a really big Heaven's Ward like lover, but having the secret add just adds an extra touch of like awesomeness. And then when you do invite people over, you're like, hey, come here, let me show you a secret. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. But yeah, thanks again, Plume, for inviting me or inviting us to your build and allowing, you know, me to come see this. And thank you, Noko, as well, for letting me come see this open build. But we really do have to get a move on. We spent the past hour here. We still got like 7 designers left. So I really need to get a move on. But yeah, thanks so much again for inviting us, Plume. And hopefully we get to see maybe more commissions, like maybe from Nakota or other designers, like with your builds. And then hopefully like we'll meet again one day again, or, you know, whatever, at the next housing tour or wherever I see you at. But yeah, thanks again. This is awesome. This is amazing. I mean, where is the next one though? Oh yeah, thank you, Nico. Yeah. Imagine there's a good Lala out there. I guess Nakota would be the one. I mean, Allura and I did talk about this. Oh wait, hang on. getting a message from someone. Oh shoot. Someone just messaged me. Why are all these people messaging me now? Oh my god, when I'm live. I'm so sorry, guys. We have some designers messaging me right now, and please enjoy the stills as I transfer over to our next build here. Let's see. We are actually... We'll go there later, actually. We have another address that was added, so I guess we're seeing 9 people now, or possibly even 10, depending what happens. Oh, jeez. This is so funny. This might be an extra long stream today, now that all these people are messaging me all of a sudden. Okay. Cool, another 24-hour housing stream? Oh, I wish. I wish. Actually, I could technically do that because I'm actually off tomorrow, so I could. And Alora's actually preoccupied tonight. She's hanging out with some other friends, so... I could technically do a 24-hour stream now that I think about it. But yes. I think for now, we're gonna head on over to JP, actually. Yes, we're gonna continue going to JP. We have a few builds on JP, so... Okay. Let's see. I'll have to log on to my JP character. If you guys have JP alts or JP mains, you're more than welcome to join us. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't realize Nico was a first-time chatter. Welcome in, Nico. And Kakura's a first-time chatter too. First-time chatter too. Okay. Oh, thanks for the follow, Nico. And Burrow Melon, thanks for the follow as well. Oh, I saw your name, Burrow Melon, in the message book. I'm guessing you're a friend of Isas and Nico and I guess Dakota them. Welcome in. Sorry, I didn't see all this. I don't really get the notifications. I usually have to look. Or should we go over to JP? Yeah, we're gonna go over to JP for now. I'm gonna save that NA one for later. I didn't have an NA one initially, but someone messaged me, and we're going to go to the NA one later. Where are we going? What is the next one? Oh, this one's gonna be on Mana. I'll just type the address now. This one is by Mao, or you guys might know him as Neok AST, or his actual in-game name, which is Noah Jingjiang. But Mao is what his designer name goes by. He's been designing for a few years now, but I feel like he didn't recently start getting popular until about a year ago. He started building a lot of really dark, immersive studios, and that's pretty much what he's good at. Very dark concepts. But this one's called Lost Journals, and it's an inspired build from the Silent Hill F series. I think you guys, especially you guys who've watched Nakoda, pretty sure Nakoda played Silent Hill F. I think that's where I saw him stream it. But yeah, if you're into like the horror genre, like Mao made a really good horror build recently. Like I think he just released it like either this morning or last night, something like that. But yes, we're just gonna go check out some more pop culture builds. Okay, I'm pretty sure I parked outside his house there, or it's an apartment actually. So right now we're going over to Mana Anima Mist Ward 9 Apartment 1, so that's top mast 1 in the main division, room number 41. Okay, oh yes, I am outside. I'm just gonna port right into his house, and then I'll take the stills down so you guys can see. So creepy. I gotta get in position. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll take the stills down now. That. Silent Hill. Have any of you guys played Silent Hill series or Silent Hill F? I'm not really a fan of horror games or horror in general because I get spooked very easily. But I guess if you guys know what this room actually is talking about, um, I did kind of a quick research before I came to visit this, but I'm guessing it's like just the whole theme of it, where there's kind of like blood everywhere in the house, you know. I'm guessing there's demons in here and like people got killed and stuff. I'm guessing that's like the premise of this. And I see like there's bones everywhere, so I'm guessing maybe there's a lot of people died here, I guess, and it's like a horror house. Um, but yeah, what I really liked about this one though was that I looked at some of the reference images that he possibly may have used, and it actually looks pretty similar to like a lot of the Silent Hill lore. Oh, Isis says I've not seen this build. Yeah, he pretty much posted it this morning, I believe. Like, I think he actually posted it like a few hours ago. Actually, he posted it very like I was up really early this morning. Like I said, when Noko messaged me, I was up at like 5 a.m. and I was just preparing. I was doing some other stuff, like some other work, but I decided to like look on Twitter again to see if there was any more like awesome builds. But yeah, this is like a Silent Hill build. And like I said, guys, I haven't played Silent Hill myself. I've only seen Nakota stream it, like very casually, like, you know, a couple streams here and there. But yeah, I guess if you guys could like maybe fill me in on more context on the Silent Hill series. All I know is that from the very little information that I know about the Silent Hill series in general, because I have seen some of the movies too, like the Hollywood movies, is that there's like a really dark, like messed up like lore going, like some messed up shit going on there with a lot of the characters and a lot of the universe. But to me, the reason why I want to show off this build, I haven't visited a Mao build in a very long time, but he actually pretty much primarily designs in like very small spaces. Like his whole thing is to kind of create like a sense of like trappedness, like and pretty much throughout all of his builds, like all of the studios that he's done in the past year, they've all been very like claustrophobic kind of, and very like intense. Like it's very harsh in nature, very dark in nature. A lot of the lore he does is very conceptually like sad, or like not sad, but like terrifying, passionate, like angry. There's a lot of anger in his builds, and like you can see it like very clearly laid out here. Like pretty much everything's completely disjointed, right? Like you've got like wood log pillars going left, right, down, center, diagonal, everything, right? And then you got like patches of blood literally strewn across all the walls. Some of it's like layered like improperly, like purposely improperly, right? Like it's intentional to have it all kind of like spread out like this, and all like just like a mess and everything. Even the entrance, see, there's just like blood kind of like dripping down all the walls. The ceiling here with the flagstone lofts are all uneven, and to me, because I know Mao's style, it could sometimes be very graphic, or very how do I say, very uncomfortable for some viewers to actually see this. Like if you're actually here in person, when I'm showing it on stream, not too bad, right? But when you're actually going in person and you feel like very claustrophobic around like kind of some of like the tight ends and stuff, like it can be very overwhelming, and you can almost feel like you don't want to be there. Like it's, for some people, for me, it kind of creates like a very, like it brings out very intense emotions. And when you think about it, he uses very intense, like very starkly contrasting colors, like something like a bright ruby red with like very monochrome backgrounds like white, gray, or black. It tends to bring out those very intense, strong, passionate emotions. And that's what Mao does really good at. Like, I don't know if you guys can feel this through the stream, but like me being here, I'm getting goosebumps like on my arms and stuff. Like, and I'm like, I don't even really know much about the Silent Hill lore at all, but just based on when I first came into this build, I can already feel immediately, okay, like something's not right here. I feel like I'm in like a House in the Grudge or something, right? Like you can immediately feel like he conveyed it so well. Like even for someone like me who doesn't even know like the Silent Hill lore or anything, I can already feel like, oh my god, this house feels like it's like a death house, you know? Like it feels like that, and especially with the orchestra and being very quiet. It's almost like it's too still, like something's not quite right. There's some kind of anxious like back text kind of like lingering, like who's behind the corner kind of thing. Like, is there some other spirit or entity with me in this build? And it's like, it's just like Mao like is probably to me like the best immersive designer in 14. Yeah, I think I can safely say that. Even above Nora, I think Mao is just like the best one. Like, he can articulate and convey exactly what he's feeling and convey that to like a large audience. Like I said, like I don't even know the lore, but I'm still feeling like I'm in Silent Hill right now. Like I feel like I'm not even in 14. I feel like I'm in the Silent Hill game in that universe. Like that's how immersive it is. Not really much to say like technically here. I mean, a lot of the items that you use are they're quite simple and like they're just very layered. Like you got the indoor pond down here, you got like I said the log pillars, you got the tree stumps, right, the flagstone lofts, you got the factory staircases, just to kind of like simulate that kind of like Eastern Asian Japanese like kind of a rooftop. A lot of people have done this. Like ZZZ was the one who popularized this from Chocobo like many years ago. And yeah, you just basically just have like a whole plethora of like disjointed, like of those other partitions and those other like lattice lofts and stuff. And basically, like I said, this whole build is just supposed to be disjointed to give you that feeling of, oh, if something's not right here. Like houses are supposed to be clean, they're supposed to have straight edges, but why does this house feel like overgrown, desolate? Like why does it feel like something doesn't quite belong here? Like something terrible happened here, kind of thing. Now, the title being Lost Journal, though, I don't quite understand that. I'm guessing if I knew more of the lore, because it is inspired by that build. It's not quite a replica of the build, but it's inspired by that kind of story. I'm not sure what Lost Journal he means by Lost Journal. Like, maybe there were some puzzles in the game that have a Lost Journal, or maybe that's part of the storyline, but whatever the case is, like, I already do feel lost in this build, like even from like a casual fan of his work. Like I'm just like, what? This is so insane. Like I'm actually feeling anxious right now. Like no joke, I'm feeling very anxious right now. And like we're not even like this is still 14, but like it's not. What the heck? Isa says also another Housinger. Oh, I didn't know Mao was in Housinger. I didn't know that, Isa. I had no idea. Mao's been around for a very long time, but I think his stuff didn't really pick up till, like I said, in the past year. But yeah, really nice stuff. Lot says it's really well made. Oh, by the way, Lot, now that I've seen you in the past couple streams, like, what kind of builds do you and Kakura build? Like, do you guys build like all? Because I know you guys said you did it for fun, but like, do you guys do like commissions or like do you guys do personal houses? Like, is there a certain style that you guys like to see or like to do? I mean, because I'm just trying to figure out just from like a numbers perspective, because I do kind of want to like kind of hone in on certain styles too sometimes to kind of really showcase them. Yeah, I'm always curious to know what you guys kind of enjoy as well. I'm always looking for new like fresh themes that I could possibly incorporate. What's this though? Is this some kind of graveyard slash shrine? I don't know. Can I sit here? Can I doze here? I can doze here. Cute. Well, I don't know how cute this is. I'm sure Alora would say it was cute that I'm like kind of like lying dead here on the floor, but I guess this is cute for Alala, I guess. I'm right at home. Lot says I'm fairly new, so we mostly build for fun and to experiment and learn. So we build like an ocean view. Oh yeah, yeah. Honestly, like we build a spot. So yeah, basically just like I said before to many of you guys and over our many streams, like the only way that you're ever going to find out what you actually enjoy, so you can enjoy it more, is that if you just keep experimenting. And eventually you're going to get to the point where you can kind of do stuff like this, where you can like make it feel extremely immersive, or like, like very well put together. The more and more items you put together, basically the more and more combinations you're going to realize, and then the more fun you're going to have, because you'll be able to like test it out like a lot. You'll be able to have a lot more fun testing out different like housing combinations and stuff like that, and like how it actually feels. So like, I guess like one thing I would say, I guess for newer designers, is don't get discouraged. Like, for those of you, I guess, who knew me from way back when, I'm like literally an ultimate raider, right? So, well, I was. I don't do that anymore. I just do casual housing now. But I basically went straight from combat into creative design, and like, I never thought that I had a creative bone in me. But then when I actually got into it and actually immersed myself in it, and actually like spent the time to like learn, myself, like the different housing combinations, the different lighting combinations, stuff like that, like different size combinations, I eventually found out that I liked like the G-Post style. Like, I like to make a lot of studios, like very, almost like Mal, like similar. It's very intense, but like there's a certain beauty to it. It's kind of like I would say my themes are kind of more like existentialism, but like all my builds have some sense of hope in it. So they're almost like inspirational builds, I would say. I don't know how to describe it. I guess you'd have to visit some of my builds. I only have a few builds up remaining these days, but it's like a sense of hope. I don't know how to explain it, but you'll understand when you go into them. But yeah, I basically do mostly like, I usually work in smaller spaces now. I do like G-Post studios. That's like my thing. Because I really like focusing on lighting. That's like my main thing, I guess. Lighting is the main thing. Okay, so, but what Lot's saying? Oh, shoot, you said so much. I'm sorry, Lot. I got inspired by one of Nakota's builds, and my first build was personal greenhouse. Okay. Like living room and a glass. Oh, I see, yes. But I would say it probably mostly classified as modern, and we tried to integrate builds, but still learning. But it's not just some placed furnitures along the walls. My biggest problem is actually furnishing. Like Noko, I'm a room builder. So do you mean that, like, you're not quite building... Oh, I see. Like, you don't really build studios like this, kind of like how me and Mao do, and like Olora, where we don't really build like actual houses. Like, we kind of build more like settings like this. But you're saying you're kind of like Nakota because you were inspired by him. You kind of build like actual houses that people live in, right? Which is, I think, what the majority of people do anyways. Alora and I are the only like weird ones, doing like non-houses. Yeah. But I appreciate that though. I appreciate, when you have people like Alora and I doing studios, because it is very different from what you guys do, right? Like, you guys do like homes that like people can appreciate because they can like connect with it, like real life, right? Like a real home. But like for us, like we like do kind of like what Mao does. We do like landscapes or settings, and it's just like a difference of style, right? So like it kind of like, that's what I was saying before too, how like we see so many modern builds, and like I am not good at modern, like, at all. My mind just doesn't work like kind of like you guys. Like, I don't have that kind of brain to work like that. But in the weaknesses that I do have, but then the strengths that I do have to make up for it, like, I personally prefer these kind of settings, and I think like we can like learn from each other. Like, I'm sure like there's been many times where I've been inspired by people like Nakota, Danny, like ZZZ, Nora, like some other JP designers. I've been just Arano, stuff like that. Like, all the designers we brought into Housing Talk for the designer interviews, like pretty much all of them, I've taken like something. Like, I've learned at least some like one thing from all of them. And they all do different designs, right? So it's like, that's why I say the best thing you do is just like keep testing out designs yourself, and keep like, don't be afraid to just experiment. Just experiment, and eventually you're gonna find kind of like your groove. You're gonna find your people too. Like, I guess like for me, like I've gone through like waves of like different kind of groups of like housing groups, and like I'm more of like a lone wolf, I'd say, when it comes to housing. Like, I just think very independently, but eventually you'll just find like the right people, you know, and like, you know, people you can like talk to about like your builds and stuff. But like ultimately it really just comes down to just like experimenting everything, and then just like looking like for as many builds as you can, like actually visiting, like not just like looking at the pictures, like actually immersing yourself. I know it's a bit of like a time crunch, and thankfully you have people, you know, kind of like myself, Dakota, Mito Rat, um how am I blanking? Denmo, sorry. You have people like us kind of like all throughout the week kind of like doing these tours and stuff. So at least from that standpoint, you can kind of like see like how people build, because we're actually doing like a virtual tour, like an actual visual tour where we're going into the builds and like analyzing them and stuff. And of course, all of us have different types of analysis, right? Like, because we're all different, right? And that's the fun of it, right? But then like if you actually like scroll through like housing Twitter and like housing stuff and stuff, you yourself like might be able to like pick up better, just because like you kind of know what you're looking for, right? But I find in general the housing community has been extremely supportive. Like I know for a bit of the time, like not nowadays, but back in the old days, like way back when, the JP designers were pretty standoffish, like to Westerners, right? Like they didn't really accept us really culturally. And I know there's a big, huge cultural divide, but that's kind of why I started Housing Talk to begin with. Like I started because I want to connect all the regions, and I think I've actually successfully done that. Because like think about what's going on with Housinger right now with Alwyn. Like Alwyn didn't even start streaming. Like he literally said like I started streaming because like I was inspired by ISO and Alora. And that really meant a lot to me, that like someone who's like doesn't even speak his language, like completely on the opposite side of the world, right? You know, like we just made these random connections just like from being in the community over time, and then now he's bringing Westerners, you know, to Housing or Mansion, and that has never happened in all those years of housing. Like there's never been a single Westerner to build like in like a housing project. Yes, there's been HTSIV who has like made friends with designers in the past, but like no one's actually like built in one. So like I'm really happy that like nowadays there's like people from EU, NA, you know, like some of the Australians from like OCE and stuff, like they've actually integrated themselves into JP designs. And now like JP, NA, whatever, wherever you're from, right? They're all, you know, talking to each other now. And I really appreciate that. Like that's how it should be. And that's why I say, end of the day, just please, please, please keep trying to experiment. Keep, you know, reach out. Like people are really accepting. Like they love housing and they want to help people get better, because that just means that more of us can produce more builds, and then more people get inspired. So like you might as well just ask them. Like no, I don't think I've had a single time where someone's like, I'm not showing you this, you know, like they're gonna show you, like, you know, if you ask. So yeah. Anyways, I went on another tangent again. Oh my god, I've been here for like half an hour. Wait, sorry, I missed all these. There's just too many people here. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't expect all these people to be here. Okay, really got to cut from this. A lot says, I'm more focused on the room and style, but I almost choke when I need to furnish. Since I feel like most don't fit, I wish I could build those photo studios. I think they're cool, but one day. Oh, so that's like kind of like what I do. Oh, hey, Saran. Hey, what's up? Yeah, don't worry about your message, Saran. Like, man, always, it's okay, Saran. You're good. But yeah, welcome in, Saran. You're probably working right now, right? Oh, Saran, how's your hand, by the way? I haven't spoken to you in quite a while, but I know that Saran, you kind of had problems with your hand, right? Is it all better now, or are you still kind of in pain? Lot says, Danny, Ashton, and Filio are so good. It was actually Ashton's windows that made me start trying to build. Yeah, Ashton Bride's one of the legends. Lot says Kakura was redecorating and I saw her windows. Okay, nice. Hey, I'm glad you put Filio in that trinity there. Filio has like literally impressed me since the beginning. Like, I didn't really know of Filio too much, especially near the beginning when she first started. And like when I got her on the show, I was so impressed. And especially now, Filio's like up there. Like she's like one of like the people in housing. And I'm like, oh my god, like it's like holy crap. Like I'm just so happy that like all the all the people that we've kind of like brought onto the show and stuff have still been positively like improving like astronomically. Like it's very very like heartwarming to see that like we've been able to like, and I guess encourage people and like inspire people to keep going. Cause like I've definitely hit housing walls myself. Like I'm sure, especially like people like Saran, because you are here, right? Like I'm sure you've hit housing walls before where like I don't even know if I can improve anymore. Can I really do better? But honestly, Saran, like literally even in the past like year, like ever since we interviewed you, like I think you've grown like a lot too. Like I know Saran's always been like a very like amazing designer and a person, but like I like but see, like you never know. Like even if you've been in the design game for so long, you really never know how much more you can actually improve. And she's clearly shown that. Like she's like literally done so many renovations of her old builds. But not even just that. Like I've seen, I read your posts around. Like you've said multiple times in your posts, like, oh my god, I can't believe I like learned all of these like new techniques and stuff. Like oh my god, and then Saran being the person that she is, and a lot of the housing designers in the community, they're like, oh, let me just like do a breakdown, or let me just do like a tutorial video and show like how I actually do this, right? And see, this is what I'm saying. Like the more that you learn, especially in housing, the more likely that that person is willing to show someone else, because then that just means that eventually you're going to learn something off of them, right? And then that person's going to learn something off of that person, and then it's like a complete like cycle of like forever learning. And that's what I really love about this community. It's very encouraging. So like I said, I highly suggest you just like keep trying and just like keep reaching out. Like I know some of you are shy, but like there's a lot of housing discords, right? And like there's a lot of like the community, I feel in general is very very nice. And like whether there be a veteran or like a beginner, I feel like they're pretty supportive. So I wouldn't hesitate to like ask any one of these people, especially all the designers who've been on our show. Like they are very welcoming people. I don't have any doubt that they would be more than willing to help you guys out if you guys have any questions. Okay, let's see here. Tanu Kano, hey Tanu, how welcome in again. Sorry for these long tangents, guys. There's so many of you guys. I gotta read all your guys' stuff. I'm very interested. Tanu says, is there anyone that teaches breakdown on structures to possibly recreate them? And then Lot says there's a lot of breakdowns in the housing Discord. Yeah, like I was saying, like Saran, like there's this one thing actually. Let me just type this out real quick. I'm sorry guys. Let me just type this out. I really care. Okay, let's see here. So this, if you type in housing eating concept, see where I typed it on the chat there. Type in housing eating concept, like hashtag housing eating concept. Type that in Twitter and search, and you'll find all of these breakdowns from like years. I think even going back to like 2019, I think is the first post of housing eating concept. Like there's so many designers who have actually made breakdowns. Like just follow that hashtag and you'll see all of the posts. Like there's literally like visual guides and there's video guides as well as like how people actually make things. So that's a really good source, Tanu. And for anyone else out there who is listening too, they have very, very nice visual breakdowns. And if you really have a question about it, like further question, you just ask that person. And like 9 times out of 10, I'm pretty sure they're going to say yes. Like they made the guide for a reason so that people can learn it, basically. So it's like, I just don't see why they would say no. But yeah, like I would highly suggest looking at that. And then like Lot says, the housing discords, like pretty much anyone's like pretty much going to help. I mean, I haven't really got any backlash at all. It's like for asking questions. So, and yeah, if also like, let me just link this here actually. If you want to join our Housing Talk Discord, actually, here I'll just post the direct link in here so you guys can go into it. But basically, all the designers we had, like Saran included, a very decorated designer. Isa's here, I think Noah, you were here earlier, but I think Noah might be gone by now. No Saitoshii. Yeah, pretty much all designers here, who like Saran's been on the show, like all these designers who've been around for a really long time, like the veterans, they're all in our Discord, and like I highly doubt that any of them is gonna say no if you ask them a question. Like pretty much every single person we've had on is more than willing to help. And that goes to anyone. It's not just like the beginner designer. It's literally anyone who asks. So, There's a whole wealth of resources in our Discord, and like Lot said, in other Discords, and then yeah, like on Twitter, like people are very very open. So okay, let's see. Oh shit, Soren. I'm slowly getting there in regards to my hands. A lot better since I started physical therapy rehab. I've definitely felt all the time that I'm hitting a wall, and I'm definitely not getting better. And yet, we can always definitely improve so much and learn so much. Yeah, like literally what I said. Yeah, it's literally just that. Like literally everyone can learn more. Lot says, "Let me see. I'm not good with names. Saran is the lighting guide person. Streaks, or am I mistaken? Yes, I'm the stakes lady. The stakes lady. Oh my god. Or the window nerd, I guess that you said initially. Saran says, so hey, a lot. I can help out a lot if you ever have design questions. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, see how easy it was? Like, it's just literally just like, oh, hey, like, can you help me? It's like, yeah, sure. It's literally just like that. Well, anyways, I should probably take this GPO since I've been stuck in GPOs for forever, right? So let me just quickly take this and move on, right? So you guys don't get bored from seeing the screen all day. I'm sure Mao's loving it though when he watches his boss. Like, oh my god, he's like looking at my thing for this long. Wait, can I do this? Oh, hang on. Oh my god, look at that. I'm sneering. Hang on. I'm gonna get a funny picture now that Alora's not here. I have to take over now. Oh, there we go, sneer. There we go. That's perfect. Oh my god, he's staring right at the camera. Oh my god, it's hilarious. This is too good. This is too good. Okay, I'm gonna have to take this. This is so funny. I can't believe he's just holding that sneer. Okay. It's nice and evil for Olala, right? I mean, normal for Olala. Alright, where are we going, though, now? I'm gonna have to put the stills up. I believe this third... I can't believe we were on build 3. It's been an hour and a half. Oh my god, we have like 10 builds. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys, but I'm sure you guys want me to go forever, right? So, yeah, let's head on over to then, I guess. What's the next one? Okay, so the next one's by Kazu. Have you guys ever... I don't really watch many animes, but have you guys ever seen the anime Chainsaw Man? I'm not sure if it's like an older anime or a newer one, but I know the show is like super popular, like for a bit. And there's this place called the Hayakawa Residence, or the Hayakawa Apartment. Like, Hayakawa is basically like the main character in the show. And it's basically about like these three like devil hunter people that like they like kind of like forced to live together, like from three completely different backgrounds, and they're all forced to live together in this really disjointed, dysfunctional house. Oh, you know what it is, Sauron? Okay, I'm glad someone in the chat knows, because like I really am like kind of like ignorant when it comes to these things. Like, I don't really watch animes, you know. I don't play a lot of like horror games. Like, I'm sorry guys, I just show the builds, okay? I don't know much of the background, but let's just head over there. So right now we're going to head over to Mana Chocobo. So we are still staying on Mana. Talk about Lavender Beds. Okay, let me TP over there. It's Lavender Beds, Ward 26, Plot 16. So if you guys have a JP alt, and Saran, you're obviously more than welcome to come. I know you have a JP alt. If you want to come over, I'll be there for quite a while, kind of analyzing the build. But oh my god, like this person like went crazy. I looked at like the actual like photos in the anime, and I compared it. I was like, wow, this is like spot on. It's like literally like a replica almost, like as much as a replica as you could get for 14, right? Okay, let's just go on over to what's this now? What are we going to? Oh yeah, Chocobo. Oh hey Laura, how's it going? You came at the perfect time. We were talking about you earlier. You missed the Horchestein or Frankenfurt build. Nakoda, the first build of the day, like he had a Horchafon Cathedral, and there was like a secret Frankenstein lab where they're trying to make like Horchafon whole again, like a monster. And it was kind of like your Fluffy Stein build, but it was like up top, like above the cathedral pews. It was so cool. It's like a little secret room that you walk through this like secret wall, and there was a whole like Frankenstein thing for Horchafon. You know, like Herkimer, the guy that you know, you and I both know you know so well and totally care about in Heaven's Ward. Herkimer. I'll never forget Herkimer. It's the best name ever for him. But yeah, we're going to Mana, Chocobo, Lavender Beds, Ward 26, Plot 16. Okay, so let's head on over there. Let's see how amazing this build is. But yeah, did I get everything right, Saran? Like the like Chainsaw Man, is it really about like demon hunters and stuff like that? Like I only kind of read like a bit of the synopsis, so I could kind of have some kind of background information here. But like I said, I don't really watch animes. Like maybe Alora, have you saw Chainsaw Man before? I know you watch animes too. Like I don't know what this is. I just kind of read like a very brief outline on it. But yeah, let's go to plot 16. I'm just gonna make sure I'm in the right place here before I take the stills down. Okay, perfect. I am. Okay, so wait, are these people or? Oh no. Okay, I'm actually gonna take the stills down. I'm not even inside the build yet, but it looks like even the garden is built out like that too. Hang on one second, guys. Let me just. I'll put the stills down now. Oh, Herkimer, yeah. Saran says, you've got the brief of the plot right. Okay, good. So it is kind of like some demon hunter thing, right? But look at this. Okay, so this is what the address is. If you want to see in game, see Chainsaw Man. I love how Chainsaw Man's the actual FC. Hayakawa is the family name, right? I think it's Aki Hayakawa is the main character, I believe. That's what it said. But look, oh, do these people remind you of anyone, Saran? So this guy's Denji-kun. And this person's Power-chan. And I swear I read that it's the three of them, right? So I'm guessing these are the other two characters. Like Denji-kun, is that like the main guy? Or is that like one of the other guys? So Denji-kun and Power-chan. So she looks like a demon. I read that in the thing, like one of them's like an actual demon, right? So I'm guessing that's her, like Power-chan, because she's got the horns coming out, right? And then I guess this guy's like that older sibling or whatever, I think, in the anime. Yeah, and then I don't know why they have this whole thing out here. Maybe this, I don't know sure if this is part of the lore or not, or just for dramatic effect. But yeah, it's kind of cool that they have the retainers. Oh, cool. Alora says, or am I supposed to lie and be like, oh my god, yeah, Chainsaw Dude. Okay. Saran says, yeah, they're the main characters. Denji is the protagonist. Power is a demon, very goblin impersonator. I love her. Alora would love her. So basically, Power-chan is like the Chainsaw Man embodiment of Alora, basically. Power-chan. So it's like Alora-chan, basically, but it's like Power-chan. Okay. That's cool. So Denji's the main character. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's go on inside then. I don't really know the references, but let's just... I want to really show this. The pictures, to me, it's like, okay, this is relatively kind of simple, but then I was like, wait a second, it's an anime. This has to be good. Saran says there should be a third, but I'm not seeing him. Yeah, I didn't see another mannequin out there. Maybe they're inside here or something. Let's just go in and see. Okay. Oh, I guess they have to loft the build, right? Okay. Okay, I like the cosmic flooring already. Oh. Is this how the residence looks like, Saran, in the show? Is it like this? Alora says, I'm a hater because no one tells me what to love. I'm really kidding, Sarah. I'm sure I love a demon. I'm so tired to don't at me. Yeah, Alora's working very hard right now. Yeah, it's really like this. Oh, nice. Oh, this is cute. It's got this little thing about Japanese apartments. They're very minimalistic, right? Like, I was telling Alora this the other day. Like, you know, like we don't have like all these portraits up, you know, like a lot of Western homes, right? They got like these special rugs. They've got like these random portraits, these random statues that you don't need, right, to survive. And literally in my house, I have like, okay, I have a window, a door, okay, I have a bed, okay, that's enough. I don't really need these random portraits everywhere to buy. Like, why would I waste my money on like a $20 statue and that's just gonna collect dust, right? This is kind of like the apartments like in Asia. It's like, why would they ever have like anything else, right? It just doesn't make sense. And look at this. Saran says, at some point, the three of them move in together, and this is the layout of their apartment. Sharky, I got pictures of my place. Well, art. Yeah. Alora has a very nice home. Compared to my home, it's literally like night and day. I just have the essentials. That's it. Okay. Oh, I love how they use the edge of the table orchestrion, the scroll part, for the toilet paper roll. That's so cool. Look at that. What the heck? Oh, that's sick. They use the top of it for the actual roll, and then the bottom part of the same orchestrion as like the catcher, kind of like to keep it in line. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow. Lol, light on a toilet. Saran says, I love how everyone has been improving the toilet game. Yeah, literally. I think the last time we went to Rendessa's build, right, with Alora a couple weeks back, like, her bathroom was amazing. I was like, wow, why is there all this like random modern art in here? And like, there was like, I think there was like a bidet, and there was like all this like crazy stuff in the toilet. And we're like, what? Like, your washroom looks better than like the build almost. You know, it's like, what? You're right. Saran says, well, Alora says it's about time they did, and Saran says, Rin really said everyone get their toilet tech right. Yeah, literally, like, I feel like everyone's been going crazy with toilet. Like, what? Like, who the hell has like this other window here in the toilet? Like, and like, I don't know, I just feel like even though Japanese style is very minimalistic, it's like everyone's been going crazy on their washroom game. Like, I don't understand it, but I'm here for it. Isa says, my IRL house has loads of portraits and about 2,000 books, so I don't go very minimalist. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, your home is probably very homey, right, Isa? Kind of like Alora's. For me, I stick with the bare essentials. I guess I know it's more welcoming, you know, more cozy with other stuff, but I don't know. I just never grew up with the that. Like, my parents were always very like practical, so I never really grew up with the sense of like, oh, I need to put some random like statue here to make myself feel better. I guess I don't know. That's just not how I grew up. Like, but I don't know. Maybe I guess I can change, right? I guess I can change, but we'll see. Olor says I'm here for it for pics. Isa says no, it's very gothy. Oh, gothy? What? I don't even want to ask the question I want to ask, Isa. Maybe I'll ask you in private chat. I don't even think I want to like know actually. Alora said, "Did I miss Saran's?" No, Saran's is later on this build. We're gonna go through the rest of the JP builds, and then we're gonna head over to NA, and then we're gonna end on Materia. So let's just get through this. So Saran, since you've watched the show, right? Like, is there anything that you'd like to point out on the concept, at least, since you're here? Like I said, I know nothing about the show other than they're demon hunters and they have a very disorganized, disjointed family dynamic. Like, it's a very confusing, like, family dynamic. Okay. Oh, that's neat. Using all the steel lockers for the fridge, like a modern fridge. You got the lunch bags, kind of like for like the tasks, like what to do and stuff, like the recipes or whatever. Newspaper clippings, you know, like. Well, that's cool. Nice. I never seen someone use that many steel lockers for a. Oh, same for the microwave as well. Steel lockers. Wow. Nice. This is awesome. What's up here? Oh, the pantry, or the laundry room. Wow, they really used lots of steel lockers in this build. Holy crap. Now that's the one motif I didn't think would be a motif. Steel lockers in an apartment. Stretch says, I'm sure ISO got a bed and that it. Yeah, it literally is that stretch. Alora says, by the way, I do have BG3 tonight. Yeah, that's why Alora is not joining us. She had work, and then she's going to be playing BG3. Another campaign. Isis says that microwave is very cool. Yeah, it really is. Same, it's got the steel lockers, the lunch bags, you know, going through it at... See, they're using the lunch bags not as, like, notes on a fridge, but they're using it as, like, the face of the microwave where the door is. Like, you know, where that black part is with all the thermal lines, like, where you can look into it. They're using that 2 of those dyed soot black for the actual screen of the microwave. That's really cool. What do they use for the buttons? So I'm very curious. Probably a cup or something kind of slightly angling out. That's the only thing I can assume. Just a very small object, I guess, yeah. Oh, the paintbrushes. Yeah, that makes sense, Isa. For the buttons. Saran says, I'd say the bathroom, the toilet, the kitchen are just places where a lot of iconic scenes happen between the characters. When you look at them, you're just really remembering, oh my god, that time they did Z and Y. And that was so funny. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Like, it's just like a very, like staple, very repeatedly used, like, scene in a lot of the show, right? So then when you've seen the whole show, you're, like, looking back and being very nostalgic about it. Because you're like, oh, I remember when, like, Denji was over here. I remember when Power-chan got mad in this corner and, like, blah, 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 right? Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean now. That's pretty cool. I like that they kind of reuse, like, the same kind of, like, apartment over and over again. It's not like different scenes. Like, you know how some animes they kind of go to like all these worlds, but I'm glad that it's kind of like more based on reality, where they kind of come back to like a home base. So you're always gonna have like memories attached to this build. So that's really cool. Saran says there's a very infamous scene in the toilet, and that's all I can picture when I look at it. Oh man, infamous. I don't know. It's probably something super embarrassing. Now I want to watch it. You know, just to find out what the lore was about, Saran. Isa says 6 slots is very cheap to... Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. The microwave, right? Man, this food's just sitting here. Look at all the stuff they've been drinking. They just have everything lying around, all the dishes just lying around. I guess nobody does the dishes. I'm guessing maybe the 2 boys think that Power-chan's gonna do everything because she's a woman, you know? But she's like, no, I'm not doing that. It's your job. And then they're all like fighting over it or something, right? That's so funny. Oh, they did the same thing, Isa and everyone, with the TV. Look at this. 2 soot black steel lockers, and then they've got, I think it's either 3 or 4 of the lunch bags dyed gray for the screen. I just never thought to use the lunch bag for the screen. That's a very ingenious, very low slot use of like having a very effective screen. That's a really good takeaway. Nice. That's awesome. And see, they used both the cosmic stands here for the TV stand and the table. Look at this. The table where they eat their food, it's dyed white, right? 2 of them combined. But then here, they used it again, but dyed black as a TV stand. That's cool. Nice. And I guess this is kind of like looking out from their apartment, right? Down below to the street. Nice. Oh, I like the shadow art here. That's cool. I like that. That they purposely had an indirect lighting going down like that. That's neat. What's in here? Oh. I'm guessing this is Power-chan's room then or something? Because it looks like it's got the women's jeans here. Or did they all sleep in one room together? Like, it looks like there's a couple beds here, right? There's like a guest bed roll up here, and then there's a kind of like a twin bed here. And maybe one of them sleeps on the floor then, I guess? There's like, because there's 3 of them, right? Like, who sleeps where? Stratch says Chainsaw Man is effing funny. Oh, really? So it's like a comedy. Nice. Oh, wait, I don't know if I'm gonna like that. I don't like comedies. No, it's different. There's certain... I only laugh at certain things, so we'll see if I like it or not. Oh, a twin bed, yeah. Oh, hey, Ping. Thanks for the resub, man. Haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for the 10 months. That's almost a year. Holy crap. How you been doing, man? I know you're kind of like super casual these days, but I mean, it's good to see you here, man. We're just kind of going through some pop culture immersive builds. We're actually on build number 3 right now, and it's already been almost 2 hours. So I think I have to get a move on because I had a couple designers message me saying, "Oh my god, I have my build!" I'm like, oh my god. So it's gonna be quite a long one, I think. But yeah, this is I don't know how long you've been here, Ping, but this is the Hayakawa family residence from the anime Chainsaw Man. And I'm not sure if you've seen Chainsaw Man or not, but like someone on JP recreated the apartment. And as Saran was saying, it looks pretty spot on, so pretty cool stuff. Washing machine, dryer. Nice. Guess this is a fake door. That's... Wait. Oh, I thought that was a bidet, like that thing up here, but that's way too high. That's just probably... It's part of the toilet there. Well, that's so cool, though. That's awesome. I'm glad we got to check this out together today. I had no idea Chainsaw Man was so popular. I just don't really watch anime, so I don't really know, but... Can I leave? Oh, Denmo was here? I didn't know that. This is amazing. Nice. Oh, Ping knows about it too. Nice. Oh, good. Yeah, you're static. Yeah, you don't need that stress, you know. Especially if you're busy in your career, you know. Now you can just take it easy and just do whatever you want now. Oh, nice. I guess where can we go next, guys? Where shall we go? Let's see. So the next couple builds are going to be over on Meteor, actually. This is kind of more 14-centric, kind of like our first build with Nokos, the Hydrophont build. So I'm just going to put the stills up, because I am going to have the server or DC hop over. So I'm just going to log out and head on over to our next build, which is by the lovely Sakura. If you know the designer with the hashtag SKR Housing, she does a lot of like kind of like naturey kind of builds. So Sakura does the 4 Rard cabins, which is basically the inn in T-Town, Tuliyola. But Alora and I call it T-Town because Tuliyola is a mouthful. And this one's over on Meteor Belias, Lavender Beds, Ward 12, Apartment 2, so that's Lily Hills subdivision, Ward 43. So yeah, let's just go head on over there to Meteor. Okay. All right. It's taking longer than I thought. I thought everyone would pretty much be asleep by now, because right now, JP, it's kind of like Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning for them right now. Or no, Thursday morning. Oh my god, it's already Wednesday. Thursday morning for them right now, so they're probably off to work right now. So I'm surprised it's taking forever to transfer. Wait. All right. Laura says, lol, yeah, don't put me back a day. Oh my god. I kind of wish because then I'd have an extra day off, right? But I know it would be bad for you. Oh, jeez. Alright, so I gotta go to lavender beds. Lavender beds, okay, cool. Alright, alright, alright. Laura says I need to resubscribe. You don't need to resubscribe, Laura. You have to. No, it's okay. You don't have to. But I guess I'm surprised. I'm kidding. What's it in room 43? I said. I think. Did I say 43? Yeah, I said 43. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure before I take the stills down that it's 43. Ping says, oh yeah, I was also just in the Toronto area 2 weekends ago for a wedding. Oh, nice! It was a quick trip, so I didn't have time to see a lot of people. Oh my god, we never met up, Ping. I remember a few years ago, we were like, oh, we should meet up, and then it just never ended up working out because I had work and stuff like that, or I had vacation and stuff, and just, yeah. One of these days, man. It's so busy for me right now, oh my god. The hospital is just nuts right now. That's why I barely have time to like really do regular streams anymore. I just can't. I'm so busy. It's crazy, but it's good crazy. Look, I'm doing well. It's just that like, yeah, unfortunately I haven't been able to do too many vacations and stuff like that. So yeah, one day, Ping, we shall meet. One day. One day we'll go to Pacific Mall together. One day we'll get lost in a sea of Corollas at the parking lot and not know which car is ours. Yes. Pacific Mall is basically like this Asian, it's a Chinese, like mall basically, with all these Chinese stores in it. And it's in Markham, which is kind of like a sub-city of Toronto. It's like one of the regions. And like literally everyone drives a Corolla there, or like a Honda. So like if you like go to like unlock, you better know for damn sure where you parked in that parking lot, because like I swear to god there's like 100 people there driving silver Corollas, all the same make, all the same model. Like you better know where you parked, because like you might be pressing that unlock button for quite a while. Wait, no, I know, like a Toyota, Honda, I know. I'm just saying a lot of people drive Corollas. I said Toyota and Honda. I know what the manufacturer is. Oh my god. But yeah, pretty much everyone drives the same car, so. Honda Civic. Yeah, I know there's a whole Honda Civic versus Toyota Corolla thing. Oh yeah, Alora has a Honda Civic, so I guess the only way we wouldn't get lost is because of one thing. But pretty much, yeah, by the car, it's like all the same. So, oh, there's Ping and I right there on the picture, see? We were at Gig's build in his garden there. What a coincidence. Anyways, let me put the stills down so you guys can see the inn here. Look at that. So this is the inn in Tuliyola in T-Town. And Sakura basically tried to recreate this, or like pretty much been inspired by it. I don't think you could totally recreate the whole like the inn going into the water, because that's pretty impossible, I think. So I think she did a pretty good job. Like it pretty much is very similar to that. I think it's very cute. It's a nice, cute, small build. It's nice for those Dawn Trail fans out there. But see what she used here? She used the back of the bed. See the back frame of the bed here? As like the shelf here. See? Do you see that? That's cool. So the motif here, guys, is the T-Town bed. T-Town. This is so cute. I love the inn in Dawn Trail, but Too bad Dawn Trail couldn't have been better, but I mean, at least the aesthetic was cool. Oh, Ping, you know about Kanji Queen? You know my sister works near there? She literally picks it up sometimes for us, because, like, it's, like, down the street. Oh, that's actually, you know what? The funny thing about Kanji Queen, Ping, is that Alora came to visit me literally last month, right, in July. And you know, she met my fam and everything. And, like, we had Kanji Queen for dinner. That's a coincidence. So Laura knows what Kanji Queen is too. Yeah, Kanji Queen is awesome. Yeah, we showed her the good stuff. But yeah, this is a very cute build. Sorry guys, I don't have much to talk about this one because it's quite small. But this is kind of what Sauron was talking about. Remember back then when she was talking about her gradient designs? You know, the steak lady? Yeah. It's just nice and peaceful. It's got like the classic inn music that's in all the inns basically. It's really nice. It's a really nice build. You know, not too much glitching to do here, but it's nice and simple. And it's a nice like lore based motif that they're using. It's neat. This is very calming. I like this. The orchestra matches perfectly. Oh, thanks for the resubscribe, Alora. Alora subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 17 months. Holy crap. Currently on a 12-month streak. Holy jeez. Ping says, oh my god, yum. I dream of those turnip... Oh, oh, we should have bought her the turnip cakes. I don't know if Alora would have liked it, but they're darn good. Oh yeah, Alora says it was great. I stole the family faves. Yeah. My brother really liked... Or it was my brother or sister. No, it was my brother. I think he really liked the one dish, and then Alora took it. Strat says all that is left is the glamour dresser. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't have the glamour dresser here, to be honest. Or like even the Amar chest, Strat. Maybe she couldn't fit it in here. Like maybe she wants to keep. I'm guessing she probably ran out of storage space, to be honest, Strat. Like I know it's at 150 now, but maybe like. Maybe she ran out of, like, maybe she just didn't want to put it anywhere. Like, maybe instead of having the bench, she could have had that there, maybe? Like, take out the bench and put, like, the armoire and then the glamour thing on top of it. And maybe it was difficult to float, too. That's the other thing I can think of. But I'm not sure. Yeah, because this is the natural flooring strat, I think, right? So, like... She could have just placed it here, I guess, but maybe it didn't fit the length of this is what I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know why, but I know what you mean. The inn is definitely missing that. I like the custom door, though. That's probably what ate a lot of the slots, too, though, but it is really nice. That's like the 2 closets put together. That's cool. And then she did the same with the trim as well up here. Just kind of jutting out a bit, so it creates that like very thin, like very sleek and clean door frame right there. Is there a book here? I think this is a really cute build. She even did a custom ceiling too. Nice. I know it's nice and simple, but still really, really good. I like this. And look how much trimming she has here. Holy crap. What the heck? Look at how many... Whoa, hang on a second. Look at how many different... things are here. What? That's really well trimmed out. Holy, that's a lot of floating and a lot of space management skills right here. Holy crap, that's actually a very decorative. I didn't notice this at first. Even the lip here too. It's a very decorative thing here. Wow. This is like the bar countertop, and then she's got like several other like little very sleek like lips here. Oh, nice. And even the sides here, too. That frame is awesome. Look at that. That's amazing. Holy crap. Maybe I'll sit here and kind of look out. Okay, let's do something like that. I want to really show off those frames there for the picture because they look really nice. And the whole gradient sunset in general, but those frames there look really, really cool. I'm sure people can kind of take a thing or two away from that. Should I do it like this? Maybe like this. That's a good picture. I'm no Allura, but that's a pretty good picture. Too bad there's no book here. Oh well. Where are we going next, though? I just want to see... Let's see here. Oh, this is still on Belly, yes. This next one is called... I'm gonna put the stills up. This next one's called Apocalyptic Dreams by Yamato. His full name is Kotetsu Yamato. He's a newer designer. I haven't seen this person before. I think this might be one of his first builds. I'm not sure. But it says Apocalyptic Dreams, and the theme behind it, like the motif, is Dreamcore. So I think the real, like the actual Japanese name is Dreams at the End of... Like, no, it was Dreams at the End of the Universe, something like that. But it basically in English is like Apocalyptic Dreams, kind of like foreshadowing kind of dreams. But yeah, we're gonna head on over to Meteor Belly Ass. And I guess this is Shirogane, so let's just teleport over to Kugane right now and head over to Ward 19 Plot 16. If you have seen this build on X, he actually had a mistake on his address. He said Ward 19 Plot 6, but it is in fact Ward 19 Plot 16. So I have adjusted it in the address here so you guys can see when you watch the VOD back, for those of you who are watching in the future. But yeah, it's over Ward 16, not Ward 6. Head on over. Oh, it's the large up top in the main division there for Ward 19. Nice. Oh, sorry, I missed the chat here. What are you guys saying? Laura says they are cakes. Ping response says closer to like rice cakes. Basically white radish puree mixed with potato and cornstarch and steamed and cubed and fried over a wok with exo sauce, red chilies, eggs, scallion, and little shrimpies. Wow, that's a really detailed description, but very accurate, Ping. Laura says, oh, it has shrimp. No, Laura, yeah, she doesn't like seafood. Ping says, that's fine. Their turnip cakes are a unique take on the dish. They have a kanji queen. Usually it's like rectangle blocks instead of cube, and you just pick off pieces with the chopsticks. Yeah, it's kind of like, Allura, it's kind of like it's not really like a dessert, it's more so like a salty treat, I would say. Like a lot of, like Asian food in general, they don't have just like sweet delicacies. They have like, salty, like cakes and stuff as well. They're kind of like it's not really quite a bakery, but it's kind of like, I don't know, Payne explained it very well, but it's like it's just salty. I don't know how to explain it. It's a salty treat thing. Dinner dessert thing. I don't know. A salty dessert. I don't know how to describe that. It does taste good. It like, I didn't like white radish at first, but I think it's like an acquired taste. You just have to get used to it. But it's actually pretty good. And you can like meat mix, like you don't have to mix shrimp in it. You can like put like meat in it, potatoes, whatever, right? It's just typically they do have that. It's like one of the like the normal like recipes, I guess. But some of them do have like different like meat alternatives too, if you don't like shrimp. It just really depends on the place. So yeah, let's just go on inside here and see if it's the right place. Oh my god, making it at home. Oh my god, that would be something else. I'm too lazy for that. I don't know if I would do that. I would just buy it. Oh, it is the right place. Okay, nice. I'm gonna take the stills down, guys. In a second here. Okay. Like I said, this one's by Yamato. It's called Apocalyptic Dreams, or Dreamcore style. I've never done Dreamcore before. I have seen very few designers attempt dreamcore, but I actually think it's quite hard to do because there's not really a set guideline or set reference images on how to do it, just because there's such a large expanse and there's so much variety. It's pretty much anything that your mind can dream of. The thing is, dreamcore mixes a lot of elements that are typically atypically paired together. And I know that's a double negative when I said typically atypically. What I meant was that usually in dreamcore kind of art, they have very dystopian images kind of like mixed together in a collage. So let's say, for example, they'll have like a metal vase in the middle of a medieval castle, or they'll have like a zebra standing on a beach or something, right? Or they'll have some like a white cloak in a gothic build. It's kind of like that, where it's like the items don't match. They usually don't match the interior or the exterior setting, or vice versa. Like, it's usually very sharp contrast where like something doesn't belong in there, basically, is what like dreamcore is all about. And because dreamcore has that much variability, I think it's extremely hard to actually make a cohesive build. A lot of times it can look very chaotic and like kind of disjointed in like a bad way, not like in Mao's way where it was disjointed for a reason because it was like a murder house, right? But it's disjointed in a way where like your mind's just like shooting off in like 20 different directions, and you can't really pinpoint what the theme is because there's like 20 themes mixed together, right? And so in this build, the reason why I want to show this off is I want to introduce dreamcore to fellow designers who haven't seen dreamcore before, because like I said, not many people do this. It's actually quite hard to pull off. But this, and B, is because this person actually did it quite well. So let's just start going through the build here. I've never seen this designer before, Yamato. I'm gonna, maybe some of our JP friends out there, if there's any JP designers watching, maybe send me a DM or send me a DM through X. I know a lot of you guys follow me. If you guys know Yamato, maybe tell him to hit me up or something, because he did a really, really good job on this. See what I mean though? Stone into metal into wood, like the barks, right? And into like vegetation. Like, it's completely atypical. Like, these should not go together ever in a build. Okay, let's see what's going on here. It's almost like I would describe it like a liminal space, kind of like an in-between space, I would say. It's not really quite like, I know a lot of you newer designers won't know like my term in this build. It's like that in-between zone between like heaven and hell, kind of, or kind of like in between like two planes. It doesn't really quite match like a setting on Earth, but it also doesn't quite match a setting in the afterlife. It's kind of like that in-between zone, where like there's lots of thoughts and theories kind of like going off in different directions. And so like visually, in the visual perspective, there's a lot of themes intertwined. So that's why you see kind of like this chaotic nature where there's like, gears kind of like turning here, there's lights blinking, there's vegetation, some overgrown everywhere. Oh, hey, Isa. I thought I saw someone come in earlier. I guess Isa's already explored the whole place. Okay, let's go over here though. Okay. Got a wooden bridge. So keep in mind when I go through this build, it's not meant to really tell a story. It's almost like, well, how I take dreamcore is that, like, it's not really like an apocalyptic dream is usually doesn't foreshadow like the end is coming. It's not really like that. To me, an apocalyptic dream is you have those dreams because, not because some like big bomb is coming. It's not that. It's more so that whoever created this build, especially the artist behind it, they have some strong, intense change in their life. So it's usually like, I'm going to get kind of scientific here, but usually when the types of dreams you're having is usually based on your subconscious. So like, let's say you're feeling extremely nervous about, like, let's say you're about to graduate and go to college, right? Because it's such a major shift in like, from high school to college, maybe you're moving away, living alone for the first time, right? Living in a city far away. Usually in those periods of intense stress or intense change, you'll have these kind of like dream core like kind of dreams, Not necessarily like in this way, but it basically kind of conveys the story that, okay, this person's going through a major change, whether it be good or bad, right? You know, they're grieving the loss of someone, they're moving to a new school, they're changing their eating habits, they're getting really healthy, you know. It's basically kind of like that. I'm gonna just read the comments. I think you guys said a lot. Ping says, I've been looking into how to make it at home. Oh no, that's for the... I thought it was Dreamcore, and that was for the previous thing I read, the turnip cake, right? I ain't trying to buy a big-ass radish at the Asian market just to use 1/4 of it. Yeah, no Asian's gonna do that. You need to make it a deal. You need to make it a deal, man. Saran said, I heard Dreamcore and was popped immediately back. Dreamcore is a subset of the liminal genre. Okay. So she goes on to say, so while liminal is meant to evoke a feeling of nostalgia and something that is missing / wrong from a normally crowded place and feels somewhat creepy, Dreamcore is a subgenre of liminality that is more peaceful. Laura says, I don't know what liminal means. Liminal is kind of like an in-between state, kind of. It's like remember how I was saying before, like, remember my Terminus Found build, the build that I made a couple of years ago? You're kind of like in an in-between state. It's not quite like on a physical plane. You're somewhere in between, and it's kind of like a mystery. Like, things aren't quite like right there. Like, there's a lot of movement and there's a lot of change, is basically what liminal is. So, yeah, so that's basically what, like, Saran echoed to what I was saying. Like, pretty much, like, this is like more peaceful. Like, that's why I was saying it doesn't have to necessarily be chaotic, right? This could have been a very positive, like, experience that Yamato's going through. He wants to probably describe a positive change that's happening in his life. That's why there's the very kind of quiet, mellow, like, orchestrion that doesn't really have any lyrics in it. It's just kind of like little soft orchestrion beats. Very, like, a lot of piano, you know. I know typically this orchestrion in particular is used for, like, more like horror builds and stuff, but you get the point. It's not really, like, supposed to actually have a place in the world. It's just kind of like a feeling that's evoked based on a subconscious, and that could either be good or bad. And in this case, like Saran was saying, it is Dreamcore is more of like a peaceful state of liminality. So it's kind of like a peaceful middle ground / transition. And that's why you have more of the white textures, the light wood, you know, like it's not like dark wood, like charcoal or anything. It's kind of like oak wood, pine wood, a lot lighter woods, right? Like with the antique wall shelves here. You've got like the lighter tree bark here, right? It's more of like a beige color. You've got the white rectangulars, so it's a lot more white, more like positive, right? That's why you've got the overgrown trees. Like, it's still green, it's not dark green, it's kind of like light green. So, like, because you have these, like, lighter images, same with the lighting as well, see with the lighter flowers, you got the lighter lily bells, the lighter walls, you know, the lighter wood accents, then it's typically, like, a more peaceful, positive liminal space that he's trying to evoke, in which he did very well here. Like, Saran hit it bang on. She basically felt what he was feeling through this build. I didn't even have to say anything. She felt it immediately through this build. So yeah, let's just keep going. Okay, you can't get through here. Let's see. Oh, he used the new this is a very popular item. I'm surprised more designers haven't been using this. This build is, I mean, this open, whatever this thing is, the new occult crescent, like, thing, the display case thing, I forgot what it's called. But people have been using this. Remember when we went to Poise last week? Poise had this as her ground, but yeah, this can be used. This display case can be used for a lot of different things. This is, I'd say, in 2026, this is like almost like the MVP for me in terms of an housing item. This is the item to watch if you guys want to really like make some really like awesome builds. Like, this is definitely a staple item to use. I forget what this is called, guys. Do you guys remember? I can't believe I forget what it's called. But it's like some kind of display case that came out in 7.55 during the North Horn Occult Crescent items, and it's one of the Occult Crescent items that you can get. So yeah, this is definitely one to watch, and it's dyeable. So like it dyes very well, it connects very well. There's very limited texture glitching, so it's a very, very useful item to use in a lot of variety of settings. Okay, let's move on. Let's see. Okay, what's up here? Oh, I like how this... It almost looks like a shark pit though, kind of. I'm not sure how quite peaceful this actually is. It looks like this is kind of where you throw bodies into. I don't know. And the piranhas eat you and so I don't know. I don't know why I thought of that. I've been hanging out with the Lord too much. Okay, let's go up here. Oh, I like this like sub level here. It's not quite a floor. See how there's no ceiling here to cover this? It's like a half or a... This is what I was talking about last time too. When you have those like part flooring. Remember when I went to KH's? Co-roommate, right? You know, the woman who usually does a lot of the garden builds. She did the same thing. There's always half sub levels where they don't quite have a ceiling, but it's just enough so you can see like kind of like the level below and above. So it makes the in contrast, it makes the build feel very vertical and very open because there's no limiting like ceiling or floor to completely seal off the level. So that's what I call a sub level or a part level. It just makes the build a lot more interesting and have more depth because there's different, like, you don't expect there to be different things kind of jetting out from the different sides because there's an absence of that, like that upper level there. There's nothing here. So your eyes kind of wander a bit more, and that's basically what he was going for in this build with the Dream Core setting. So, okay. Oh, I like that. Hang on. Look at that backdrop there. Wow. Jeez, like I feel like every single part of this wall is basically like a Jeepo studio. This whole thing. Holy crap. There's a lot going on here with all the different stained glass, the Crystarium wallpaper, the flagstone partitions, bathroom tiles, Enigma partition, lattice screen. Wow, he put a lot of effort making sure it wasn't too chaotic that you'd be lost in it. Alora says, did you just go in a big exclamation for me? No, not just for you. I want, like, well, I guess if you were listening, Alora, I know you're working right now, but I guess if you were listening before, I was introducing Dream Core to people because it is a very rare concept and a lot of people don't do it because it's very hard to do. So I was just trying to introduce this concept or this theme so that newer designers or people who haven't really heard of it before like knew what it was about and like kind of what the objective was. Yeah, I know you weren't listening. I already assumed that. But thank you for the resubscribe. Oh, Dan came by. Dan's her best friend at work, who she loves very much. This is so cool. Oh, wow, she has another area. Whoa, wow, okay, so this wraps all the way around. That's so cool. See, Dream Core, you don't quite know where a level begins and another one ends. Like, it's pretty much just all over the place. It's just whatever path he thinks is right, basically. That's so cool. Wow, okay. You know, normally I would say something about this ceiling. Like, I mean, I can't really criticize because I kind of use basic ceilings too. I'll just throw a couple like flooring mats up there, put some beds on top of them and call it a day. But that's because when I focus on my studios, I focus on the front facing walls and nothing else. So to me, I just need some basic collision, throw it all down, it's done. But he actually did a really good job here. Even though this ceiling is very simple to do, like it's pretty much just all of the daytime sky, like whatever they're called, the phasmascapes you get from the vendors. He just put them all together, right, to make the ceiling. So what, there's like 9 of them maybe? Yeah, there's like 9 of them here, right? He basically just put 9 of them together. But because they bring so much lighting, it's perfect for this Dream Core build, especially this positive Dream Core build, because the light that comes down from it, it's almost like heavenly, kind of, but not quite, right? Because keep in mind, you're still in a liminal space, so it's not quite heavenly, but it's like approaching, right? So that's why it kind of creates a kind of like, I would say it's kind of like a light, soft lighting, but also bright enough where you can physically see the rays somewhat shining down. Now, see, if this was not a liminal space, they could have used other items like those imitation windows that have clear light coming in, or stained glass, clear light coming in. That's much stronger than this, but because it's a liminal space, it's just enough to provide good lighting, but not enough to be overbearing to the rest of the context of this build. And the other thing is too, it provides collision. So if this isn't the top of the build, I think this is pretty much near the top though. I think it goes up maybe a bit higher, because right here, these are like the large railings, right? The railings you see in the large. That, it typically goes up a bit higher, you know? So they could have sealed off maybe a few more feet. But basically, it's like a nice simple way to also provide collision, because none of the phasma escapes that you put up on the ceiling here have any, you can't see through it. It's a really good dual purpose. It provides lighting and it provides collision at the same time, so you don't have to float any beds on top of it. It's just one item, and it's wall mounted, it sticks very well to each other. I like the use of this Amaranth lamp here. It's just so out of place, but it works. Because like I said, it's got the liminal coloring. Same with the jellyfish lamps. It's got that very subtle, strong, bright lighting, but not overwhelming. Same with this Amaranth light here. It's strong, white light, but not overwhelming. Okay. Okay, Queen's Rest with some picture frames. Okay. Oh no, I jumped down. See, I don't even know where I am right now. I'm so immersed right now. Where did I go here before? I don't even know. Is this where the bad kids sit for a timeout? Or is this the entrance? Oh my, see, I didn't even know. I'm like, I'm looking at the side of the build. What the heck? I don't even know where I'm going. I didn't even know I was right here. What the heck? The door is over here somewhere, I think. Yeah, the door's right here. Wow, I didn't even know where I was. Okay, so I went that way last time, I think. Maybe if I go this way. What's up here? Oh, they use the Ishgardian ones here. These are the Ishgardian windows from Imperium. What the heck? What's up here then? Okay, more white rectangulars. The rail and slide partition here for the backdrop. Wait, what's over here then? I'm so confused. Man, my head's starting to hurt. This is some over-analysis right here. Alor says, how dare you? I dare. I dare I. Okay. Okay, using some of the Allegan terminals for some lighting. Okay. More of the Ishgardian windows here with the white rectangulars around them just to frame it out. Wow. Okay, I finally made... Oh, I didn't notice there was this base part here. This is cool. Whoa. Oh, man, I like how the light comes through the... They put phasma escapes and then the lattice partition below it to create that kind of like boxy pattern, which also complements the boxy pattern from the cosmic things here. Holy crap. That's so cool. Whoa, this is really nice. Like I said, guys, not everyone's cup of tea. It's a bit chaotic, right? There's a lot of stuff going on here. There's a lot of overgrown patterns, a lot of kind of mismatched of atypical items, but it's still done well. Like, a lot of Dreamcore builds can go horribly wrong. Who's this? Oh, it's Isis still. She just changed. This is so cool. Oh, I love how instead of trying to force the Enigma partitions together, because most likely what had happened was these two alone weren't long enough to cover this gap here, so they actually used jail partitions in between to kind of cover that slot, so there wasn't just like a gap in the partitions, right? But also they didn't want to cover it up with the white rectangular because it could have texture glitched through the Enigmas and it wouldn't have looked as clean either. With the jail partitions, or with the jail partitions here, at least you're like, oh my god, what's on the other side? Like it just adds to the whole Dreamcore concept. So it was really nicely done there, the transition piece right here. Okay, we should take a G-post here somewhere, I said, but can we get up here though? Like, what's up here? Can we jump up here? Oh my god, we can. Whoa. Okay, what's up here then? Oh, is this... Have I ever been up here before? I don't think so. Okay. Got some marimba lamps for lighting up here with the jellyfish lamps. And got the blue hue. It's the blue hue, the blue doors, the blue, like, tarp thing here, right? It pretty much all goes with that blue kind of texture up at the top here. And then the blue sky, of course, from the Starry Sky Phasmascapes. Or not the Starry Sky Phasmascapes, the daylight ones. Oh, this was the balcony that was across from the middle. Holy crap. This is very, very well done. Wow. This is, it's amazing here. Alora says, wow, for once I didn't cause you a headache. Yeah, for once. Thanks so much. Isa says, this is very cool. Yeah, it is very cool. Like, it's just so different, right, Isa? It's not your typical... It's literally just like thoughts like jetting off, like, you know, like thoughts slash paths jetting off everywhere, if you will. Wow. Okay. Let's take a G pose here. Where did Isa go? I lost Isa. Probably will take one here just because I think this is probably the best angle I can probably get. Oh, there she is. I don't know what emote I should do. Oh, she's sitting down? Maybe, okay. That's a pretty good picture. I like that. It shows off like a lot of the different levels, and you can kind of see how everything is very chaotic around there. Okay, perfect. Maybe I'll retake. Actually, I'm gonna retake this now that she's doing this. Actually. Oh no, she moved. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We gotta move on anyways. That was funny though. Is there a book here? I said, did you see one when you came in? I don't remember if I saw one or not. Let me just see. I don't think I did, but I could be wrong. Oh shoot. I'm under the build now. Okay. Oh, it's outside. Okay. Let me just port to the front then, because I'm getting lost in here already. Alright. Oh, here. Thanks, Isa. Okay, so... It's a room? Oh yeah, there's room. This is amazing. Good job. Highest quality housing. Yes, it is highest quality housing. Nice. Well, I hope Yamato success in, you know, all of his future builds. That was a really... like, a very confident attempt at Dreamcore, and I think he did it very well. Because I've never seen the designer before. I could be mistaken, he could have designed before, but I think he's relatively new because I haven't really seen anything from him ever, so okay. Even the garden's nice too. Wow, he did a nice job here. Jeez. I still need someone to design my garden. Alora, I know you designed the garden for my house, but like, I don't know. We need like a real garden designer. Awesome. I've seen more and more people use this new item now. It's pretty cool. I kind of wish it extended longer though and it wasn't so short. But I guess I can see the point of it though, because if they made it too long, it would have been too obstructing if they had like other items they want to put and they didn't have quite as large of a yard here. Like if you're in a small, this takes up a lot of space, right? So... okay, ice is over there. Okay, where are we going now? Okay. we are actually heading over to NA now. We have 2 builds on NA and 1 build on Materia left. So hopefully, I hope Saran and Noah are still here. They probably left by now because it was so long. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't expect all these people to be in chat and everything, so I had to answer everyone's questions. But okay, so I have the address here now for wait, but Saran, Saran's is private though. I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna have to. Yes, Saran's is private. So we'll go to Saran's first, and then we'll head over to Noah's after this, because Noah so graciously opened the doors for us this morning. So I'm very happy that Saran knew as well that both you guys returned my my messages. So oh Noah, you're back. Shoot. Wait, but Saran, your address is private, isn't it? Your address, I just want to confirm, right? Because I know you didn't include it in your post. Because I usually Sauron's builds are private, so I just want to respect that. But Noah, yours is public though, right? Because I know you use it for your streams, but like, can I reveal it or not? Like, if I don't know if anyone's gonna come with me or not to this build. Like, if any NA peeps are on right now. But I just want to ask both Saran and Noah. Like, I know Sauron's probably private, but I just want to make sure before I post anything. Okay, so I'm just gonna organize this out first. 24. Yes, his is private. Oh, Noah's you're not private, or it is private? Oh wait, I don't even know now. Wait. Oh wait, no, I don't know actually. Well, we're going to Sauron's first, so I don't know what Noah meant, if he meant it was private or not. But I can at least give the name of Sauron's build because it has been on Twitter. Oh, it's not private. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify first if it was just like, just for your openings. I didn't want to like step on any toes or anything, right? So let me see. Wait, hang on a second. I thought I had it bookmarked though. Wait, Noah, you never posted your build though, I don't think, right? I think I would have saw it by now if I did. I don't think you did. I don't remember seeing one. Let's see here. Oh, that's what it's called. Taranja. Is that how you say it? Taranja? I feel like I say all of your build names wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if I butcher the name, Saran. Like, I just, like... It's so bad. Oh, jeez. Alright. Let me just at least post Saran's, whatever. That's basically what it is. Like, the actual title is... Oh, Taranha. Oh, Taranha. Okay. Oh my god, Alora, you had so many chances, okay? But, yeah. It's fine. At least you're in the stream. But yeah, it's basically kind of like a wood nature cabin. And, yeah, let's go visit. He likes to sneak in these while I'm working out, pretty much. Okay, I'm just going to put the stills up, and then we're going to head over to NA, guys. Alright. So like I said, guys, 2 more NA builds, and then 1 build of material to close it up. Let's head over to NA. Taranha. Okay, Taranha. Okay. Is that a Spanish name for something, Sauron? Taranha. Oh, it means grapefruit. So do you like grapefruit personally, or like... I guess I'll ask you when I get to the build why it's called grapefruit. I'm curious now. You do have very unique titles for your build, so I'm always curious what the reasoning is behind it. So many. You just told me last night. No, I mean like there's been like other opportunities where we could have visited his build, but yeah, I guess. I used to think grapefruit was pretty horrible too, but it's actually not too bad. Are you just do you like oranges at least, Alora, though? Uh, oh, Noah says, yeah, I haven't had a chance to post it. Oh, it's public knowledge now after the grand opening. Okay, good. Noah says, I haven't posted, but I post on yard build too. Yeah, I think it's like for you, it's almost like you don't really have the time to, right? I think that's like really the main thing. No, it's like you already have so many other things going on, especially the IRL stuff. I totally get it. It's just too much. Like there's just too much going on, right? Uh, yeah, I haven't even built in like over a year, so I mean, like just like whatever. Well, that's why now we have people building for us, basically. Laura and I were just like, yeah, you guys can build. We'll just come visit. It's totally fine. Sauron says, I do like the smell of it, so she means grapefruit, right? The Toranha. But I haven't had it in forever, so honestly, I don't know if I like it, haha. My logic was, the orange tones in this is reminding me of Toranha. But wait, grapefruit's not orange though. I thought grapefruit was like, wait a second, I'm gonna sound so stupid. Grapefruit's not orange though, Sauron. Right? I thought it was like, and no, I don't think it's grape, okay? I know it's not grape, but like, I don't think it's orange though. Isn't it like, I'm gonna look this up before I embarrass myself. This is crazy. It's not orange, like an orange though. Hang on a second. No, well the outside's orange, but yeah, like the inside's like more like reddish, right? Oh, thank God I wasn't completely wrong. Jeez. Yeah. I haven't had grapefruit in a while, but yes, the outside is orangey. But yeah, grapefruit's kind of like the bitter orange, kind of. So it's like, ooh, yeah. But and I'm sorry, guys, I have to keep this muted because I don't even want to reveal where the location is at all, like because I don't want to give any kind of hints whatsoever. So I'm almost there. I'm just gonna make sure to get to the build, get inside, and then turn on the music and put the stills down once I get inside Sauron's build, because I don't want to reveal any kind of information whatsoever about it. Okay, so I'm almost there. But it's okay, you guys are talking about grapefruits and stuff and how much you love them, so I think we're fine right now. Um, oh shoot, I'm in the wrong place. Um, Noah says I do want to post about it and other things, but yeah, it's just something that I haven't had the chance to do yet. Had other priorities. If anything, right now. If anything, it'll be lovely to have you visit because it will help people to see it. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, pretty much like yeah, because I know for you, Noah, you like to keep them locked just because like you just don't want any randoms just being there, right? I totally get that. But I think eventually I don't know when this would be, Noah. Honestly, at some point, I know you expressed interest in coming back on. Like I know we want to do that like the other time because I know the first time we did it, it was kind of rushed because I think you had to go somewhere and then we had to go somewhere before that. So like we didn't really have like too much time to analyze all of your builds because I know you and I like to talk a lot about them especially. Um, but I just don't really realistically know if Alora and I are really gonna have that much time to actually schedule something. Like I think it would be nice to have you back on again, Noah. But it's just like we're so busy. Like, and I know you're busy too. So one of these days it will happen. It will happen one of these days, but like I think I'm gonna have to take a week off and just have like a 72-hour stream or something to go through everything. That's pretty much. But at least we're getting this now, so so like at least some people can kind of see your stuff, especially those people who are a bit newer too. Like if you don't know about like Noah's stuff, like pretty much like Noah was basically like the reason I even got into housing. Like so, I'm just very humbled that like he even allowed us to like see this build. So like on our stream. So thank you, Noah, again for opening that for us. Like so like last minute. But yeah, let me go over. Sorry, I'm still not there yet, guys. This is just I've been talking way too much. Okay. Am I there now? No. No, I'm still not there yet. Wow. Okay. But yeah, it is very bitter, Alora. I definitely like oranges a lot better. I'm into clementines because they're just nice and easy to eat. You don't have to cut them. They're already pre-made, you know. You just have to peel the skin, that's it. All right. Noah says I'd love to come back sometime, but also if you guys got other things scheduled, that is a-okay. Yeah, we're just gonna have to like figure it out when basically. It's just unfortunately in my just also because like you know how like we used to do like the regular like the weekly Sunday streams and whatever. Like I can't really do that much anymore no nowadays because like the new position that I have at the hospital, I'm like way more busy than I ever was. So like and it's like good busy, right? Like it's going well, but it's just like yeah, that priority is just way higher than what I'm doing now and it's just like we just don't really I don't really have like I'm like mostly always there. So that's basically what it is, yeah. So but one of these days we'll soon TM we'll get something scheduled in somewhere. Okay, now I gotta stop talking, get my ass over there so that you guys can actually see this. Wow. Okay. Saran says, I can't believe my build's name generated this much grapefruit discourse. We should make a poll on who likes or dislikes. You know, let me just make one right now, since I'm already on the way to your build. We'll just do it right now. Right gosh damn now. We'll just do it right now. Okay. Where is this? Grapefruit discourse. That's a good one. We'll have to make a grapefruit like you know below the community chat in our housing talk discord we'll have to make a group chat as well so we can talk about it in more detail. Okay, let's I think it's the right place. Yes, it's the right place. I'm gonna unmute this now and you know take down the stills. Nice. So Saran, since you're here, I know you kind of explained the whole like Taranha slash grapefruit discourse and like how you kind of like just thought of like the oranges and stuff like throughout the build, but like I guess what made you decide to make this kind of like nature cabin stuff? Like I know you do tend to use a lot of like these wood and stone kind of textures in your build, like but like what specifically made you like want to do this kind of build? Because I also seen that you've been doing a lot of like renovations as well, like recently. You've been updating a lot of the builds that you've had previously and kind of like using the upgraded item slots and stuff. But like, is this like a completely fresh build then? Like it's not an update, right? This is a completely new build. Like I'm very curious as to why you chose like the cabin thing this time. Hmm. Okay. Nice. I always call these the Danny couches. It's the classic couches. Ooh. I like the orchestrion that you used here as well. It's very calm. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alora, Sauron has an orchestrion. This is amazing. Did Alora leave? I can't believe she's missing this. Jeez. Sauron has an orchestrion. Wow. Yeah. I think we went too harsh on her the last time with the orchestrion, shame. She's like, man, I gotta put one in now or else. Okay. So, Saran says so I asked Saran why she did cabin this time and if it was a new build or not. So she says this is a fresh one, but it is a calm request, so a commission. What made me want to do it is because I wanted to decorate a small with an interesting layout to make use of the slot increased. Oh, okay. So like, did your client particularly kind of like want to have like a suburbanish kind of cabin? And like, the other thing is, did they have like specifics of what they wanted, or they kind of let you do a free reign? I always like when they don't give you much limitations, so you can kind of explore, especially with the new housing items that came out recently. Yeah, there's a lot more you can do, right? Saran says Dani's been upping her layout game a lot, and I'm inspired to do better. Yeah, Saran, I'm not sure if you saw. Was it like last week or a couple weeks ago? I don't remember now. But I visited Dani's Book Nook build recently, and that was the one that had a lot of verticality. It was pretty much like, you know, it was like 3 or 4 stories, I believe, and it was like, I've never seen Dani do that kind of layout ever. Like, she usually has a much more horizontal layout. I think I've only seen one other build from her where she built vertically, and that was when she was on Housing Talk back in 24. But that was like a really old build back from like 2022, I think. But other than that, I haven't seen her do something like this. So I'm kind of glad that, like I said before earlier in the stream, that veteran designers are still learning. They're still experimenting. You know, they're still, like Saran saying, she's still trying to like improve her layout, improve her like layering a bit, improve her texturing. Same with Dani as well. She's released recently some builds that are kind of like quite different from what she normally does. So it's very refreshing to see, and still nice to see that the veteran designers are still putting like that equal amount of effort and passion into it, and that's what we like to see. So Saran says, and they did want living, kitchen, bed, and bathroom, and I was like, god damn. Laura says, was there a poll? I missed it. Sorry, working. No, I didn't put the poll up yet. I was too busy having Saran explain what was going on here. So now my question is, I'm curious how the bathroom is, because I know you did say earlier when we went to the Chainsaw Man build by Tama that everyone's been upping their toilet game lately. So I'm very curious now if you were alluding to the fact that your toilet was like maybe like very well done or was very intricate, your bathroom. I guess we'll have to see and find out. Okay. Wait, Sauron, where's the toilet? Wait, hang on a second. Wait, what? Is this the toilet here, Sauron? Like this? Do they go in the bathtub too? Wait, I don't get this. Wait, where's the toilet? Wait, am I missing something? Hang on a second. Is there a toilet out here? Hang on, wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, I just read what she said. I haven't upped my toilet. I should do it, but what do you mean? What do you mean you haven't upped your toilet? You don't even have one. What? Wait a second here. Hang on a second. There's literally no toilet in here. Actually, to be fair, your client didn't ask for a toilet. In your description, they did just say bathroom, and bathroom doesn't technically have to have a toilet in it, right? Because it's a bathroom. Like, it's a room with a bath in it, right? So technically, you did meet the requirements, right? So they don't need a toilet. Wait, you've never made a toilet before? I've just never noticed then, I guess. Wait, I think she might be right. I don't think she's ever had a toilet. I don't know why I didn't find it strange until now. Maybe because we were talking about the toilet game now. I don't know. That's weird. Yes, he said bathroom. Yeah, it's a compound word. It's bathroom. Not bath and toilet room. Bathroom. So yes, you did meet the criteria. Alora says, yes, bath is what? Built-in bidet. Yeah, pretty much. Like, look. I mean, why is it steamy, though? I mean, I'm not even going to ask. Yeah, I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to appreciate this beautiful bathroom and then I'm going to appreciate this beautiful bathroom and then leave now. I like that wall though. You know, you guys have been using this. What is this partition called? I keep calling it wrong. I've seen Noah use it, Sauron's used it, Danny's used it, Dakota, like literally everyone ever has used this. Like, what is this thing here? Is it like a potted plant rack, or what is it called? What is this item called, guys? Like, I don't know what this item is called. I see it everywhere. This one right, the one with all the slats here. What is that? Noah says just hold it for suspense. Yes. Alora says they had a steamy poo. Yeah, it's already pretty much like, see, like all the glass walls here are all like, all the evaporations on it because it was so steamy. Sauron says it's part of the new Everkeep furnishings. Noah says Everkeep partition, if I recall correctly. And then Lot says Everkeep. Okay, thanks, guys. So it looks like it's called Everkeep partition. Yeah, they've been doing damn good on their housing item release. It's been like crazy. It's so funny because Alora and I were like, oh my god. Like, people are always asking us like, oh my god, Alora, ISO, the housing update. And Alora and I are just like, yeah, whatever. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Oh yeah, my throat's fine. Yeah. I kind of injured my throat a couple days ago. But yeah, it's fine now. I don't know what happened. It was just... you know how sometimes when food goes down the wrong way and then like you accidentally scrape the side of your throat and it just like kind of hurts? It's a lot better now. It doesn't hurt anymore, thank God. But... yeah. You know, every time I look at Sauron's builds, it makes me think, why can't why can't the devs make glass finally? Like, I know we've spoken about this before on other streams, but like, is there actually like a coding reason or like a memory, like maybe it's too intensive, the memory? Like, why can't there be glass? Like, I just don't like how you have to kind of like do things to simulate glass when it should just be a texture that's already included in the base of the game. Like, if you have wood, right? You have wood, you have stone, brick, right? Metal, steel. Like, why isn't there glass? Like, after all this time? I don't know. I'm not a dev, so I don't know how that actually goes, but like, come on, guys. Glass is one of like the most like... I know it's made, it's like man-made, but it's one of the most like common household like textures that you could have, right? I mean, glass, come on, guys. Like well, how do you just have like no glass on your windows, you know? Like, it just makes sense. I don't know. Sauron says, but my personal challenge right now, my builds, is to make more better layouts, more places to explore, more things to interact with. Yeah. Like, this is what I was kind of saying on my last couple streams. Like, pretty much, like, even, like, it's not the end of the world that we don't have, like, every kind of texture in the game. I'm not, like, sitting here whining, saying, oh, why isn't it, like, you know, like, I just think, like, eventually glass would be a thing, right? Just because it's such a common, like, texture in like a house, in a real house, right? But Saran is kind of right too, because it's like, if you don't have any kind of limitations, you almost can't get better. Like, you have to have some set of limitations in place for you to actually be able to improve within those limitations. Like, that's why for me, like, I really like building in smaller spaces, because it forces me to like kind of bring my ideas to light, like to like put more emphasis on what I need to emphasize, especially when it's a GPO studio, because a lot of the lighting does matter and how like I like position my structures and stuff so that people can take G poses with like a nice backdrop. So like, in a way, it's good that we don't get like every item slash texture ever, but like, I guess for me it's like glass is just such a common staple like part of interior design that like it just doesn't make sense that it's not there. Noah says they have glass in places like Solution 9 and even in things like showcases. So it's in the game, but for whatever reason, they won't really give it to us readily. Well, see, that's what I'm saying too. Like I know some people are saying, okay, maybe they don't have the memory storage space or the capacity to render that, right? But they've already proven from the item slot increase that things were flickering and disappearing, but then they fixed it, right? So obviously it's not a memory issue, like how that actually displays. Because you're right, in the actual MSQ and in the cities, they have actual glass things, and showcases have been out for like 1,000 years, right? So it's like, why can't they just make a glass sliding door or like a glass pane? Like, I don't understand this. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. One day it will happen, but I don't know when that will be. But I mean, at least they're actually making housing improvements these days, and it's not like years ago when it was just like, oh, we don't care about you guys. You know, so at least they're showing that they kind of care now, so that's like kind of good, you know. Saran says, real reason they're afraid it will blow the servers when I find a way to use glass reflection for lighting effects. I mean, I don't know if that's like a hot take or that's like you're being sarcastic, but that could also be the reason too, right? Because I think they also know that, but like, I don't know though. It's just kind of like, I don't know. Like, what I do know is that like, I'm pretty sure the devs teams watch 14 creators, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's like the only way they can actually like get like actual like stats on like what people actually want, because like you can put out as many surveys or like have as much feedback as you can, but like I think to actually gauge like what the community like wants, like they pretty much have to watch content creators to see. But you know what I still don't get though is that they're still so focused on JP stuff that's just like, guys, like you have an entire market in NA and EU. Like, I mean, this is kind of insane. Like, so I don't know. I guess Noah, what I think it is, possibly, and Saran, like, I feel like they're so resistant to change. Like, they don't want to make any sudden moves kind of thing. But guys, it's been like 14 years. I mean, how much more sudden can you be over a decade? Like, a decade and a half, right? I mean, like, it's kind of like, guys, like, it's just glass. It's not like we're asking for, like, you know, like 7 ultimate rates in a row and, like, you know, like 20,000 glams, right? It's like, guys, we just want a basic interior design that's in every single house ever. But yeah. Sorry, I didn't even really analyze this build. I'm so sorry. Oh, jeez. All I know that is from, well, Soran, like I still remember way back when Laura and I first interviewed you, like you were our first guest, and you literally explained to us the whole color theory thing, and we're like, what the heck? Like, I was just like, I didn't know people thought this deeply about it. Like, I guess Noah, you probably do that too, like what Saran does, like just literally how to like pick like the base colors and stuff, and just somehow like seeing what works. I don't know. For me and like Alora, we're just like, oh, like let's just put this item down and see what happens. Oh, now it's a build, you know. But it seems like you guys always have a pretty like thought out process. Like, you'll see when we go to Noah's build after this, like, I don't know how you guys think. Like, I really appreciate that you guys are friends of ours and stuff, and you guys have given us so much insight, like, over the years, but, like, damn, like, just damn, like, how do you guys think like this? It's actually insane, like, how your layouts even come to be. Like, Saran, do you, like, for instance, Saran, I don't even know if I even asked you, Saran, like, do you have floor plans for your builds, or you just kind of, like, build it along? Because I know when I've spoken with, like, Nakota and Danny, like, when they were on the show, and, like, I think Rem, too, like, they actually make floor plans. I'm just like, man, this is, like, so insane. I don't know if I'd ever just, like, draw up, like, some grid paper and be like, oh, okay, let's build a floor plan, guys. You know, so I guess it is much different for you guys, though, Saran, because you guys are our commissioners, so, like, I guess, like, you do have to have some kind of plan, right? Like, an interface. But, like, when I'm building, I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna put this random locker down on the ground and see what I can transform it into. Kind of like a ditto, you know? What shape am I gonna mold this into it today? And then I'm just gonna go from there. Noah says, well, that's a bit of a Japanese thing overall. there's ways that Japan is in the future, but then there's a lot of ways aspects of their society are stuck in the past. So in a way, if it is a company cultural thing, that kind of tracks. No, I see what you mean, because it's like there's certain things like, yeah, it is frustrating because there's certain ways that the Japanese culture does things, and like they can be a bit more conservative, I guess, than like people in the West over here. So like if they have some like long-standing tradition on how they do things, especially in a corporate setting, I won't see them changing, basically, right? Is what you're saying. Like even if they know that we're more progressive, they still won't do it because based on their like tradition and how their culture actually works, they most likely won't change, no matter what the feedback is. And that's probably why they still stick with the whole like traditional like Japanese stuff, right? That makes sense, but it is still frustrating. I mean, you are a game company. I feel like games in general are a bit more progressive than well, I guess like I know it's everyday life. They can't really combat that, but I hope that's not the case, and I hope it is just. I kind of hope it's just like maybe either a lack of insight or ignorance, and they can because if that's the case, they can improve that, right? If it's something like they're ignorant about it, they can always learn about it. But I feel like I feel similar to you too, where if it's like if it is a cultural thing, they probably won't change. It will take a very long time for them to change that kind of mentality. Saran says, I think you give me too much credit on how orderly I am in my creative process, when it looks like more I am possessed by insanity for a bit, and then things are done. Yeah. I guess, you know what, Saran? I think it's because I don't build builds like you, so I think that it's a lot more complex of a process than it is, you know? And that's probably why, because it's an unknown, it's like a question mark in my head, right? So I don't really know how you approach this. So it is actually good to get like more of a first-hand insight, like a live insight on what you actually think, because it doesn't just help me. Like the reason why I'm asking all these kind of like deeper questions is because I want like especially newer designers or other designers who are watching the stream / VOD to kind of take in the conversation that we're having, because it could ultimately help them in the end, like how they approach things, and it could better their confidence when it comes to design, or like how to like approach things in a different way. Because like like I said before, all of our approaches are going to be different. You're never going to have one like size fits all when it comes to like how to approach building things. So it is kind of nice to hear from like other designers who have been around for a while and to see what you guys kind of like go through. So it is kind of like comforting knowing that it's not like everyone just has like a master plan, you know? So, because like Alora and I sure do not have a master plan. Like we just build in spurts, and like Alora usually is just like, oh my god, the deadline's coming in a month. Let me just start the day before and then get it done in 3 hours. Okay, perfect, done. And then it's like amazing after that. Yeah. Noah says, sometimes I do sketch it out, but honestly, a lot of it is more trial and error and based then on how it feels, which is hard to articulate. Okay, so Noah is more like Alora and I than I thought then, and maybe Saran too, honestly, about how you guys build, because we're kind of the same. Well, I would say like I'm kind of the same way, where it's just kind of like I usually start with the music, like to set the tone. Like I start with an orchestrion always, usually, and kind of like tailor my building style / like approach to that, like how I feel based on the music. I know it sounds so ridiculous, but like that's basically how I get my feel for it, which it is difficult to articulate because it's not something that is tangible that you can actually like visually show someone how something feels, because you can't really show that to someone, right? What you can show is a floor plan, so that's much easier to articulate. So I know what you're talking about, Noah, and I'm sure like Sauron probably knows, and Alora definitely knows, but like, yeah, that's why when people ask me like, how do you approach it? It's like, I try to explain the best that I can, but honestly, the best way that you should approach housing is how you feel about it ultimately at the end of the day. Like, there's only so much advice you can take from people, because like Noah was saying, there's some things that are very difficult to articulate because it's not tangible. So it's like, it's almost like you have to keep doing that trial and process error, like, you know what I was saying about layering items together, layering different lighting together, you know, trying out new layouts. It's literally probably like the most effective way to actually find out what you can do and what you can't do and what you like and what you don't like. And that's like probably the biggest tip that I can give to anyone. Just like keep trying and keep at it. It's probably like the best way for yourself, just to keep training yourself. Saran says, but this is a tip for any designer struggling. Okay, so this is a good PSA for any designers out there struggling with how to start a build. Study a lot of IRL interiors. So she's saying references, photos, how they combine colors and textures. Pinterest is so good at helping visualize how to start a corner of layout. Yeah, no, I know that too, because I know when Noah used to do is when he used to do a lot more of the housing tours and the housing like concepts and like, you know, housing tutorials way back when, before he started getting very busy with his DJ stuff. Like, I remember him touching on that kind of stuff as well, Saran, where it's like, I think Noah, I believe you were saying before you use stuff like mood boards and stuff too, or that was like an option. Like, see, that doesn't really work for me, but Saran is right though. Like, if you are starting and you really just don't know where you're starting, Pinterest is a really good, you know, also free way that you can kind of categorize visually like different, like how different layouts, how different references like lay out together, and you can like kind of like move them around to like different portions of the screen too. So at least you can kind of like lay it out like, oh, this is like if I'm gonna do like a red and white build, this is like if I'm gonna do a garden build. You can literally put like 20 garden photos all similar looking, or like whatever inspires you, and then you can kind of like visually look at it like a board, and then while you're building, so you can kind of like connect the dots in a way. So yeah, Saran is right. The Pinterest is a very good source to do that. It, like, you know, for reference. But like I said, again, it really depends on like how you actually learn. Like, if you're a visual learner, an auditory learner, kinetic learner, it just really depends, and you won't know until you try. So all this advice that like everyone's giving in chat now, like, keep it up. It's really good. I really appreciate that, because like we don't know everything. Like Laura and I, that's why we have a community. We want to just like be able to like have people openly have these discussions and openly talk about what, you know, what you can do, what you can help people out with. Laura says, man, it sounds like work. Yeah, literally. Noah says, there's good and bad aspects to being slower and more methodical, in brackets, or stubborn, to change things. Some keeps beautiful traditions alive, and some makes things unnecessary hard to improve. It's a complex thing for sure. Yeah, like, I would say the one pro aspect I would say about like JP kind of designs and JP culture, like in housing particularly, and in the game particularly, like, you know, like how people like behave in like Party Finder and stuff, like it's night and day compared to like NA. Like, there's actual order. Like in PF, you won't ever get those like troll PFs. Like, if you troll on JP, you're like blacklisted. Your name is like on all the lodestone posts. Like, you'll be completely blacklisted if you start trolling in JP, and nobody will play with you. That's how bad it is. Like, they'll literally like smear your face. They'll smear your lodestone ID everywhere and say, do not like play with this person. Just blacklist them immediately. So, in a way, like on JP, they're very orderly and very respectful of other people's time. So in that case, it's good, because like you'll never really like it's harder to get screwed over, basically, because like everyone's like respecting everyone, so no one just like will just give up and start like feeding and stuff like randomly, or else they'll just get kicked like immediately, right? Or like blacklisted. So Noah's right, there are certain good things that like keep their system like running well, but it's the whole change aspect, I think, is what they struggle with, which is the unfortunate part. It is like a lot of like very good strengths, but also very, very like bad weaknesses too. Laura says not 3 hours. What do you mean not 3 hours? What are you talking about? Noah says, and yeah, I agree with Saran, absolutely. It's great to reference material from all over the place, not just other 14 builds. Yeah, because like there's only so many like places you can really look at inside the game. Like, a lot of these, like especially like remember I was talking earlier about like modern builds, contemporary builds, they're based off of real architectural designs, like how like real interior designs actually made. So like without all of that prior reference or like outside world reference, you can't, like, you're not really building that in the game. So like it has to start from somewhere basically. Like, so it is a really good idea to look at outside references. But also one really good thing is if you really ever feel like you're stuck in like a housing bind or a housing crunch and you feel like you've hit that wall, like all designers have hit that wall. Like I know everyone in this chat, we've all hit some kind of mental or creative wall. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just completely log out from the game, go for a walk, hang out with your friends, you know, play another game, do something completely different. Like, don't even look at the housing for a while. And sometimes you think of the best ideas when you're not even thinking about that idea. Like, it will just come like an epiphany to you, like that. And once you have that idea down, then you can go back in with a fresh mind, fresh set of eyes, and then continue building. Like sometimes you just need that disconnect. Like I can't stress this enough. Like you cannot force creativity. I've learned this the hard way myself. Like Alora knows, like this whole year I've been trying to force myself to build something, but I can't. Like I'm so this whole year I've been so hyper focused on trying to force my creative process that I think I've done more harm than good. So now that I'm not even really thinking about designing anymore, now I've been thinking of a lot more designs than I have when I was hyper obsessing over it. So that's why I'm just telling you guys from personal experience, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have hit this wall too. Just take a break. It's totally okay. The game is still going to be here. Hey, your house is still going to be here. Just make sure to log in every so once in a while, but like just take a breather and you'll be fine. I promise you. Okay, let's see. 3 days. Noah says, okay, oh, that's not weird at all. I do the same. Like when I was building Glimmerglade, which is garden theme. So Glimmerglade's actually the build that we're going to eventually get to after this, after Sauron's. I was listening to a lot of really melodic, pretty music. And when I was building Obsidian, it often did listen to like warehouse techno. Or I often did listen to like warehouse techno. Helps to get into the atmosphere / mindset of this space. I absolutely do use mood boards. I always look around on Pinterest for ideas. Okay, so again, like Noah's agreeing with Sauron, right? Pinterest for the mood boards to visually organize like the reference ideas. And then again, echoing off of what I said about like the mood, right? Like sometimes music, especially with the orchestrion, like the in-game orchestrion, it can really help guide your way through a theme if that's what your theme aligns with. So it always is really good, like I said, to include natural sources as well to pair when you're building. So Sauron says, for this build, for example, my challenge was to get all the important elements, in brackets living, kitchen, bed, bath, in a pretty small area. So it was very good to search for tiny home layouts in Pinterest, and that was very helpful in sizing the rooms. Noah says, personally, I think a lot of my builds are having different zones, in quotes, and I kind of mood board for each area. So like, for example, dance floor, bar, tables, seating, and coming up with interesting concepts for each area. And then it's about kind of weeding through those ideas and trying to figure out how they would all be able to converge cohesively. Alora says, sweet, when are we going to have that epiphany session? It's not a session, Alora. An epiphany comes when it comes. We can't just be like, hey guys, let's all meet for our epiphany session at 7 p.m. sharp. And this epiphany will come at 7:01 sharp. For every single one of us. That's not how it works. It will come when it comes. Fine. You host an epiphany session then, Alora. We'll see who even shows up. Maybe everyone will show up and they'll all blame you when they don't get an epiphany. Or maybe they all will and I'll be wrong. Who knows? There's always a chance, I guess. Yeah, but what Noah's saying with the concept areas, though, I guess in a sense it is different, because I know... I'm sorry, Soren. I know I didn't explain anything. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, but you guys have been bringing up a lot of good points. I think this stuff is like pretty much why we do Housing Talk. It's very useful information for any designer out there. But what I was saying, oh yeah, Noah saying like a stomach, it happens when it happens. Yeah, like epiphany just happens when it happens. But what I was gonna say was like, I know Noah, like when you were, was it at the garden party? I think it was at it must have been at Glimmerglade, like on Sunday. I remember you asked me, was it this Sunday? Or I think maybe it was the opening. I forget when it was, but recently I remember you asked me, ISO, would you ever consider doing a venue? I think that was during the grand opening. And I don't, like I kind of responded to you before, like I have been asked to do it, but I just don't like, I don't know. I really like building for myself because, like I said, my passion comes from like spurts, like how I'm feeling. But also, I guess I never really gave it a solid try though, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've ever given a venue a solid try. I mean, I guess I could be convinced. I mean, I guess we could do one. I mean, our Housing Talk studio that Alora and I have on Kraken, we could do in that large, but I don't know. I just really haven't been in the mood for designing, period. So I don't know if I'm ever going to actually attempt that. If it's not something you're interested in, then 100% is okay too. Yeah, like I think I'd be open to it. I just have been so like not designing recently that I don't know if I'd ever attempt it. Like soon, I mean. I'm not completely closing myself off from it. Like it's the same with Modern too. I never gave a solid try at Modern, so I don't actually know if I like it or not, right? So like these are always things that like I may do in the future. Like I'm open to doing it, but I'm just not sure when that would be. Yeah. Anyways. We went to the washroom. Sorry, Sauron, I didn't really analyze this build too much, but I did. I guess we got a lot of good combos from this. I need to take a picture somewhere here. Well, I'm surprised he found all this really green pictures to fit everything, actually. That must have been kind of hard to do, I think. I don't even know if I've seen this one before. I don't even know where it's probably from Island Sanctuary or something. Yeah. I really like this wall here, but I'm thinking what's the best angle to capture everything. Oh, I didn't even notice this at the end of the bed. You know what I like about you, Saran? You always somehow make a better bed than the last one. I swear, every single one of Saran's beds are completely different. Like, she always switches it up, like, when it comes to the bedpost, like, on the headboard and, the end here. She always switches it. I don't think I've ever seen a single bed that's been exactly the same. Nice. Maybe I'll get this wall here, or... Take a quick screenshot here. All right. Cool. Okay, so I guess we should head over to Noah's build finally. I'm so sorry for that, guys. We just went on these crazy long discussions, but I'm glad that we had those discussions because I'm sure that they would help quite a few of you. It definitely helped me kind of like put things into perspective a bit for myself. So hopefully those conversations did help. And like I said, like I said many times before, this VOD's pretty much always on Twitch, and for sure on YouTube. So you guys can always like catch up on these conversations yourselves like later on. Let's see. So yeah, this next one is going to be a public build. I'm just gonna put the stills up here though. This one is by the wonderful Noah, who is in our chat now. Glimmerglade, part of his Saitoshii events, Saitoshii world. I guess, Noah, since you're here, I think you would probably do a much better job at explaining, I guess, like a generally what you do, because I don't think everyone quite knows you here. They have definitely seen you as part of like kind of like affiliated with us / friends with us, but I don't think people actually know what you do. Like I think they all know here that you're the housing daddy, but I don't think they like know what it actually entails, or like what you've been up to these days and stuff like that. So I think there's only a very small portion of people, especially the OGs that have been around for a while, that know what you do. But if you just want to give, I guess, like a brief like synopsis / like introduction for yourself, like maybe that would help see kind of like others like kind of see your vision a bit more. Isa says housing god and amazing DJ. Okay, I know. I think Isa follows Noah. I believe so. I think I've seen Isa there a couple times. Housing god. But I thought he was the housing daddy, though. Wait a second. Hang on a second here. I think we're getting this mixed up here. Is he the housing god or the housing daddy? I don't know. Alora says, blasphemy. Who doesn't know housing daddy? Well, I can't just assume that, okay? Not everyone here knows housing daddy, unfortunately. But they're going to know. Yeah, I'm just gonna mute her for a bit because I don't want to reveal where this is. But yes, we were heading over to Goblet, so I'm gonna have to transfer here and then go over to Goblet. Housing daddy. Alright. Housing daddy. Can't believe we just so like nonchalantly call him housing daddy now. Like everyone just says that. And I was like, oh yeah, it's the housing daddy. Oh my god. It all started with Alora. Now I don't even blink an eye when I say it. I'm just like, housing daddy. Oh yeah, it's the housing daddy. Yeah, totally. Okay. Okay, I guess I'm gonna actually start from the ether right here and go inside, because then you're gonna have to like kind of see how people come here. So basically Noah is like, yeah, he used to do a lot more housing, but he does like design all of his own venues and stuff like that. So he basically is an FF14 DJ. So he does a lot of like DJing for like you know, like the FF14 like venues and stuff like that. So like the nightclubs basically. And yeah, like he pretty much like since the advent, I guess, of his like streaming career, like he's always been kind of like that. He's been doing both, like he's doing housing and DJing. But like nowadays he pretty much primarily does DJing. But he he literally still builds all of his like nightclubs though, and like the one he literally just built is like, wow, I'm just like, holy crap, like it just keeps getting better and better. And the whole like, you'll see what I mean, guys, when I mean by the continuity thing, because we definitely have seen Noah's previous builds here on the stream, and he's been on HousingTalk as well, so he has shown off his previous builds. But I guess for those of you who have seen, or if you want to check out his VOD, it is on our YouTube. But you can kind of see the continuity of like how like it's evolved, like all of his nightclubs, and like you'll see like some like similar staple aspects that he's included in here as well. But then you also get to like kind of like see what like Noah's like made of when it comes to like venue designs. Like, holy crap! I'm just like, what? What? I'm always shocked. Alora's like, you're welcome, Noah. Yeah. Noah says, ha, oh, too kind. I'm just a huge nerd who has a weirdly large amount of patience to try to build Jillian ideas. Isa says, also the first person I saw doing shadow art in the game. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I think Noah might have been the only one to ever introduce shadow art. Like, I didn't even know what shadow art was even a thing, you know? Like, I'm assuming, Noah, like, I know you're in graphic design, right? But, like, I don't know, like, if in visual arts, like, shadow art's, like, a big thing. Like, it must be. But, like, in terms of, like, design aspects in 14, I've never heard of anyone else besides you, Noah, who has ever even introduced shadow art as an aspect. And I believe you had, like, more than one stream on it. I remember, like, years ago. So it is kind of nice, and I just wish more people did that. Like, the reason why we like to have these housing discussions, like especially these long drawn out ones, is because like you just never know what kind of new concept or idea you could have that might help someone else, or even might help you like think of something like more innovative. Like Dreamcore, for instance. Barely anyone knows what Dreamcore actually is. So the fact that I introduced it this stream and showed off like someone who did Dreamcore, it does open like that realm of possibilities for people who have never heard of that term or would try to like maybe get into it. So yeah, it's always good to just like have these open discussions so that we can all learn a bit more about like 14 housing and just like design stuff in general. Anyways, this is where Noah's thing is right here. It's Dynamis Merilith, Goblet, Ward 9, Plot 35, and it's called Glimmerglade. It's his newest Final Fantasy XIV venue / nightclub that he had just debuted 2 Sundays ago. So this is going to be the first time that we're actually going to do like an in-depth housing analysis, like without anyone in the club. So it will just be like me and I guess whoever would like to come. It is a public address that Noah has stated. So whoever would like to come to this build and kind of like see it with us in person, you're more than welcome to come along with us. And yeah, we're just going to be pretty much like breaking down like what he did in the build and stuff and just kind of like showing it off for everyone. So hopefully, and if you guys really like it, you guys should really come back every Sunday. He does stream at, he does have the Glimmerglade openings every Sunday on his channel, from 6 p.m. Eastern to usually 11 p.m. Eastern, but a lot of times he does go overtime. But those are like pretty much like the main set times, right? 6 p.m. Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. So yeah, I'll just shout him out so you guys can see his channel and follow him. But yeah, like I said, he's got a lot of like housing tutorials that he still has on his YouTube. So you can always check out like past tutorials, breakdowns, concepts, stuff like that. Housing tours, he has some on there, I think. And then yeah, pretty much like he's pretty much live like every weekend, like doing DJ sets. So you're always more than welcome to like drop by, like say hi, you know. Support the housing daddy and DJ daddy, I guess. Oh, here he is. What? He just appeared here. That wasn't a coincidence at all, was it? Yes. The Reaper. Oh yeah, VC. Oh yeah, honestly, that would be a lot better, Noah. VC. I don't know how we should do this because I don't have your, like, unless like you like send me your PNG or something, maybe. I don't know. Like, do you have like one of those like PNG like reactive things I could just use? Because then I can just like add your thing in, right? And we could do it. Yeah, hang on. Let's see. It would be better. Oh, if you just want to join in my voice, that's okay. I can literally just call you. That might be best, Noah. I'll just call you. Like, we'll just have a private, like, in our DM, I mean. That's probably the best way to do it. Yeah, well, I'll just call you, okay? Just 1 second. Let me just... I'm going to hang up this real quick. I'm going to call Noah directly, and then we'll just, like, go from there. 1 second, guys. Okay. Let's see. I do have a PNG of me, and it's fine if I don't have a PNG on the screen. Yeah, I'll just call him. Like, this was just a surprise anyways, like, last minute. 1 second, I'll just call him right now. Okay. Wait.
Hello.
Oh, hey. Can you guys hear Noah? Oh, no, Alora. She's got to go. Yeah, she's got work. See you, Alora.
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear Noah? Oh, hey, Layla. How's it going? How's it going?
Can you hear me, ISO?
Yeah, I can hear you. But can you hear me, though?
Okay. I can hear you. I can hear.
Okay, let me
I don't
put your
know
volume
if
up
they
a
can
bit,
hear me on
actually.
stream.
Yeah, I have your volume up now. But can you guys hear him fine, though? Barely? Can you hear him better now? I put his volume up a bit. I guess just talk and see.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. I think they can.
Yeah,
hear me.
you are
Or does that
kind of
speak
quiet,
louder?
though, no. I'm not sure
I
why.
have to
Have
speak
you...
closer to the microphone.
Oh, there we go. I think you can probably hear him a bit better now, right?
I think I just didn't want to scream right out the gate, you know?
No, it's okay. Okay, I'll let him talk. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool.
We're good.
We're good.
All right. You know, I just want to preface this by saying that there's a few little nits in here that, like, you know, I want to fix. I just haven't had a chance to yet. So, for example, when you load in the front door, you're going to be a little in the floor and you have to jump, and I can fix it. Don't worry. I'm going to fix it.
Wait, I thought you
just
already
fix it.
fixed the thing I told you about, right? Or I guess you didn't have time for it, maybe.
I don't remember which part you told me.
Remember the whole
about, but yeah.
Phasmoscape thing?
Oh, yeah. That.
Oh,
Like,
that's fixed? Okay.
I didn't get the chance to do that yet.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're
But
good.
so there might be a few little nits in here. I'll point them out. I can point out. some
Okay.
things that I noticed, but,
Whenever you're ready, just let me know when I can come in.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay,
You're welcome
okay,
to come in whenever
let's
you're ready.
go.
So,
Oh yeah, by the way, chat, this is Noah. If you didn't know,
hi, chat.
the housing daddy.
Hello.
Uh,
Oh, there he is. Okay, in the floor. Beautiful.
yes.
10 out of 10.
Okay, now look at this. Holy crap. Like, isn't this just insane,
If
guys?
you're not Floor, did you even go to a nightclub? You know what I'm saying? Anyway,
Literally, yeah.
I jokes.
Oh, jeez.
What up? Welcome to Glimmerglade.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome.
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoy this space.
Yes.
Here we go.
So I guess like maybe we should probably explain kind of like how you came about to making these clubs and stuff, maybe? Just so they can kind of understand like the backstory behind how it got to this point. Because I think there's a lot to take in, like right now, especially for people who don't really know you and know what you do.
Right. Well, so I've been in Final Fantasy since COVID. So I got in like the first year of COVID in 2020, and I didn't know anything about like housing or anything. I just got in because my friend wanted me to like just like come hang out because, you know, COVID. But I've always been a creative my whole life. So I've always like, whenever I go anywhere, I always kind of looking for like, so what's the creative outlet here? Or like, what can we do? So of course, kind of like once I got a little farther in the story and into Final Fantasy and I learned about housing, I was like, ooh, that's really cool. So I started trying to get a house. And then I eventually did get a house. And then my neighbor actually eventually showed me, while I was learning how to do housing and building and stuff. I wasn't initially building nightclubs or like venue spaces. I was more just seeing what I could make. And then, my neighbor who had the house next door to me, eventually showed me a club that she was working at. And this was like in 2021 or something like that, I want to say. Or maybe it was even near the end of 2020, I want to say. And I got shown kind of like that people were building these venues in game and inviting all their friends and stuff to it. And then I ended up checking out a couple of these things and it was like, whoa, this is really cool. There's like all these people and there's like all these cool spaces that people are making. And it was not just nightclubs, it was bars and concert halls and, you know, role play venues and all sorts of stuff. And so I had no idea that existed, but I thought that's really fucking cool. And also that we're in the pandemic, of course, you can't really like go out. And I love the rave scene. Like I love electronic music and going out to clubs and bars and festivals. So yeah, and I had been actually learning music production and DJing and stuff too prior to the pandemic. And all of a sudden it kind of all clicked in my brain that was like, oh my God, wait, like I can kind of put all that together. I can like build my own space here in the pandemic. And oh, I see people are streaming and stuff, like along with these venues and DJing and stuff. And I'm like, wait, that's really cool. That's kind of what I want to do. I didn't think about it from a streaming perspective, but yeah. So anyway, I built a venue for my other neighbor who I had gotten to know. And then I ran that for a year with him. And then I always wanted to open my own stuff. And so in 2022, February, March timeframe, I opened my first venue, which is called Prominence. And then basically every week, for the most part, every week from there on, I've been doing, running my own venues. And also for quite a number of years there, I was also doing housing streams every week in tandem with that. So I've kind of been very integrated, I would say, into both the nightlife scene and the housing scene for like 4.5, almost 5 years now. So I've seen it go through quite a few rounds of changes and new items being used and new concepts coming up and everything. And so the thing that we're inside right now is called Glimmerglade. And it's actually an evolution off one of the very first things I ever built, which was called the Prominence Garden Party. So the first club I opened, I mentioned it was called Prominence. And it was both a yard and an interior. The interior club is like this big, epic looking, crazy nightclub thing. And the outside is this really beautiful garden that also has like a sort of a dance floor and a stage area. And that kind of stemmed from the fact that I've gone to a lot of different, again, festivals and raves and clubs and stuff. But I've always kind of thought of it as there's like two types of sort of events there where some of them you're going to like, let's party, let's rage, in kind of like a club situation. But then there's also these events like Coachella or something where it's kind of really beautiful that you're like outdoors in the open air and like, in nature and kind of surrounded by sunlight and plants sometimes and stuff. And there's a particular group called Anjuna. If anyone out there knows Above and Beyond, it's like they're really awesome. They make really beautiful, uplifting music, and they also have their own record label called Anjuna Beats. And then there's a couple of labels that are also now sister to that. One of them is called Anjuna Deep. It specializes in melodic deep house music. It's very chill. It's very melodic. It's very like groovy. And they do a series that's called Anjuna Deep Open Air, where they take all the people on their record label and they throw a big party, usually out somewhere in nature, in the open air. And I've gone to a couple of their parties and I really love the vibe of what they were going for there. And when I first joined the scene, there was nothing like that. There was no one doing anything substantial, I would say, that was catered to the more like kind of melodic chill vibe. And that's something that I really love. And, there's no red tape in Final Fantasy, so you can do whatever you want. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make this then. So that's why I launched the garden party in particular. And initially that was kind of like the quote unquote smaller opening of our two. We used to do Wednesday nights, were like a big crazy party inside of Prominence. And then eventually it moved to Fridays. And then we did on Sunday, we did the garden party. It was like a chill thing. And when it first started, there was like barely anyone there because like nobody ever heard of that kind of thing. And like there wasn't an audience as much for that. But then over, the last 4.5 years, that's actually grown into probably one of the most famous things that I'm known for in the scene. And it's now become like a beloved thing that we do every single Sunday. And a lot of people really enjoy that. And the garden, and really, I've also opened a couple other venues. I built a couple of other places, as I think Isom is mentioning. They all kind of, are different types of like clubs or venues. I have like a hangout lounge. I have event space. We've done like a Halloween party. So there's like a variety of stuff. But the garden parties always kind of remained, very lush, very green, and literally out in the garden, like in the yard of the house. But of course, any of you housing designers will know that in the yard, you only get like 1/10 the slots that you'd get inside, right? So originally a large house, you get 40 slots. and then you'd have 400 inside, right? Now we get 60 outside, and then is it 80, 60, 80? I don't know, whatever, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And then it's was it 600 now inside, and the thing is, though, all this time, I never quite had an interior venue for the garden situation, like the garden party. And I've always dreamed of doing that because I've had ideas and stuff, but it never just quite came together until recently. And then I just really sat myself down and I was like, it's time to really try to make something that feels right for, kind of taking that garden party to the next level, which is, out of the actual just garden and into the inside. You walked through the garden party, like to get inside here, you were standing outside, and that space that you were standing in is still like the garden party. And we still host stuff there. Like we're not taking it away, just to be clear. But this is just the interior sort of branch of that. And so I wanted to give it, though, its own name because, the garden party stems from just literally being in the garden of Prominence Garden Party. I've always thought, though, that because the garden party grew so much, it really deserved like its own venue, like its own dedicated space and venue. And that's when I came up with this idea and also giving it its own name, which is Glimmerglade. And I don't think I've actually said this on stream yet, but so Glimmerglade, some people have asked, like, well, what is that? They actually haven't asked me on stream, but they asked me out of stream. So a glimmer is like the opposite of like a trigger. So, like a trigger is like a trigger, like a trauma response. Right? It's like something that like brings up like a bad emotion within you, right? And a glimmer is the opposite of that. It's like a thing that happens or like a thing that you see or something that gives you a glimmer of hope, for example, right? Like something that kind of triggers the opposite emotion.
Yes.
Where you're like, oh, whoa, and it like builds you up. And then glade is obviously like a glade, like a forest glade, right? Yeah. So like an opening where there's like greenery and stuff. Yeah. So I kind of put the two together, and this is like, okay, a little extra like nerdy. There's a guy who's like really, really crazy with like music theory and like music harmony and stuff. His name is Jacob Collier. Really, really cool musician. He had this one little video where he's talking about musical harmony, and he said something like, like if I play all these notes, and he does this like really cool little arpeggio thing on the piano, and it's this super pretty like thing that he does, and he says, what is that feels kind of like a gleaming glade to me or something like that. And I don't know why, but like I just like that when he said that, I was like, that's a really cool like way to say that, So I think when I was looking at this, I had kind of had that in my brain of like this like gleaming glade kind of thing. And then somewhere on Instagram, someone had posted a thing that was like glimmer, like, and it explained that thing. It was like a glimmer is a term that some people have used as the opposite of like a trigger. And then, I don't know. Yeah. Like something about that. Plus like, I'll be honest. Okay. Like I played Magic, Magic the Gathering. And there's also like a card called Glimmer Void, which I had used in my deck at one point. And I always thought that was a really cool name for like a card. So anyway, all that together.
That's nostalgia. It's good. It's good, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's where the name comes from. It just felt like, oh, you know what? That works. I kind of like that. So I ran with that. And then I hope that when now looking at this space that we're now in, it channels a lot of everything I just talked about, which is it should feel like you're in a garden still. You should feel like a very lush forestscape. The whole idea is that there is the gleaming glade in the middle there. That's the dance floor. And then if you look out behind the DJ deck, you're still kind of surrounded by forest or a la the garden. So it's like, you didn't go into somewhere else. You were outside at a garden party and you walked inside and you're still very much surrounded by a garden. But yeah, that you're kind of in this glimmering glade. And that's where you get to party inside now. So that's sort of the backstory behind it. And that's also, if there's like a little detail here in the sort of centered dance floor area, which is that I tried to add sparkles in there, which are the glimmers. So yeah, that won't come through really much in screenshots, but when you're in the dance floor, It's
Are
like
they
a
like the
subtle little
carbuncle
detail.
lanterns below the floor, or
Yeah, yeah, they
yeah?
are. So, there you go. That's
But yeah, no, you touched on a lot of good points because we've been talking about like similar kind of themes before on like previous streams where it's like, yeah, it's like one of those things where like you don't know, like the epiphany comes when it comes, right? It's like you weren't necessarily thinking, like, I mean, you were thinking about having the garden space eventually indoors, right? But like it just wasn't the right time. And eventually when it was the right time, that's when you locked in. And that's what I've been like telling people too. Like you don't necessarily have to just like super hyper obsess over, oh my god, I gotta get like this build done no matter what. Like you
yeah,
can take a step back, enjoy life a bit, do some other things, and eventually just come back to it, and it'll still be there. So, and if not still be there,
absolutely.
it'll be at least better too, because you have a fresh perspective on it with like newer ideas. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
No, exactly. What you said earlier too, like I mean, I felt that too when you're saying that you were kind of stuck a little bit, like you're kind of like, I I am a creative, I'm a housing designer, but like why don't I feel the housing urge?
yeah,
Like why don't I
yeah,
feel like lit up about this? So I completely understand that. I think that's something that any designer will go through, or really any artist of any kind of discipline will go through at times, right? And especially if you've built a name for yourself around that thing, it feels bad, man, kind of thing, right? Like it feels bad if like you become known as like a housing designer guy, and
yeah,
then all of a sudden you're kind of like, oh shit, though, like I don't feel it, like, or I just everything feels like slogging through mud for some reason, and especially if that happens for an extended period, it's kind of a self-defeating thing where like I feel bad because I don't feel like creating, so I feel worse. So then it's even harder to feel good
yeah.
enough to create.
You know, that's actually so funny that you say that, Noah. Like, I knew you'd understand, and I'm sure like a lot of other housing designers, like Saran, and like a lot of the other designers have been around for a while. Everyone's hit that wall before, right? And like, it's totally fine
Yeah,
to take a break. And that's like, I've been talking with Alora with that like pretty like more recently because like like we haven't really been doing as many housing streams as we've been doing before, like last year. But like
yeah,
in a way, it's kind of good because it kind of let me like realize my priorities and stuff like more.
yeah,
And like now that I do the housing streams and stuff, like it's a lot more fun and more like relaxing for us because now we just don't like care as much, about like, oh no,
yeah,
what if this, what if that, we just like
yeah,
run with it, and then we usually end up having a lot more fun, and people tend to be a lot more engaged because like it's just a lot more relaxing now for everyone. So yeah, it's good.
yeah. Sometimes you got to walk away from it for a little while, or like it's also like I guess not unlike they would say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I mean, I think that that's true not just like for your money, for example, right? Like I mean, they also
Yeah,
say diversify your portfolio, but I
yeah,
think that that's also like a good thing in a general for like kind of your content creating and hobbies too, right? It's kind of like don't just like pin it all on like, you know, I like running and like my only thing is running. But then like if then it's like that's so much pressure on just that one thing, right? To serve up all your happiness. So it's like all of the world's things that get thrown your way.
yeah.
You're like
Like you can
relying on
have a
just housing or
hobby
just
with
running to
housing,
solve it
but
all, right?
like you don't have to
Yeah.
just do housing. You can do other things and come back to it, and maybe even have a better idea when you come back to it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. Plus, you talked about this earlier, which is like, or, I think we were kind of collectively all talking about this earlier of like that a lot of times the inspiration for houses and designs can come from areas that are not necessarily just housing, right? So, I mean, I think that it's oftentimes the thing that is you're looking for, that you don't even know you're looking for, right? That you're kind of like the thing that you would need to get you unstuck or that will inspire that next build. You're gonna find it when you're like just off in a picnic with some friends, in the park. And then all of a sudden you just like look across the street and there's this random house and you go, oh shit, wait, whoa, that window looks so cool. Oh my God, that gives me an idea, And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
bam,
literally.
right, you're back in. Like because I've had that happen like plenty of times where, I'm just going out and about with friends and just doing something like that. And like, light bulb moment, right? We're sitting down, I look at a menu or something and I'm like, whoa, wait, oh, what is this like design on this menu? That's so cool.
Yeah,
There's like a little like image of like some like, I don't know, place in some, tropical island. And I'll be like, wait, that's so cool. Hold on a second. And I'll, it'll like catalog something in my brain. So yeah, I think getting out and just like doing other things that don't, it's not even like I'm going to try to do another art thing just so I can jumpstart it. Just like, just go do like literally anything. Like just go
just
have lunch
live
with
life
friends.
basically,
Go
and then
for
just see what
go
happens.
live life. Go
Yeah,
yeah, change it up, change the environment. And yeah, that often will lead to certain things And like, there's a way too that, like, I'm sure most people in the housing scene will probably understand the concept of like, if you stay in the housing scene and you're like no lifing housing Twitter for a while, you sometimes you might start to kind of get the sense of like, there's sometimes like the trends that will come up, and you'll kind of see like a lot of people all building like a little bit of like in a bubble, right? They're kind of like all getting influenced by the same couple of people or something that are like the super popular builds, right? And I think that like that kind of thing gets broken when you get out of that then, right? Like sometimes it's because you can get in kind of this insular bubble thing where, again, yeah, like all the sparks of ideas are kind of coming from a handful of like sources and stuff. And so that's when I think it is really helpful as a designer to just get those other influences and variables and stuff.
And I also think sometimes elitism kind of comes up too. Like, I mean, naturally, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's anything that people intend to, but sometimes that can happen, right? Where it's like, oh my God, if you're not building this, then it's not worth it. Like people get that in their minds. They're like, oh no, if I don't build this one modern build, then this isn't going to be good. But it's like, what is actually the definition of good though? Is it like, do you want like to be like because the external validation I think is a struggle that a lot of people go through. I mean, it's only human to want to be validated, right? But when it becomes like your identity, it's kind of like you need to take a step back and be like, oh no, there's like all these other people doing these great designs and they're really happy doing them. And that's why for me, like I know there's other housing streamers, like Nakota, like Mitorat, Denmo, they do a lot of like general housing tours. But at least for me and Alora, we always think to make something more specific, like more tailored. So I've kind of done what like you've been saying as well, where we kind of break out of the insularity a bit by kind of like going to see like designers who aren't really that big, right? Like going to like builds that don't really use much floating or glitching, or we'll specifically tailor onto like certain concepts or certain like themes that like match what we want to do, right? So then it kind of like shows people, oh, you don't have to like just build modern to be like a famous designer, or like to get that kind of like high of oh my God, this is great. Like, so like I really like that you touched on that, because that's like what like Housing Talk's been all about too. We just want to like encourage that inclusivity, but also to expand your mind so that you can be open to more approaches, which I think in general helps you in life anyway. So I think it kind of goes hand in hand, like you were saying, like just live life and see what happens, and then it all just comes together eventually.
Yeah. No, and like Layla's saying too, like if it makes you happy, then it's good. And I think that's a great mentality. I absolutely agree with that. Like, I think, I mean, would that it were so simple to always embrace that exact mindset? I know, at least for myself, I struggle with that sometimes. I want to firmly, wholeheartedly, always think about like just like, did this thing make me happy? Great, then it is a massive overall success. But I'll tell you, I mean, just full honesty, like, I mean, there have been times where I've posted or talked about a build that I thought was a banger. Like, I thought, dang, I really knocked this thing out of the park, and barely any response, like on housing Twitter.
Oh, I know, it's crazy.
and like, honestly, sometimes that can be kind of brutal. Because you poured your heart into it and you thought, dang, like everyone will surely be able to see how cool this thing is in the same way that I do. And sometimes it doesn't pan out. And I do think that it's like, it's important to realize that like, it's valid to like feel a little bummed about that too, right? Like you should allow yourself to also feel that too. But then I think you got to go and then keep going and say, okay, but like, okay, think about it. Like that sucks. That didn't pop off. There could be all kinds of reasons for that. Sometimes it's also like, it's so new that people don't even know what they're looking at, right? It's so different that people don't even understand like what you did. Like, I think in housing, we build things that are so crazy sometimes, right? That we spend so much time putting 50 items together to make a custom fridge that half the populace doesn't even know that that's not just the fridge that's in the game. Like, it's so good that it just looks like an actual fridge.
No, I know. I'm just like, oh, that's whatever,
Yeah. So I think that's also part of it too. Like that's like one factor too. But I think that it's really important for a lot of people, especially again if you do this over time and you start posting a lot about it and wanting to kind of share with people, that you do try to keep coming back to what Layla's saying. You try to keep coming back to that, and say that, like, at the end of the day, you should really try to make something that's what you want to say to the world. And once you give it to the world, it's not up to you to decide anymore, right? It's up to each person to kind of decide whether it's for them or not. But whether it's for them or not doesn't need to mean it weighs back on whether you're a good artist, whether you made something great, right? I think that you have to kind of divorce those ideas from each other, right? That whatever all the individual people judge is whether it's good or not. It's like Rotten Tomatoes. There's that website Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's rating of movies, right? And a lot of people look at Rotten Tomatoes and they go, "Oh my god, this thing got like a 90%, right? Versus like a 65% or something like that." And people tend to think that it's like, so the movie is a 9 out of 10 if it got a 90%. But that's not what Rotten Tomatoes is. Rotten Tomatoes is each critic gets to tell you yes or no. Is it good or is it rotten, right? So it's literally just an upvote or a downvote, and then you average all the votes, and then you get a number, right? So they didn't. It's not that all critics rated this thing 9 out of 10. It's that 90% of people said yes and not no, right? And I think that that's like an interesting thing of like the internet too, right? Where like a lot of people out there, you kind of tend to think like that it's like a bigger like scale of like value. But a lot of times it's literally just a split-second decision of like, is this thing for me or is it not for me? And they make that decision in like less than probably even 5 seconds when they see the post pop up on their feed. So like, that's not the measure of your art though, right? I mean, they barely even looked at it, right? Kind of thing, right? And they made that decision. So I think it's important to like keep in mind that like that's what's happening, and so make stuff that you're proud of and have fun with exploring the concepts and that little like bundle of joy when like you try a bunch of different ideas and then you get the aha moment. You're like, oh shoot, this comp was hella cool. This is really awesome. That's the moment. Like that's the thing. That is the reason right there. That is what you should be doing it for in a way. It's like that fact that lit you up with joy. That's the fun. That's the fun in making the art, is like the I don't know, and then you try a bunch of things, and then you, aha, whoa, oh, this actually does look really cool, and you get excited. That's life, man. Right there you go. So,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, we got you and I always get like really.
No, I know we always get carried away.
Look at this build. You guys see this build here? Wow.
I know. Yeah, this build is crazy. Like, oh my god, like, this ceiling though, man. Like every time.
Oh yeah, the chandelier. Yeah. Or like the circular, big.
Not even chandelier, like the thing.
The big garden on the roof, circular spaceship. Yeah. And I'll be honest, like I'm actually not, like it looks great. I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not totally happy with, or I wouldn't say not happy with it, but like I would say that actually is more of like a combination of a couple of the other concepts that I've done at a couple of the different clubs that I've had, coming together to kind of like become that chandelier. So I think like it kind of combines a lot of like my favorite aspects in a way from some of the other versions of my other clubs. So in that sense, it's kind of cool because it's like an homage to like almost every other club that I've done, kind of pulling an element into that space. Obsidian, the attic, prominence, actually both versions of Obsidian, and it's kind of all like coming together. But that might actually change. I mean, in version 2 of Glimmerglade, I was experimenting with several other concepts for the roof too. So I don't know. I'm not sure. There's a piece of me that feels like I'm curious to see if I can come up with something that feels uniquely Glimmerglade-y.
Like, do you think that you'll step away from certain staple pieces like the Knights Round Table, or do you think that will always be a staple for like the outline, at least like the perimeter of it?
That's tough. I don't know. Yeah, like so actually there's a bunch of earlier versions of this build where that wasn't in there. And I tried some other concepts and stuff, and they were okay, but they didn't wow me, And I think that there's a sense of like I kind of was like, okay, well, sometimes if the completely new reinvention stuff doesn't work, sometimes it can be helpful to bring back an element of something that worked for you in the past, but see if you can like super remix it.
Yeah, like don't completely get rid of it, but just like vary it, right? So there's still some familiarity, because people ultimately, especially in your kind of scene with the nightlife scene, like if that's like your brand, right? Like you want to make sure that there's some kind of familiarity there, so people can kind of still connect to you in a way. They're like, oh, this is definitely a Noah centric build, right? That like they can recognize certain aspects.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, like I like keeping some things that are like staple to what I do. But yeah, I don't know. So I'm a little torn on that, like in terms of like whether to keep the Knights table and stuff like that. It's been in a lot of the builds and stuff that I've done, but I don't know. Again, I just to be clear, I don't hate it. I don't hate anything about anything in here. But there is a piece of me that I don't know, that I think, like for example, the dance floor, the glimmering glade thing in the middle, right? The on the floor, I think is like that's great. Like I really like how that turned out. But that is the part above that. There's a piece of me that's like, I'm not quite sure. I like a lot of it, but I'm wondering if there is something else that I could do with it. So, but I still think it is very cool though.
I think that's always going to be a thought on your mind though. You're the only one who's going to really notice. Oh no, I can probably improve this a bit better. Or I could tweak this here and there.
Yeah.
But I think it is much harder though. Hello, hey Whimsy. Hey, what's up, yo, Strat? Oh, Strat had a question. He said, would it help if building are recognized by other good designers, by a lot of people?
Or by a lot of people. Would it help if it... I think that's probably each person, right, is kind of like what they're most excited by. I'm sure, like, if you're housing idol, or, any art form, if you're idol or something like that, obviously gives you recognition. I'm sure that their vote of confidence in you would have, admittedly a bit more weight than, 10 random folks on the internet kind of thing, right? But that's tough, I think like that would be up to each person to probably decide of whether they think, what makes, it's like what you're looking for, right? Like, what are you looking for? Are you looking for the external validation, which is, in all honesty, like a lot of people are, and it's hard to not see 1,000 likes pour in on a banger post and go like, wow, this is pretty great. I feel great about myself. Like that's the human brain,
Yeah.
So I do think a few, not all people, not all humans on the internet who will cast their vote are equal in weight. Because some people you will have more built up in your mind as like, of higher, like, I guess like rank or something, right? Like they're waiting, right? Again, you're an idol of something that your teacher maybe, right? Or something, your senpai.
Yeah. Oh, I guess Strat meant something else. He was saying, I was asking for the idea you posted a banger and not received the hype you were hoping for. I guess he's asking like, actually, I don't know what he's asking.
You're asking like specifically in my case?
Yeah, I think in your case like specifically, when you posted that banger, but it didn't go as well as you thought it would, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, like, okay, so like, I guess I can just give even slightly more context to that. So like, this was a different club design that I built. This, in particular, this one that I'm thinking about is Looted Ecstasy, which was like this heaven and hell combo build. And I actually got a ton of feedback, positive, by both like fellow DJs and people in the nightlife scene and tons of partygoers in the nightlife scene in game, like at the actual venue. People really loved it. But it's just that like when I posted it to like Housing Twitter, it basically flopped by comparison. Like to like, I mean, I'd say like, I think it only got like maybe 30 to 50 views or like likes or something like that. Which I say that, and I know that's a lot maybe for some folks too. But like I had posted some of my other clubs and they had gotten several hundred, likes. And so it was just kind of strange to me to then post this concept that I created, that had been like probably like, very universally praised within the game and like within the scene, to then kind of have it basically get almost no traction online, which is a weird spot. I mean, I spent so much, you spend so much time and love in that. So that in that case, for that build, it wasn't about me looking for any particular person on the Twitter space, housing Twitter space, to like praise it or something. And it wasn't even that I was like, oh, I needed to hit a certain specific number. It was just the contrast of having posted a whole bunch of other things related to like housing builds and housing stuff that I had done. And for that one in particular, that felt like it was such a new and innovative thing that I had done to be so drastically lower than everything else that I think it was just a bit of like shock. That was like, whoa, like really? Like I kind of expected this one to at least get a couple hundred likes maybe or something, something in the same ballpark as the other ones. And so that was just like an interesting mental thing to kind of grapple with a little bit, I'd say.
I think that's why it's important that we talk about how like I know it's hard to, but like try not to put all of your like when you post something, like try not to put it all into the validation, because like I've seen it myself too. Like I've I guess like maybe even in Sauron's case or like other people too, where it's like I know how crazy like the build was considering what they put into it, and they get like almost no traction. But then like maybe like a build previously, like back in their old days, might have got like a lot more. Like and like same with me too. Like there's some stuff where it's just like I just don't understand how like I'm literally like doing no kind of floating, nothing whatsoever, and it's getting so much traction. But then when I put like 50 items into this innovative thing, like no one notices, and you're just like,
yeah,
what?
Yeah.
Like this is crazy.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't dictate how good or what you actually are worth, right? Like the external validation doesn't dictate what you're worth, and that's why it's good that we always point out like don't just put it all on that. Like don't just feel like, or like I guess I can't change how you feel, but don't like just like be like, oh my god, this got like 10 likes, I'm horrible, I'm just gonna give up now,
And like I think one of the reasons that it's important for people like you and I, ISO, who have a platform, an audience and a platform and a voice that we're projecting out into the public, that people look, to us, to our videos, and some of the other people, other creators and stuff, they look, to us for answers and inspiration, or even just it's another voice, right? Like we're vocalizing the thoughts around this. And I think like a thing that I certainly hope that is the takeaway from this is is less about the what is it? It's not to say that it shouldn't be happening. Like it's I'm kind of blanking on the thing. I think by us talking about it, I hope that it means that if and when you find yourself having that same feeling, that it's like, oh right, like everybody gets this feeling, like it's not me. I don't need to like quit housing, right? Like it's not like, oh, like they didn't think my build was good enough, so I should just stop, right? Like they don't like me anymore, right? Like no, keep going, right? Like push through that feeling, because like even the top people get that. Even your favorite designers, even the people who do this like very regularly for years and years, we get that, like we still hit that feeling sometimes. And it's like, I think that sometimes it can be easy to think like, you go, oh, easy for you to say, ISO, like, all your stuff is like a banger, like you just like have all these amazing builds and the whole community around you and blah, blah, blah. And I think to point out though, that it's like, oh no, like, I mean, even with all that around me, sometimes some of my stuff flops, or quote unquote flops, right? Or sometimes it doesn't get the recognition that I think that it should, given like how much effort I put in. And like that is just going to happen when you do art and when you're in doing all this stuff. And so I think not to talk about this to make woe is me, or like everybody, everybody's like, we're all going to be sad together. It's more of like no, like it's okay to feel that. And then like, I just want to encourage you to like push through that. It's normal. It's normal. It's okay. And it's okay for you to be bummed for a little bit. And then, and go outside and have a picnic. And then, try a new build. And maybe the next one.
Yeah, like we're not trying to like shame anyone for like feeling that way, because we've all been there, right? And like it's like Noah said, it's like a very natural human reaction
Yeah.
to not getting that validation, because that's how the social media platforms are built. Like that's how they kind of get you in, kind of, right? So they're predicating on people feeling that way. So like it's pretty much like, yes, you can feel bad. It's valid to feel bad about it. Like it's totally normal for you to feel bad about it. But just like, I guess just don't let that like define you, because that doesn't define you at all.
Right.
So
try not to like let that linger too much or kind of like fester or spiral you, right? Because I think that's a big worry, is that there will be a lot of designers, and I've heard this from many people. You know, I'm sure you have too, Ice, right? Where like people will come to you and they'll say, oh yeah, you know, like I tried to do housing, or you know, I tried to do my art, and I just didn't really get any reception from it, right? Or like, you know, I made this what I thought was like a masterpiece, and like it just didn't perform that well, or like people didn't really say much about it, and I kind of got discouraged, and then I quit, you know. And I think that like that's the kind of thing that, but it's always sad. We don't want to see that, right? Like, and we want to encourage people just to know that, like, again, that can happen even when you do have like an amazing build. And actually, if I loop this back around to like the whole, again, the looted ecstasy, like that post that I made, like there's an example of like, sometimes you just happen to post it at the wrong time or at the wrong place to maybe the wrong people or something, right? Just for whatever reason, it didn't reach the right people on Housing Twitter in that case. But meanwhile, you ask anyone who was at the actual opening of the thing and they said it was amazing, right? So it's not that nobody liked it. In fact, statistically speaking, almost everybody universally praised it in game and in the right audience. It's just that it didn't gain traction on Twitter. So like that's another example of like thinking like, you might post something and you only post it to this one Discord or this one area. It doesn't get a lot of traction there. It doesn't mean it's bad, or it doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of people that like it. You might just not have reached your right audience.
Yeah, basically.
You know? So, yeah. Good thing to keep in mind. So, yeah.
I guess I kind of want to touch
so housing,
this.
so the build you want
this build.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want to ask. Sorry,
so I know we kind of did do a mini kind of break it down. I remember during the opening night, I think we got a bit too excited about looking at the ceiling and stuff. I remember during like your set and stuff, but like, I guess is low ceilings always like, because I know recently you have tried like the low ceiling stuff. Like I know Obsidian, you pretty much just use the normal ceiling, right? But like, why in this format, considering it's like an outdoor party, did you use a lower ceiling?
It has a lot to do with this. So this green kind of like window look here. So an idea that I had very early on for Glimmerglade was that I really wanted this idea of that we are partying in a forest. Like we happen to be in a building that is in the middle of like a forest, or someplace that's like very, lush and green. And I looked at a lot of images on Pinterest and on the internet in general, like, but especially like Pinterest, I would say. And also even just like having kind of seen some of the other types of builds that people were able to create this kind of sort of fake, garden look out the back, right? Yeah. So there's people like Siza, right, or Nora, and some people who've done this to great effect, right? One of the things, though, that I felt like was very common amongst a lot of those builds in Final Fantasy, but also even a lot of the I was looking at things like Japanese temples with like Zen gardens, like looking out the back, right, or that kind of thing. And a lot of the artwork that I ended up just like kind of gravitating towards, almost all universally had the same thing, where it wasn't like a massive view of the garden. It was kind of like you're like looking out of keyholes into the garden, which also low key helps you to not have to deal with as many items or explain, like the fact that these windows are relatively small, right, means that I only have to concentrate greenery around those little areas, and it's a lot easier to make it feel very lush because your brain fills in the rest. It says, yes, like I'm only seeing a small piece of this garden, but this thing looks huge, right? It looks like it would extend on either side off the edges of this building, and
like you just assume that would be the case.
Deeper.
Like even if you don't physically see it, you'd imagine it would expand higher and lower and whatever around the
Right.
actual window space, right? Yeah.
Exactly. And in order to create that a feeling of and a natural feeling of like, well, why is that window that size? I think to me that makes the most sense to kind of lower the ceiling and have it be more of like it's sort of like an intimate kind of space, right? Like as opposed to like a big giant concert hall with a huge ceiling. To me, I think that the feeling of the garden is one of a bit more of an like an intimate kind of feeling, and not an intimate romantic. I mean intimate, like, you know, it's just
No,
it's
I know,
very
it's cozier.
close, it's very warm,
Yeah.
it's very yeah, it's cozy, right? I think same thing, right? If you said build me a cozy space, I think one of the very first things that you would think of is like, okay, so this place should not feel like a giant warehouse, right? That doesn't scream cozy to me. You know, I think, oh, like, so we're probably building like a smaller cabin-y kind of thing or something, right? So that's the same thought here, I think, is that bringing the roof in, and then also kind of like making these, you know, allowing that to make the windows a bit smaller, kind of brings it more into a cozy and intimate kind of feeling. And also, you know, item slot wise, I
Yeah.
knew that I wanted to spend a crap load of items on all the greenery, and that stacks up very, very quickly, like all those items for the greenery.
Oh God, yeah.
And so if I had to also explain, or like if I also had to build out verticality in the build, that's an additional set of items a lot of the times, right? To like get that verticality. And so I think that's also why sometimes, like in this build, but even in some of the other builds that I've done, I will drop the ceiling down or chop off the left and the right sides of the building itself.
Yeah.
Purely from a perspective of saving item slots too, right? It's like less space to have to explain or fill.
Yeah.
So that's why that.
I think I also like how you use the imitation wooden skylights to kind of create that lower, like it's kind of like an angled effect going into the lookout. Is that like, I talk about this a lot, like on my other concept streams and stuff, where it's like, especially if you're gonna be standing here DJing, right? Whoever's gonna be here, you pretty much want to have like the eye level of the camera on the stream to be in this one quadrant here, basically in the centerpiece. So it perfectly aligns with like where the imitation wooden skylight ends, right? Like the eye level. You want to be like as centered as possible within the build. Like that's like your main focus point, basically, right? When you're on stream. So like if you didn't have the imitation wooden skylights and was just this like huge open space you had nothing covering, it wouldn't feel as good because then your eye would be wandering upwards towards like the sky when you should be focused on the middle here. So it does kind of help like drop the perspective down a bit because it's angled downwards, and because your main focus is this middle part right here. So that also helps that as well.
Oh yeah, great observation. Yeah, it's like leading lines and stuff.
Yeah.
And concentrating, as you said, like in this particular case, you know, like in Saran's build earlier we were in, right? Like, I mean, it's meant to be experienced in person, right? Like you're walking around almost first person in the camera. So it's less important in that build, or say it's a different kind of importance in that build, which is that it's about the movement and feeling through the space, which they're exceptional at. Like their build is phenomenal in that, like it feels like you're in those little intimate rooms within a space, but that it's not necessarily about then having a grand view in like a zoomed out camera angle, right? It's actually meant the opposite. It's supposed to be that you are close up to all the little details in each little thing in the room. Whereas, like you just pointed out, in this build, most of the time people are going to be seeing this, well, in person in the game, but also on stream, on the Twitch stream, where the DJ would be in the center there. And so being able to kind of pack as much punch into a single frame of like where you'd angle your camera and then show it on stream is really important, I feel, in a venue, nightclub build, or anything that's meant to be shown on stream. I'd say the same thing if you were building, for example, a game show stage, right? Where just like, you know, you think about any game show even in real life, right? Which is that if you look at Jimmy Fallon's like studio in space, right? If they ever zoom out, I mean, everything off camera is kind of just like random. It's just black walls or something, right?
Yeah.
But all the coolness is packed into where the camera view is. And I
you know, it's good that you mentioned that, because I always talk about this too, because I know that our fans are pretty international. Like we have quite a few people from JP, EU, NA, you know, everywhere. So like it's kind of nice that you touch upon that, because I think especially a lot of the Western designers, like it's different nowadays because there's a lot more information out there now, and there's a lot more people sharing between JP and NA now. But before, I remember back then, like a lot of times, like, well, even now, like I tend to find Western designers like to make collision everywhere, like no matter what. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Like, you know how like nowadays that I design GPO studios kind of like much like JP does? Like, I like how, like, it's like the kind of studio thing where it literally is like, we have these random stage panels kind of like on the sides, but like we don't care to cover it up because that's not the point. The point is the central point. Where do you take the GPOs? So it's like that similar kind of thing, right? Where it's like, you don't really have to like waste item slots and like waste on things that don't matter in those studio spaces, because like your central focus point is like where that shot's gonna be, like where someone's gonna come visit and take the shot.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's good to always weigh that out in terms of what is the way that people are meant to experience the space, and I think that you can lead people in that regard too. I mean, because that's also like one thing is like sometimes you can intentionally leave an area bare because it's like don't linger here. Like go, clearly walk toward the big gleaming awesome thing in the corner.
Yeah.
Don't linger in this random hallway that's not meant to be lingered in. So we're not gonna glam it up that much. And also you don't need to waste as much item slots.
Exactly.
So yeah. No, I think it's great.
I think the one
thing
thing
it is different.
The one thing that I'm impressed with you the most, I think, out of all the venues that you've done is I think it's extremely hard to make it functional and look good, right? Like, because you know how, like, with other people's designs, because they're not building a venue, they don't have to think about the functionality of it. Like, I guess...
It's a different kind of functionality.
Like, functionality as in, like, how large should I make the dance floor? Is there enough room? Will this look good on stream? Do I need to make certain reductions or like increases to make sure it feels more comfortable, less cost per? You have to think about all of those things because you're actually actively hosting an event for all those hours, even though you're streaming it. So like, I guess like, how did you? I mean, did that spatial awareness come naturally for you, or was it something that you kind of learned based off of personal experience from you going to the clubs yourself? Like, how did you?
Both. So I would say that yes. Okay. So some part of me building, for example, the build that we're in right now, is me being able to draw on all the experience that I've had of running all these different events across multiple different clubs for the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So some degree of like, for example, the dance floor being the size it is here is partially due to just the way that felt right visually, but it's also kind of like I can get to this about this size and like know that it's pretty good pretty quickly because I've built so many other venues and I've like watched how that feels. Like we've lived in the space, we've had the parties in the space. I think stemming way back to the very first venue that I ever made, which was Ichi, and then also Prominence after, I did already come into that though with the sense of the dance floor needs to be big enough, but not too big because of the in-person stuff.
Right.
Based off of my own feelings about that. So I personally always feel that really actually anywhere, it's not necessarily just a club, but I think it's especially true when there's like things like dancing involved,
right?
Which is that you never want it to feel empty, right? Because what's the classic thing? Nobody wants to be the first on the dance floor unless you're like that person, which is awesome. If you're that person out there and you want to be first on the dance floor, you're amazing. You start the party.
But that's not many people.
Praises to you. That's not many people. And if you are that person, you're awesome.
Yeah.
Keep on keeping on. But most people are usually pretty scared to be first on the dance floor. In fact, most of the time, you don't even want to be the 10th person on the dance floor. You probably want to be like the 100th.
Yeah, whenever it's already packed. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's, to me, a lot of the times in my opinion, I think clubs and bars are often on the smaller side because they're not meant to feel spacious. They're meant to feel packed, right? Like, you want to look at a club, and I think if you were to just like scan 10 clubs in a downtown area, and I just took a photo of each one of them, and I said, which one of these is you think the most popular? You'd probably pick the one that feels the most packed. Like, just if you just had to like do a snap judge reaction, right?
That's your natural reaction. Yes.
Yeah. oh, there's a lot of people in this one, and the other ones didn't have as many people, right? So like I think this one's probably the most popular. And so, but you might not be thinking about, well, what's the actual square footage that I'm seeing in this photo, you know? But just that place looks packed to the brim, right? So I think that is something that I thought of.
So it's probably more personal IRL experience then that probably led you to be able to space it out maybe better than if you didn't have the experience, right?
Yeah, I think it stems from that I feel like a club should always feel more packed. It's better to feel too crowded than not crowded enough.
Yeah.
And so I've always tried to find that balance where there's enough room where if we have a packed house, we could fill the house, and there'd be room enough for people to all dance. But also if we end up, a little bit of a smaller opening, there's only 10, 15 people in here, it also shouldn't feel like, hello, person way over there, how are you, doing? Like it should be, still feel like, okay, cool. Like we're. So
I guess for me, the point I was trying to make here was that, like, how like you were, because I pretty much knew that you were, well, I had a good feeling that you were going to say that it was based on your personal experience, like your outside experience. But this is what, like we were saying earlier too, like how it draws back to, you just need to live life and live those experiences, because like it's only going to help you in your design, because then you're going to know like realistically like how things are actually going to place. Because if you're just stuck doing, the same thing and you're not really experiencing other like experiences, then you're kind of like limiting yourself to like how much you're actually capable of. Because like once you get like more like ideas from like real world references, I think it's like much easier to like think of like better combinations when you are designing. Like if you're not designing a venue even, right? Like you can apply more of those skills like to other designs if you just like open yourself up to more experiences.
Right. It's also the act of observing, right? So there's lots of people who will, like, I completely agree with what you're saying too. And like, and adding on to that, I think it's like, it's also like, I think there is an extra step here, which is that you have to be a little bit of like actively curious all the time, right? And observing, right? So, because there's plenty of times where you could go to a club and you don't think at all about the dance floor size, right? Like you don't think about like, why did that place feel better than the other place, right? Or even if you go to different houses in the game, right? You just say, I like this build. And then you go to the next build and go, I like this build. But like, I think it's a great question to ask, especially if you're trying to get better about, designing stuff, to ask, why did I like this build? This room feels awesome. It's very clean. Okay, but like, why does it feel clean, and why does it feel cleaner than the other person's build or the other thing that you saw, right? Why does this couch, why do you gravitate towards that? I mean, what items did they use? Sure. But like also, is it bigger than the other couch that you just saw? Did they add extra lighting in here? When I'm sitting on here, did they figure out a way to make it so that there isn't harsh lighting on my face so it's really nice for G-pose, for example? Why does it feel so nice to sit with my friends in this one space, and then the other space seems great, but like, I don't know, I didn't feel like I wanted to linger there, for example. But this build, naturally, we've just talked here for the last 3 hours. Why is that? And I think that questioning and that trying to dig a little deeper and try to understand why does that make you feel something a certain way that you do, I think is what then allows you to do that cross-pollinating too of a lot of those different ideas, because then you can, that's those concepts of like those tricks and those like things, or those the care that goes into certain those things, that's often kind of applicable everywhere. For example, soft lighting on someone's face, if it's meant to be a spot that people might want to G-pose in, something that you may not think about initially, but that's very applicable to like a lot of places, because you probably want people to take photos in certain areas, in like the couch area or the lounge or the bar or a G-pose studio and stuff. So it's not just about putting pretty lights, it's about, well, where would the person stand? Now, if they're standing where you think they're going to be standing, how do the lights interact with them? That stuff is, it's maybe obvious to some people to think like that, right? To think about analyzing that and have that curious brain, but it's not always so obvious to everybody to have that mentality. And I think that that's sometimes what is the missing piece between you and your favorite designer, is that you saw the same inspiration pieces and you thought that looks neat, but they asked why. And then they analyzed and they figured it out, and came up with their own take on why does it feel so cool. And then they figured out, okay, so then that idea, how can I apply that to like what I'm building? And they just did that 10,000 times, and then all that goes into their build. And then that's why their build feels so much more spectacular than yours, is because they were kind of pulling from all those little observations and little tips and tricks and things. That again, you might have been exposed to the same influences, and yet they just went that one level or 10 levels, sometimes deeper, of nerdiness to analyze why. So,
oh my god, we could theory craft for hours. Oh jeez.
Yeah.
No, but
Hey, Virus,
they're all very good ones. Yeah. Hey Virus. Hey Whimsy. Hey, what's up? Layla says, I don't mind being the first on the dance floor. I usually go after a while though, because I'm dancing alone. Others are busy or AFK, or they're chilling and don't want to talk. Oh, are you talking about like Layla when you come to like the openings here for Noah, or do you mean like IRL? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was actually just a surprise. Noah wasn't even supposed to be here. I was just doing my own housing tour for pop culture motifs, but then Noah got back to me about the build being open, so I was like, okay, let's just come over here. And then he's like, hey, why don't I just jump in the call? I'm like, oh, sure. And then we got to talking about all this other stuff. But no, but I do think that the stuff that we did talk about is very relevant, though. Like, I mean, I think it is, like Noah was saying before, I think it is, that's why I like doing Housing Talk with Alora, because it is nice to open the floor to have this kind of platform and to use it in a way that can be beneficial to more than one person. Because yes, like sometimes there's questions you don't want to ask, right? But if you don't talk about them or even try to like conceptualize what it could actually mean for someone, you don't know if you're actually like withholding that information from someone else. Like you could be helping like someone else that like, you know, that's just listening. And like the only way that any of us are going to improve is if we actually open the conversation to actually speak about these things. Because like Noah was saying too, like there's maybe some issues that like you hit a housing wall, or like you know you can't really think of an idea, or you feel bad about the external validation, you know, not getting really that much like likes or whatever, stuff like that. Like if we don't like share these like in like an open voice kind of thing, like I think like we tend to get in a bit in our heads a bit about this kind of stuff and get down on ourselves like much harsher than it should be. So it kind of does set things into perspective when you have an actual like, well, that's why I usually have Alora, right? Because we can actually have a live discussion. So I think it is extremely beneficial to have someone else to kind of bounce your ideas and your thoughts off of, because like I think a lot of times when we're alone, we can kind of get insulated in our own thinking and be like, oh my god, why did I do that? Like I hate that I did this, you know, like I can't do this ever again, you know. But then like when you have someone else to talk to or to bounce ideas off of, like, oh no, I've been through that too, like don't worry, it's like it just happens and you just have to like, you know, learn from it and kind of like move on and like try it again, you know. So it is kind of like that's why like it's nice to have this kind of like community where we can open the floor a bit, and that's why like and that's why it takes so long too. I want to read every one of your guys' comments because I actually want to like see how you feel about it, because we're never gonna really like, you're never gonna find like, or it's not like you're never gonna find it, but like you'll find, I feel like you'll find more approaches to deal with a problem if like you actually open the floor and actually have these deep discussions about things. And like I said, you never know, you might help someone else down the road who watches this VOD later, or it might help you down the road later to tell someone else, maybe, oh, I heard, you know, like this advice from so and so, you know, like maybe you should try this, like maybe it would help you out, and you never know, it could help them or help yourself. So I always think it's like very, very like good to discuss, to have like open concepts to discuss. Like you don't have to necessarily agree with them, but at least like you know that there's like other ways to deal with things, and you're not just like stuck in your head about, oh my god, I can't be doing this anymore, I don't know why, you know, like you'll just get in your head if you don't have these open conversations.
Yeah, that's why it's good to have the collaborators and do or collab streams or special guests and stuff like that too, because yeah, it's great to have ideas to bounce around and other opinions and stuff. So yeah.
Layla says, well, you were both talking about that for venues. I don't go to venues IRL. Yeah, I would say most people that, right? Like most people that come to your openings and stuff haven't. I think I'm probably one of the rare people that have worked for you that have actually been to like those kind of things. I don't know. I'm not sure how your staff
Yeah.
is now, but I think I'm one of the rarer ones, right? I think because I don't know.
Going out to stuff, you mean?
Yeah,
Checking
I don't
out-
know how it is now
Oh,
for
yeah.
you, but I think I am one of the
Yeah.
rare ones that
So-
have been to a lot of them, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Greenie the Panda. Yo,
Oh,
rating in.
hey Greenie, how's it going? Greenie's another housing, or he does other housing Lala, and she's also like a
heck
Lala
yeah.
doing MSQ right now. And she's actually a European streamer. How are you doing, Greenie? I haven't seen you in such a long time. I think I've just pretty much been I haven't been streaming quite as often as before, and I haven't been able to see your weekend streams because I've just been working like a lot. So yeah, I miss your I think she's like redoing MS. You're redoing MSQ right now on your like 10,000th alt, right? She's got like so many alts, but yeah.
Oh, relic book.
Oh no,
Oh,
ARR
heck yeah.
relic.
They're so pretty though. They're
Yeah, they are.
so good.
They're good.
Top tier relics even now. Understandable.
so
That's
good.
great.
I only have about 40 alts. I'm sure Noah, you have a lot of alts. Alora has a lot of alts. I mean, I think
Yeah.
most housing designers usually have several alts. So
Guilty as charged. Yes.
yeah.
That's awesome. Well, fellow housing designer people, welcome in. I'm the disembodied voice in your head. I'm Noah. I'm just a guest here. We're inside my build right now. Good to have you here. Good to meet y'all.
Yeah. I should repost the
I see you're bringing all the people together. It's so cool. Like, I just gotta say for a moment that like, I think I said this last time when I was on like as a guest from you, but like, it's so cool how you and Alora have built Housing Talk into like a truly international experience. Like I had a few people that would sometimes come in from like, other places around the world, and I'm obviously very grateful for that. But the way that you've connected up with so many designers from everywhere that regularly all pop into your stream and all talk, and that you like collab with and have as guest stars and stuff, it's really, really awesome. Every time I pop in your stream, I feel like you're like, oh my God, this person's from Germany and this person's from blah, blah. But they're like streamers bringing their communities in. And like, there's like someone from Japan, someone from Germany, someone from France, like someone from US, someone from, South America. It's like, it's from all over the place. And that's super cool.
Oh, thank you. I think that's what I told you like way back when, like behind the scenes housing talk, way back when I initially talked to Noah about this idea like a long time ago. Because I remember, this is so funny. I remember, Noah, you asked me. I remember we were in a call. Like it was in one of the garden parties. I think we were in like some staff call. I remember you saying like, "Have you ever considered streaming?" And I was like, "No, I don't think I'll ever stream ever." And then like fast forward to now, and and you're right. I have built a very international audience that's very like open to communication despite cultural differences, and like and yes, I am very happy with it. And like you definitely have a lot to do with it too in terms of influence. I mean, like I don't know if I would have met like Alora and like taken all those people if I hadn't been a part of your stuff for such a long time. Like yeah, like I mean, we did work like very hard to do so though. I mean, we did get initially some backlash too because like we were saying before, JP, there's a lot of cultural differences. I mean, Laura and I both had to pretty much learn how to actually like interact with them like respectfully, because it's a lot, like I said, it's a lot more conservative than it is over in NA. Like we're just a lot more, I guess, like laid back when it comes to certain communication approaches. So but I think the designer interviews actually helped the most, I would say, because we were able to get a one-on-one kind of with like the singular designer from wherever they're from, and we could actually like really get to know them and make them feel comfortable, like so they could like speak about their own culture, speak about their designs, how they want to speak about them, instead of us just analyzing it. That's why like you said too, it's good to have like collaborators from all over, and like I think that yeah, like I was saying before, like I think it's just nice to have like just more voices from different places, like so that like we can all feel a bit better and not as like standoffish either. Because I think before too, Noah, like I remember way back when we always felt that JP was kind of like that like little housing silo, or like the big housing silo on its own, and it was like JP and everyone else basically, like pretty much when it came to housing. But now like we've got like I think like you know about like the Alwyn stuff, right? The Housinger Mansion and stuff. Like
Yes,
yeah, pretty much
that
like
was inspiration for Toshi Studios. So yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, I didn't realize. But yeah, like pretty much like Allura, I think Allura, Isa, Strat were like the first like 3 like Western designers to break into housing or like to actually have rooms there, right? And then now I think this is like on the second or I think it's like a third theme this year that like Westerners have like, you know, like been a part of Housinger. And now we've got like I think Dot's in Housinger now, Cersei's in Housinger, like there's like a few other like Western designers as well. So I am really happy that like you're all able to like just like get along and contribute and like, you know, share your joy of housing like despite cultural differences. Because I mean, I think Noah probably knows this more than anyone because he has been in the scene much longer than I have, but like it really was like pretty much like you'd get some rudeness too sometimes from JP, like when it came to like certain things. Like they just wouldn't take Westerners seriously really when it came to certain things. Yeah, unless you were like super big like Ashen or Dividus, like it would be very hard, I think.
Yeah, there's some cultural differences, and I mean, there's also just I mean, different ways that different communities and cultures conduct themselves overall. You know, I think can feel abrasive or just like too different for certain people and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's great because I think it's important then to have voices that help bridge that and show, like, you know, like there's probably a good saying for this or something, right? But kind of like, you know, when you travel or if you just like, you know, if everyone just was able to like meet people from all the different countries, I mean, I feel like you'd instantly just realize that like most people from most places are all great, you know? That it's probably only a few bad eggs that get like the bad press, and then like that's the thing that you make your judgment off of. It's like a very loud minority, right? That is like the problematic people of every country. But then like the vast majority of people are all like very nice and probably way more similar to you than you'd imagine. So, but you wouldn't know that a lot of times unless you interact with them and someone helps make that bridge. And it's really scary to be the first person on the dance floor and also the first person to break bread with like the other people, you know? So like, yeah, again, props to you guys for like
thank you.
taking that time.
Yeah,
to
I
help
really
break
think I just had
the ice
like I
there.
was so nervous to break into JP because like remember when I moved to JP entirely for a bit? Like I just had to like I basically forced myself to learn like the language. I forced myself to learn all the customs. I mean, I don't want to say forced because I did like I had an interest in doing that anyways, but like it was really hard because like I didn't.
Yeah.
It's completely different. Like the culture is completely different. Like
Yeah.
I'd had to basically relearn all of the things that they already knew since they were born and as an adult, and it's really hard. And of course, I got some like pushback too, right? Like it's always going to happen, but I'm glad that all those like years paid off of actually like immersing myself in their culture and actually being able to translate that into people communicating across the board. So.
Oh yeah. Heck yeah.
But I'm actually we should probably talk about like the actual stuff because I see Jay Doodle. Hey, thanks for popping in. Ooh, a housing stream so rare they in, and then they also say, I'm trying to dissect all the items I'm seeing in this build. Some of the ones I recognize are being used so creatively. I guess is there any?
What are you noticing, Jay Doodle?
Yeah, what are you noticing? Yeah, like if anyone has any questions for Noah or like questions on like what Noah used here, I think this is the perfect time to ask now that we have him in the call. It's just much easier for him to answer when he can like just speak verbally instead of through text, because I can only explain so much like from what I see, but Noah's the one who built this build himself, so he'd definitely be able to explain more of like the technical aspects that I don't see from like my angle here. Yeah.
Yes. Also, by the way, I don't know how much of a schedule you have to stick to, but I know like you and I can yap forever. So if at some point you're like, we gotta go, then like just let me know. I'm just a guest here, man.
Okay,
so,
I think we should stay here for maybe like 10 more minutes. I actually have one build left.
Sure.
We have to head over to Materia. I really want to see that one because it is from one of our European friends over there. So yeah.
Of course, yeah. So please, don't worry. Feel free to kick me out anytime. This is your stream. So
yeah.
I'm just guest starring here right now.
Jay Doodle says, how many Glade open bookshelves are on that dance floor? I would just say yes, right?
Yeah. I don't know. There were more. I will tell you this. There were probably about twice as many at one point. So creating, Jay Doodle is pointing out specifically that when you get into the Glimmering Glade, the dance floor area that we are standing in right now, that if you look on the floor area, if you kind of pan the camera upwards, you can kind of see that there's a whole bunch of this kind of leaf-like pattern going on. And for anyone who might not recognize that item, so yeah, that is correct. That is the Glade open shelf bookshelves, the tops of them. And so they're all layered together and kind of offset in rotation to get these different patterns. And so there was, again, I think there was probably at one point in this build when I was making this dance floor, I think about twice as many of them. So even more of these patterns going on. And it was like expanded farther forward in the build. Like there's the whole entryway here had like more of it like bleeding into the entryway. And then also even a little bit farther back, like here, I think. It was kind of like they were kind of popping in from the edges here and stuff. But so I don't actually know off the top of my head. You could probably count it. If you see it, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know, something like probably like 30 to 40 or something, maybe 30, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, like times that by 2, right, on both halves. But like he did also ask about what is that round marble in the middle? I think he's talking about this edge. This is Celestial screen, isn't it? The top of it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's clean.
It's just a very
the bronze
subtle
edge right here, right? He's talking about,
screen.
I think, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah. I put I really wanted to make this interior garden something that felt kind of unique and different than other interior gardens that I'd seen. And so I've seen quite a number of beautiful, beautiful gardens inside where they use the grass rug to great effect. And then obviously, putting in some of the other plants and stuff, which you sink into the floor. So I was trying to challenge myself though to like, okay, so how do I create my own version of something like that still feels though like it's a garden. It still really captures the very lush garden kind of aspect. And I actually had been experimenting with this concept, using the tops of these bookshelves in a different kind of build. I had kind of actually come out with this just when I was experimenting with different floor patterns in like a completely different context. But I remember seeing this and kind of coming up with this idea of like using the tops of those because I really like that little leaf pattern, that they kind of have. Mm-hmm. And I shelved that idea though. It ultimately didn't fit in the other spaces that I was working in. So then when it came time to do this, and I was looking at, I put the grass all down, and it was just like a big grass field with a couple of lights and a couple of like, plants and stuff. And it looked okay. I just thought though, it just kind of feels like everyone's seen
almost,
that. Like
right?
people, yeah. People have seen a big grassy lawn. I mean, heck, that's just outside. That's just the garden, right? Mm-hmm. So then I kind of had the aha moment of like, whoa, well, like I had the idea for this kind of like tiling thing going on with the shelves there. What if I layered that into the grass, but like partially sunken in the grass that kind of looks like it's blending all together? And that's when I came up with this. And it worked. And it like, wow, that actually looks really cool. And then I had a lot more of these shelves, but I ultimately pulled a lot of them back out because I thought it was too cluttered looking. It was like too much pattern
too
going
intricate,
on. It was
right?
just overwhelming.
Like too layered, yeah.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. And it wasn't, you couldn't even register. Like, I think if you add too many more beyond what I have right here, it starts to become diminishing returns, right? Like, it's just so overwhelming with the pattern.
Oh, that almost looks really almost like a flooring pattern and not the actual items, right? Almost.
Exactly. It's just a giant jumble of stuff going on versus like actually kind of seeing some of the shaping.
Well, that would be a waste of floating, right? You'd be like, oh no, I floated way too many things. Yeah, exactly.
It's a waste of floating, it's a waste of item slots, like, and that's obviously at a premium. The little like to this little circular thing, this was actually a lot higher before. So it was originally kind of meant as like, hey, maybe like it'd be cool to have almost like a dance cage, like sometimes if you've seen like clubs and stuff, like
right, the cylindrical,
yeah. So it was never going to be like a cage, but it was meant to be like a bit more of like a raised stage area. The problem was that if you see me standing here, right, like then if someone's DJing though, I started to kind of look at this and I thought, oh, well, actually, I put a mannequin actually on top of that at one point just to kind of like see what it would look like
level,
in it. And it was like, oh, if there's a tall person or even a couple of tall people on it, it'll block the DJ. So that's actually why I lowered it
I see.
eventually.
Because they'd be like up here, and they'd be in the center, right, where you are.
Exactly.
Or whoever's there, yeah.
So it'd kind of be like all eyes on them instead of like the DJ
the whole time, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So then that's why I like lowered it down, but I really liked the look of it overall.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to kind of keep that as like a little bit of a centerpiece that kind of broke up the giant grass field and like really kind of, you know, has a I don't know, like a shape that your eye can kind of like break away from.
You know how like we always say that like, you know, like innovating ideas, even if it doesn't work for that one build, it could work for a future prototype, right? Like I can imagine like, let's 100%. Say you do like another warehousey kind of thing with more verticality, you could possibly have that same cage thing, but only in a place where you have a higher ceiling, right? Like where the DJ deck can stand way above, and then it won't matter if there's a cage there or not, right?
Yes.
But this one's just particularly flat, so you don't want that. So yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like, and it's always about the context of what you're seeing all these things in, right? Like in other cases, you know, the tables may not work, or like maybe just like the move would be to just have grass, right? So yeah, it's always about context of how you're wrapping the rest of the things around there. So yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad I bamboozled you too, J Doodle. That's always my one of my goals. Is
it's always like when you don't know, but you know, like Sizera, like people like that, Sizera and like Nora and stuff. Oh my god, like some of those things they build, I'm just like, you're just like how and you're just
I saw you went to the Alexander thing too.
Oh,
right? Like
for Momoguile, yeah. Oh my god, like some of those things, I'm just like, I'm looking at it like we're like this guys, like we're like designers who have been designing for a while. We're looking at it, and I'm still scratching my head. I'm just like, what even is this? Like I'm just like, it's crazy. So like it's such like a wow moment, you know. And but like, you know, like the more you see, right, the more patterns you see, the more patterns that you try, the more likely that you're going to be able to like, you know, find like, you know, other combinations for yourself. It's all like trial and error, basically. Like pretty much is like the best advice I can give. It's just like keep trying. Like that's what it is.
One like I usually think of it like that too, of like when you see other housing designers, like don't think of it as like oh my god, they're so good, like I can never be that good. Think of it like, oh my god, it's opening your mind to what's possible. And then you're like, oh, so like, yeah, you know, like we all have access to the same housing items. So like, wow, that's really cool. That's an inspiration for like all these other ways that I
And another thing to remember too that's very important is that these designers didn't just start like 20 out of 10 good, right? Like they weren't just like really good right out of the gate. Like they probably spent thousands of hours behind the scenes building that up.
Yeah, 100%.
So
and many people, myself included, come from an art background as well. So like I usually like to point that out as well when people ever like talk about like comparing themselves to like what I'm doing or something. Is one, I've probably clocked more hours in housing than you have. So, you know, like 10, not you ISO, but like, you know, like more hours in general.
In general, from the average person who doesn't, right? Yeah.
Right. Like I've already clocked tons of hours behind the scenes, but I've also like streamed every week for quite a number of years and stuff. So I've done a lot of housing. But then I literally studied graphic design as my actual profession and practiced it. You know, I did in college, I studied it, and then I practiced it professionally for 7 years. And then before that, I was always the kid who did art projects and stuff instead of going to recess. I endlessly played with Legos when I was a kid, and I do really attribute playing Legos as a kid to why I'm able to sometimes build the kind of structures and stuff that I do in Final Fantasy, because my brain works like that.
But it's literally and metaphorically those building blocks, right? That help you.
Exactly.
And all those hours that like someone else spent doing something else, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So like bringing all that expertise then into 14, it's like, yo, I've clocked 100,000 hours of art, you know, over my life. And then I've also now clocked my 10,000 hours in housing. So then, you know, if someone goes like, oh, well, you know, I've been doing housing for like 6 months and my builds are just, you know, like, oh, I'm never going to be as good as you. It's like, dude, well, like, I mean, clock a few more hours first, at least, you know, before you start, you know, making that decision. Because like, yeah, I'm pulling in, and I'm sure many designers out there, you know, are pulling in from many art forms that they've done that helps them build the kinds of things that they do. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Saran's back. Hey. Yeah, there you go, right? Like Saran, for example, yeah, they're saying they designed for 2-something years before ever posting anything. So that is another good thing too to realize too, right? Is that you see some of these designers pop out of nowhere and they post an absolute banger and you go, holy crap,
Like
man.
how?
You know,
I
like
think that's
what
where
the
the
heck?
false, I guess, comparison comes from. Like they think that just because like they're just posting a banger right away, that means they started then. That and Soren just proved that it's not necessarily the case. Like she said, she's built a lot before even considering posting. So that's always
Right.
something to keep in mind too. You never really know what their situation is. So I think it's just unfair to yourself and to them to make that comparison because you just don't know, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. And Jay Doodle, you're too shy to post it. There's nothing wrong with that too. Like, I also think that it's perfectly valid to do housing or any art form purely for you. If you just want to keep it, just keep doing it still, and eventually you feel that you want to post, then that's great. But if you never do, then that's okay too. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and you shouldn't like beat yourself up if you just really can't bring yourself to like post. Then that's perfectly fine. Just show your friends and like hang out in space or something. I would say though, try to, even if you don't post it online, at least bring a friend to the build. Bring some friends to the build and like have them hang out in it and stuff like that. Because it's really lovely to just like have some people experience your art, you know. And sometimes it honestly just that alone would help you get to that point where like your friends would help amp you up a little bit. You know, they kind of go, yo, like this is actually amazing. Like, why don't you post it, right? It's actually like, I don't know why you think it's bad. This is amazing, right? I love it. I would happily, show this to people.
Like
So,
small steps, yeah. Like don't, like, I guess like the other thing is like don't like really think of it like oh my god, I have to go from like 0 to 100. Like things take time too. Like you like just be patient with yourself. You just never know. Like I told you, the perfect example. Like Noah asked me a few years ago, would you ever consider streaming? I said no, like right away, right? But then like eventually I was like, wait a second, wait a second, maybe I can. And then it kind of
Yeah.
slowly built. And then look at like what Noah said, like look at what the community that I built here. Like it's very welcoming, it's very nice, and we've got a lot of cross-regional people here, kind of all sharing the same space and talking openly about things. So yeah, you really never know. Like really, really never know.
Yeah. It's our journey, right? And I think we're often too focused on destinations
Yes.
and like, wanting to be at the destination or comparing where your current destination or where you've already arrived, like people get too caught up in comparing where they're at to where someone else has already like arrived, right? And like you're just like observing the gap and like how vast that difference is, and like that's the wrong thing to be focusing on, because again, it's like there's all kinds of reasons why they are at that destination. One of it could have just been they slogged for 4 more years every single day than you have, right?
Yeah.
Like they literally could have 0 different ideas than you, but just the sheer fact that they have just like hammered on this thing for like 4 more years than you have every day could like mean that they're ahead of you, right? So all kinds of different reasons and stuff. So yeah. Too daunting. Yeah, like, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. I think also again there's a level of what do you want to get out of posting it too, right? It's a good ask. Like, well, what trips you up about posting it? Like, what are you hoping to get, or what haven't you gotten in the past about that? And like, was that the right metric to measure that on? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is for you, Jay Doodle and Layla, but I think that could be a question like worth asking.
Yeah, and like Noah said, like
and-
even if you never do it, it's totally fine either way, right? I think the point here is that like sometimes you might not know that you want to too, like kind of like me with streaming. Like I didn't know until I got kind of like other opinions and like kind of like how other people did things, and then I was thinking, okay, maybe I might watch a few more streams and see what it's like. And then it eventually came to, okay, maybe people are saying, oh, like you'd probably be good at explaining this. It's like, okay, maybe I'll try doing some test on my own to see, right? And then eventually like I got to the point where it's like, no, I kind of want to try this now. Like maybe I should just go for it. And if it ends up not working out, then I know it's not for me, right? But at least I gave that good effort. But then once I did my first one, I was like, okay, I think I want to do this. Because I remember when I first started streaming, remember I was streaming like random games. Like I think I was streaming like No, Nier was the first one. I think I'm pretty sure. Remember way back when I was playing Nier? When you first told me about Nier, I remember that. I was streaming Nier, and then I streamed like a couple streams. Like, okay, this is actually isn't too bad. And then I got into housing, and then I don't know, it just all skyrocketed from there, pretty much. Like the rest was history. I didn't even think about like, oh my god, I'm not going to stream. So, wait, what's this saying?
Yeah.
J Doodle says, "Lol, I drag my friends to all my builds, and gently by paying for it, bully them into buying houses for me and decorating." But that's good too, because at least you're still including them and engaging them, right? Like, I mean, Noah is right. It is about the experience that you draw. Like, if you just want people to come to your home and visit, you know, that's totally fine. It's like, it's your experience in 14. And like that famous meme is, we don't pay your sub, right? So I mean, like, if you find joy out of that, then I don't see why not just continue doing that, right? And Layla's saying here, it's not a matter of I don't have confidence. It's more like taking something that I love, I pour my heart into my projects, and now it gets turned into a job that I have to become someone. I just like to play and make some friends. Yeah, I can see that happening too, because I mean, you've experienced this too, I believe, Noah, and probably any kind of like content creator. Eventually you're gonna hit the point where you like burn out a bit, or especially if you overload yourself. Like last year, I don't know if you remember, Noah, but literally like Laura and I literally had back-to-back designers like for like 12 weeks, I think. It was insane.
Oh,
like,
I remember. Yeah, that was wild.
And we both worked full time, right? So it's like back to back to back to back is just like, because it's not just going live. It's like all the planning and all the, you know, the scheduling and everything, right? Like, it's like we were so burnt out after 2025 that like when we started 2026, we were like, okay, we gotta like think of an actually like a balanced plan to actually like go forward with this, or we're just gonna burn out so much that we just don't want to do this anymore. And I didn't want that to happen. I knew that there was a lot more potential still with the HousingTalk project that Alora and I wanted to explore, so we just basically made adjustments as we went, and yeah, that just basically brings back to our point, like, you know, it doesn't have to be like, you don't have to put like so much pressure or thought into it. You can just leave it alone for a bit, come back to it, and you just never know. Like, one day you might think, oh, maybe I will just post this. Maybe I will just try like putting this up there and seeing what happens. And you never know. It could be like really awesome and you feel really great about it. And you get like really good feedback from some friends or like, you know, some people that you don't know. And then you're like, okay, maybe I'll try posting another one. Like, so I think it's always good to at least like, you know, give it some time too. Like, don't just like give up on it. Like I think it's like I didn't give up on it, like the streaming thing, and eventually I did it. So I'm really happy that I stuck with it. So yeah.
Hey, Aurora, welcome in.
Oh, hey, Aurora. Oh my god, all these people are coming in. J Doodle's replying to Layla saying, oh, what were you saying?
Oh, just like to Layla's thing too, of like that, like it is, I think in your case, Layla, you're saying too that like, you know, you don't post and you don't really have any interest in posting and stuff too, right? Like, it's not a matter of like, I'm trying to work myself up to it. It's kind of more just like that doesn't seem like an actual thing that you want to go for too. If I'm understanding that kind of correctly, right? Like, because that it would potentially turn it into a job as opposed to just like a pure hobby for the joy of it. And I think that's great. Like, I think that's great if you recognize that too. And if you just kind of say like, hey, like, I think it would send it into a different kind of realm of experience for you, right? Because like, once you start posting too, when you are inviting that external kind of like feedback of like the likes and the, you know, resubscribe or was it retweets and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it can kind of start to become something that, whether you like it or not, right? Like, it becomes something that is on your mind, that it's hard to ignore the amount of like likes and stuff, and kind of to question, you know, one way or another, like, why did this one get more than the other one? Or feeling like you need to kind of like, in order to quote unquote grow, that the amount of likes or follows that you have should be like increasing and stuff. And that does change the dynamic of what that is for you versus just like, I just build houses to sometimes show my friends. And like, if you want to see my houses, great, but I'm not going to like try to put that on the internet kind of thing. So yeah, I think that's perfectly valid. I think actually there's a lot of people that are like that, which is a huge amount of people that are like that because you literally just don't hear about them because they don't boast, which is perfectly fine.
It's just a personal decision you just have to make for yourself, basically. Whatever you feel is the right thing for yourself. That's ultimately what matters. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks about it. So,
yeah.
We should probably start moving on to the materia build, though, because I know we can go for hours on this. Unless there's something you want to, like, point, if there's any, like, last-minute questions you have for Noah about this build, particularly, like, specifically this build, or if you want to, like, point out anything that you were, like, really proud of, Noah, in this build, that maybe we haven't touched on before?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think like the thing that I am most proud of in this build is the space that we're already standing in, which is like this kind of dance floor area.
Yeah.
I think it's probably like the most unique factor, I want to say, of the space. I think like the other spaces, I mean, I kind of said it when we first walked in, like the chandelier and stuff. But like, I say the chandelier and then even like the bar and the seating areas, I like them, but personally, I don't love them. And I don't mean that they're bad, like by any stretch of the, like I don't think they're bad. I think a lot of people already do really like them, and like people were using them when we've had 2 openings now, and people were using.
Yeah, I saw people using them.
Yeah, and it's great, and I love that people enjoy that. I think that I would like to still kind of like, I'm keeping kind of like an open, I don't know, idea bank around that of like, like I wonder if there's something else that I could do. Because like I love what I did with the dance floor. Like I love the glade thing in the middle. I quite like how the windows behind, like to the outside garden area, behind the DJ deck, how that came out. So I think those are like probably the highlights, which were from the very beginning of thinking about Glimmer Glade. Those were 2 of the core ideas that I always wanted to center around. So I did really push to make those extra spectacular. And the other areas I think are good, but I wonder if I could. I have a feeling that I could come up with something that I would love. And I mentioned this when we first grand opened, but there's the seating area over there. I did actually come up with a seating area that I really loved, but it was so awesome. But it was really, really awesome, but in a way that I felt actually fit a different build that I'm working on. And it also was like, I think like 60 item slots at some point. So it was like way too many item slots for the seating area.
Yeah.
So I actually pulled it out kind of last minute to free up item slots in order to like be able to like put lighting and some other things in here. So you'll actually see the seating area that I came up with there in a different build probably in the next month or 2.
Wow.
But I just so it's like that's why I mean though where I'm saying like I loved the concept that I came up with. It just didn't work here.
Right.
But I know that like I can come up with like a seating thing that I like, really, really like love. So but that being said, if you love it, that's amazing. That's fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that. Please keep loving it. Keep hanging out there. I think this is a space where I feel like it will keep evolving a little bit over time as I come up with new ideas and there's different housing items and that kind of thing. So yeah, I think, but yeah, I think that's kind of my initial thoughts there.
I'm more surprised that, like, I'm actually shocked when you revealed that, oh, I have another one coming. I was like, what? Like because after you did this video, I was like, wow, this is already like really, really like, I feel like it's like I feel like because you kind of like it's like a really huge improvement of like all of your builds kind of like put together. Like this kind of reminds you of the attic, kind of, right, with like the low ceiling and the like the windows, except you replace them with like the green stuff, right?
Yes.
But no, I was shocked. I was actually shocked because like you literally did so many builds so in such short of time. The reason why I'm not shocked because I don't think. It's not like I'm gonna rephrase this. It's not that I didn't think you were capable of having so many builds in a row. I just thought that like I think because like when Prominence took you a really long time to do, I was thinking, oh my god, you're just getting like really fast at these now, I think. But then you have so much more DJing stuff. I'm like, oh my god, how is he like just like putting out all these builds? And I'm thinking now maybe because you got like a couple really good ideas, right? Like the epiphanies we were talking about, right? That you eventually like, wait a second, I can do all these things now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like so one of the you're absolutely right. So like one of the things is what ISO's talking about is my very first Oh, not here. It was a second club, technically, I built, was called Prominence. And famously, the story goes that I spent 6 months building that place, basically no lifing that during the pandemic in secret. And that I was basically like doing that as, not like necessarily 24/7 every day, but like quite a lot, and it was during the pandemic. So I had like a lot of extra time. And again, 6 months. So it's like a long time, right? Obviously. So this did not take me 6 months, and most of my builds nowadays don't take me 6 months. Now, the thing is, anyone who's done art though understands this, which is you do get faster over time with both the tools, and also that as you try an art form, you come up with ideas. And as certain ideas don't work out for certain things, you do store them in your brain, right? So, and then the next, when you're down the road, oftentimes those techniques or those ideas come back to you, and you go, oh, right, this didn't work at that other project, but it totally might work in this project, and you try it, and then it works, right? So I think that's part of it. Is I spent a ridiculous amount of time on the first several builds that I built trying a bazillion and a half like different ideas and concepts and combinations of items. And then obviously I also did all the housing streams too. Like all those housing streams, we were doing all these different concepts, and I'm looking at all these different concepts and all these different ideas from different designers. And so now when I'm coming to these builds, not only do I have the benefit of hindsight of all the previous builds that I've built and being able to draw from any patterns that I want to bring back,
Yes.
but I'm also just like drawing from a humongous library of experience of like ideas that didn't work at other places, right? And then, or new items, honestly, too. Sometimes there's like, this idea didn't work because I lacked this kind of.
You didn't have the 50% item slot increase either, right, from before. So that also, yeah. And then also, I've spent a lot of time, for example, for this build. I mentioned at the beginning when we first walked in that we're going on 5 years that I've been running the garden party. And so, all of that time I've had ideas of like, and I've been gathering mood board images and things of like concepts that I wanted to try if I ever made the interior venue of that. So I think Prominence, when I first built it, was like a truly open-ended thing. I said, we're in the pandemic, there's no time limit, there's spared no expense, there's no time limit. Like, we're not going anywhere. So just literally experiment with anything. Like, try any ideas, just try everything, and try to come up with the craziest thing you can come up with. And just, there's no reason to not try another idea. So I did just keep trying over and over these different ideas. Whereas now, some of these things, I have more of a specific idea going in. I kind of knew the layout that I wanted for this. I knew I wanted the back windows. I knew I wanted a grassy kind of, glade dance floor in the middle, right? I knew I kind of wanted to work with a lot of wood and stone and kind of make it a little bit more like a temple kind of vibe, because that's what a lot of the mood board art and stuff that I liked was. And so a lot of those pieces kind of already slot themselves in. Whereas like in Prominence, I really went in there with like, I don't know what I'm going to build. Like, I'm going to just like see what experimenting with every imaginable combination of the housing items leads me to. And that's where I ended up with like, this whole circular chandeliers thing and like a bunch of that stuff. So that's why I'm a lot faster now, is because I'm kind of building on more of like a distinct concept that I'm just like trying to execute on and bring that thing to life, versus leaving it much more open-ended and also having to do all that experimenting and, blah, 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 figuring out all the item combos. So, Well, no, thank you for coming on, Noah, and the whole explanation. I really appreciate you just popping in. I know you gotta be busy too, man. But yeah, thanks so much for opening it up again and stuff. It was just good timing, I guess, that you were able to come on today. But,
this is great.
Yeah.
I think today actually also happens in my Twitch partnerversary.
Oh, it is?
Something like that. So,
yeah. Do you have like a set later on, or is it just like a relaxed day for you?
I was debating on it, but actually my internet has been thankfully holding up while I've been here with you. But for some reason, I don't know why. Just like this past weekend, some of my regulars know that. I mean, this past weekend, a bunch of the streams that we tried to do were very interrupted by internet problems, and it was continuing today. So I don't think I'm actually going to end up streaming today, just to make sure that it doesn't end up just being like really bad. Thankfully, once I came on stream with you, it cleared up. So I don't know. Thank you, internet, and and like housing gods for this lovely time.
Oh, man.
Yeah. This has been great. It's great to always nerd
But
out
yeah,
about
thanks
this.
for all the
And
kind words as well about the whole like, you know, bringing people together and stuff. Like that's, I mean, I think you and I, when we were working together previously, I think we just kind of shared that sentiment, like the similar goal. So
yeah,
I'm really happy that, you know, like we got to actually like chat about that stuff a lot, and like, and I'm happy for like everything. I just wanted to say this like up front, like in person, like I'm very happy with like all the successes that you have achieved now, because
oh,
it's been a long time coming, I think, for you, and I'm finally glad that you're like branching out and stuff and doing like more like what you want to do. So it's good.
well, thank you.
I'm happy for
I
you.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I appreciate,
Yeah.
and again, I like back. Likewise, I appreciate all your support for everything you've done to support. I mean, so for, if you guys don't know, ISO worked with me, and he worked at the garden party at one point too. You know, he was for quite a while, like helping us run a lot of the events. So, you know, he was intimately part of a bunch of the nightlife events that we've run. So, kind of cool, I think, to see the evolution of some of the stuff that ISO helped us create and build. So, yeah, thank you for always supporting me and always inviting me also back on your stream. And it's always good to nerd out. Jay Doodle, also, you asked a quick question here. How long do I keep the builds up before tearing them down or starting something new? For me specifically, I can't speak for everybody. For me specifically, I rarely ever tear anything down that I built unless it is meant to be teared down. So like when I say that, I mean, for example, we might have like a seasonal Christmas build, in which case I might tear it down to build the, you know, whatever summer build later down the road, right? But in the case of most of the spaces that I specifically build, it's usually building out these venue spaces for kind of my world, so to speak. Saitoshii is like, I kind of have this like ongoing, I call it my Disneyland, where I'm kind of like building out like a bunch of these different builds. I have several different nightclubs, as well as like a listening lounge and a bar, and like we have a cafe, we have an event space. So for me, I've just been building out more and more of the different spaces that all kind of like keep stacking and becoming part of the larger overarching project. So I don't ever really tear stuff down unless it's like a seasonal thing, or in the case of when we did housing streams, occasionally we'd be doing like just like a fun concept, right? So we'd just be like, how many lofts can we fit in this one space, and create like a thing with it? And in which case that one would just be torn down maybe the next stream when we have like a different need for that space or something. But yeah, that's at least for me, if you were asking me specifically. Yeah, so.
But yeah, thanks again, Noah, for coming on. Thanks for everyone for asking all the questions and being involved. Yeah, like I really gotta get going to that material build now. It's the last one. I really want to go.
Okay.
But yeah, if you gotta head off and like whatever, like just eating whatever, like don't worry, we'll be good. But yeah, for anyone who wants to come along, we're going to one more build. It is gonna be a public build as well. It's a build by Brendessa. She's a French designer. And yeah, you guys are all more than welcome to come if you have any kind of character, because anyone can travel to Materia, so we're just gonna end the stream on that build. But yeah, no, if you gotta head off, like thanks for coming on.
I'll just say, if I could say just a little final thing of like, so if you guys, so this is a venue space, this is a club, so we actually open this every single Sunday, and we have live DJs and stuff. So we have like, we run a bunch of different venues. We usually do stuff on Fridays, but here, this build is every Sunday from 3 to 8 p.m. PDT. And it's like really chill and like melodic. So it's like really good work. It's like really good music and vibes to do housing to, or like creative projects and stuff if you just want to like tune in for the music. So yeah, I'd love to see, if any of you guys would like to like come hang out with us, would love to have you. I think it's nice to see it when it's actually in use, like as the actual venue, you know, like seeing the venue actually live too. So yeah, I wish you guys luck on your housing adventures. I hope some of what ISO and I talked about will inspire you and help you keep creating housing stuff, because you guys are awesome, and share with the world your creations and keep creating. So, okay, have fun on materials.
Yes, thank you guys. Yes. All right, see you later now. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, see ya. Bye. All right. Yes, and the staff, Aurora, and the staff. Yes. But yeah, thanks again for coming out, everyone, to this. This wasn't planned, but I am glad that we finally got to analyze Noah's build and kind of like talk about housing ideas. It all come full circle at the end, so I'm very, very happy that Noah's able to spend some of his time to pop in and talk to you guys about, maybe offer some advice or just talk about general housing stuff and more about his build. But yeah, like if you do want to check out his stuff, I did shout him out again, so twitch.tv/Noah Saitoshii, and yeah, like he said, he pretty much plays every Sunday 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern if you want like this kind of vibe in the Glimmerglade build here, and you will be able to see a lot more of what actually goes on when they are live. So yeah, go give him a follow and check him out. He's great. Yay. But yeah, let's head on over to our last build though. This one is by the lovely Rendessa, and it's called Paris Delights. And I guess they have a French name, but I made it Paris Delights. I will actually be doing a French analysis. I actually prepared a French analysis for her build, so I'm going to be doing partly in English and partly in French as well. Yes, I have started learning French as well. I hope to eventually do French and even JP analysis as well going forward. So it is something that I've been working on. I've been expanding my language set. So hopefully I don't butcher it too much. And if Rendessa or Noko or any of you guys hear this, like, please don't kill me. I'm trying. But I thought it would be nice to pay ode to you guys, because a lot of the French designers and a lot of the European designers have supported me on a lot of my ventures. So I did want to kind of respect your guys' culture and try to learn your language a bit more, instead of just speaking English all the time, because we do have an international fan base. So I do really appreciate all you guys always coming out. But yeah, we are going to head on over. I'm just going to put the stills up here, and I'm going to head over to my main on Materia, because I am from Bismarck. So yeah, if anyone wants to join us, you guys are all more than welcome to. You can bring your mains over, you can bring your sub characters over. Anyone can pretty much go over to Materia as a Voyager, unless you have a Materia character. Then you can just head right on over to Lavender Beds, Ward 11, Plot 19. So yeah. I'd be surprised if Strat was still up, though. It's quite late for him. Like, EU time's got to be, what, like 2 a.m. right now, I think? 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that. So I'm actually very thankful for all you EU folks who are still up. Oh my god, it's got to be so late for you. It's almost been like, holy crap, it's been like 5.5 hours. Holy jeez. I did not expect it to go this long. I told Alora it was going to be short today, but I think she knew it wasn't going to be short. Even without Noah, I think she knew. She just knew that it would go long. We always go long, but that's totally fine. I got a day off today, and I really just want to, hang out with you guys more. So, yeah. Thanks for all staying, guys. But hang on a second. Wait, what's going on? Don't tell me Materia, guys. Sometimes Materia gets a bit wonky, but no, it's good. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Actually, Noah helped me quite a bit, because I was starting to get really tired with talking for a bit. So I'm kind of glad, Noah, you took up some of that space. I was like, oh, thank God, I can kind of rest a bit. Because usually I have Alora, my co-host, my partner, my co-host, to bounce ideas off of and kind of banter with. But it's like, oh man, I'm getting so tired. Like, I don't want another 24-hour stream like that last time. So I wasn't prepared for that. So, oh hey Neon, thanks for coming. I didn't see you. Oh dude, I didn't even see you did the first redeem like 12 minutes ago. Wow. Sorry, I just got so carried away with speaking with Noah. Noah's right. We really get into things. Like, I mean, if Noah and I don't like say, hey, we gotta rush this, like, we're just gonna go on forever. So, hey, Noah, Laura, you're not getting replaced. What? No, my God. Jay Doodle says, I would never pass up the opportunity to do a housing tour. This has been a treat. No, thanks so much, Jay Doodle. Yeah, we don't do them as normally as we used to, but I try to get at least one housing tour, or like housing. It doesn't, not necessarily a housing tour, but we usually try to get at least like one housing kind of like stream in a week. We do sometimes play other games too, like Baldur's Gate, Heartopia. We play it's like another building sim, and then I'm not sure when, but soon we're going to be introducing Diablo 4 into the mix as well. So yeah, we do play other games like side content stuff. But yeah, we primarily do housing, and yeah, we're just happy that all of you guys are here to hang out with us. So yeah, endless yap looping forever. Yeah, I love how I said at 6:50. Oh, it's gonna be like 10 minutes. We'll spend 5 or 10 more minutes, and then it ended up being half an hour. I knew that was gonna happen, but that's why I said that. If I said any longer, it would have lasted even longer. So, but yeah. Okay, let's head into Rendessa's build. Oh, no one has been here. I'm gonna take the stills down as soon as I walk in, just so we can hear the music and the immersiveness of Rendessa's build. Okay. Ooh, look at this. Oh, that is sweet. This looks even better in person. Wow. Oh, I love how she did the French flag here. What the heck? Like, how many items? Like, what is this? Oh, wait. Are these the lunch bags? These are the lunch bags, right? She's got, like, what is that? 1, 2, like, 3 of these blue lunch bags? Like, 4 of the white lunch bags, and I think 3 of the red lunch bags. Oh my god. That's so cool. Could you, like, you see the divide there, right? That they're each individual lunch bags. Oh my god, that's so cool. Yeah, that's sick. I've never really seen anyone do a flag before, at least not something this clean. Wow, holy crap. And you know what? It just fits like almost perfectly into this, like, the bay window piece here. What the heck? Wow, that's actually pretty crazy. Jeez. Wow, and then the Eiffel Tower view. What the heck? Oh, these are these, like, what are these all Glade chairs, and what are these, though? Wait a second, hang on. Oh my god, those are all the Lalafell stools. What? Oh, who's here with me? Who's this? Who's Mother Hen, Serena? Oh, a Voyager. Cool. Are you from NA? Oh, nice. I'm guessing you're from the stream. Welcome in. I'm not sure who this is on Twitch chat, but thanks for stopping by, Mother Hen, Serena. That's an awesome glam, by the way. But yeah, feel free to just walk around wherever. I'm just gonna be casually analyzing this. But look at this, guys. These are all Lalafell step stools. What the heck? And then she's got the one manor bench, or the piano bench, in the middle here. And then she has all the Glade benches going all the way to the top with the one Oasis lantern right up there. What the heck? That's actually pretty crazy. What? Look at all those stools. What the heck? Do you know how much floating that would have took to get that angle too? What the heck? I have to go through this. I'm sorry, Rendessa. I know you're gonna watch this later, but wait, these aren't the... Are these the Lala? Oh yeah, these are the step stools. What? Look how many she layered together. What the heck, man? What the... That's actually... Well, those aren't the Glade stools. That's some other stool. Oh, the Glade stools are up here. And she used the lunch bags there, too, for the top. I would have never guessed that. Turn them to the side. That's crazy. That's a lot of items. Holy crap. Okay, let me just... I need to port back to the entrance here. That's crazy. Oh, Aurora says on my way. Oh, J Doodle said it's me. I'm the chicken. Oh, nice. So J Doodle is Mother Hen Serena. Nice. Nice. Wait, so J Doodle, like, you said you've like done like housing, like you do housing before, but like you don't really post, but like you just kind of like do it for friends and stuff. Like, do you like just like do stuff like on your main Adamant Toys character, or like do you have like alts on like Dynamis, like Materia and stuff? Because I know a lot of like housing designers or like people who enjoy housing try to get like houses elsewhere, or do you actually have like room on Adamant Toys? Oh yeah, yeah. It's hard getting houses on Ether unless you have a character for a while, but I'm assuming you've been playing for quite a while, so it's good, yeah. Oh, this is Aurora, nice. Hey, this is one of Noah's staff from Glimmerglade, or the Saitoshii stuff. And she actually streams as well, so I'm just gonna give her a shout out. She also does some housing stuff and other variety gaming, so yeah, you should go check her out. Yeah, let me just open her vendor plate. Hospitality Hooligan at Saitoshii HQ. So that's what Noah was referencing before when he was talking about his Saitoshii events. It's basically like the whole like thing that he has going on for the online metaverse, including Glimmerglade. Like it's a part of that. So that she works for that whole universe that he has going on. What did she use for the buildings? Oh, wait a second. Those are the Crystarium wardrobes, aren't they? And then part of the bottom piece here, those are the log racks to make the balcony. Wow. That's actually, hang on, I need a closer look. I have to go through this again. Hang on a second. Wait. Okay, yeah, it is. So this is the Crystarium wardrobes, like 2 of them, just layered through this wall here, just so you can see the outlines. And then these are like the log racks. So these are kind of like the log racks that you see. Like it's that item that you put in fireplace, like beside fireplaces. It's like the ones with the logs in them, and it's like a metal rack. So that's just like the outside of it, used for the balcony. Oh, that's such a good idea. Like she didn't actually make a physical balcony or a window, but just the outline of it. Oh, that's cool. Wow. And she did that for the other side too, right? Nice, nice, nice. Lot says, I blame you for my material losses low. I've been making crumbling aqueducts. Oh my god. Lot, you're an EU. Like, how are you still awake? Like, you've literally been here with Kakura since like hour 1. You're almost like, this is almost like a whole work shift. Holy crap. I appreciate you still lurking a lot. Oh my god. Jeez. That's a long time. Aurora says, oh, that reminds me, I need to take more pictures of some of my builds you haven't seen. Oh, nice. Yeah, please do post them on the Discord, Aurora. And for anyone else, like, if you like to share any of your photos on our Discord, we do have a Housing Talk Discord that you can join. And this Discord basically has all of like our housing designers. Like Noah's in that Discord, included Aurora's in the Discord, Sauron's in the Discord, a few other peeps are like Layla's in the Discord, a few other people, a lot of our regulars are on the Discord as well. Me, Alora, my partner, co-host. If you go to our Beacons page, or if you want to go directly actually to the Discord invite, that's the invite to our Discord server. And yeah, like anyone can join, designers of all levels, whether you're a housing enthusiast, a beginner, or a veteran, you're more than welcome to join, and we'd be more than welcome to have you and talk about housing and share some builds. So yeah, if you want to join the Discord, it's completely optional, but if you do want to have like a bit more in-depth discussions or want to ask some advice, that would be a perfect place to start asking some housing questions and doing some housing discussion. Okay, let's see what people have to say here. Lot says, oh, we are night owls. Okay, that works for me. J Doodle says, the marble bits in the false outdoor walls are the occult table, I think. Wait, which marble bits? The marble bits in the false outdoor walls. Oh yeah, because the occult table's up here, right? Hang on. I'm short, so I gotta jump up here. Oh, I see now. Like behind it, right? Yeah, I see what you mean now. Because it's on top here. Wow, she really did knock that out of the park here for that kind of stuff. I love how, like, I know when you're looking from this angle, you can kind of see all the, like, parts that, like, she doesn't want you to see. But it's because we're through the build right now, right? But I like how she didn't just leave it, like, just the tower and just the buildings. I like how she included, like, the lamps, like the Gubu lamps. She included some of the Catissus hyperborea trees. You can't see the base because it's basically a huge round circular base here, but it's hidden beneath the flagstone lofts because there's like the stone kind of flooring here. But I love how, like, when you look from here, it makes it a lot more full, right? It adds a bit more height to this, because if there wasn't any of these like tall scaling buildings or any of these trees here, it would basically feel like it was just like a tower standing empty by itself. Like, you wouldn't feel as if it was as full as it should be. But because she added in, like, you know, the spots of the green, the flowers here, and also like the tall standing buildings at the side, it makes it feel like you're actually looking out into Paris, like looking out into the Eiffel Tower instead of just looking at a structure. So I really like how she added all the additional lighting bits and the grass bits there as well. Yeah, I guess this is like delicacies of Paris. I've never been to Paris myself, so I'm not sure if any of you guys have been to Paris at all. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, like if you have been to Paris or have been to France. I know we have quite a large French following in Housing Talk as well, so if any of you guys who are still up can like give some like kind of points or maybe some tourist traps we should avoid, you know, stuff like that, just let us know, because I really do want to visit France at some point, especially with Alora. We really want to get out there and maybe meet some of you guys as well who live out there. That'd be really awesome. Like, we've already kind of made, you know, like thought about making some plans maybe to meet some JP folks as well. So it would be really nice. Oh, you've been there. You've been there, Aurora. Nice. Like, have you been there like recently? Like, how many times have you been? Like, is it like, I just want to go to Europe in general. I've never flown over to that continent, so I think it'd be really cool to check out. Aurora says, honestly, the cafes were way bigger, but we were only along the main strip. She says, I can totally see there being some small ones like this. Oh, several years ago. Yeah, but I'm sure it can't be too much different, right? Like, maybe with some updated technology stuff, but overall it's got to be quite similar, especially with all of these, like the French bakeries. Like, I know, like over there, like, well, I've heard, I guess I don't know, but I've heard that it's kind of like unlike, you know, over here in like USA and Canada, where like we don't really get those fresh bakeries really too often. But I do know that like in Europe, like France specifically, they usually have like lots of those like fresh bakery, fresh food. And that's what I think I'm looking forward to the most, like the everyday kind of fresh food, like the night market, stuff like that. I guess, does she have collision here? Oh, she does. Nice. So she used the flooring mats, but she did kind of create an extra part of this as well to kind of, I think these are the white partitions? No. They might be the marble alcove beds, the bottoms of them, maybe, but it's too thin though. I'm not sure what item this is. I thought it was the base of the white. I think it's the base of the white partitions, but she dyed them soot black, I think. I don't know what that is actually. I don't know. Unless it's the bottom of it might be even the bottom of the rail and sides actually. I think so. Because it's got that little lip there. See this little lip here? I think it's that little lip up here as well. So it could be the rail and side partitions as these crosses here, but dyed soot black to create that kind of like lattice effect. Let's see. Oh wow. She used a lot of the same item motifs here, like a lot of rail and sides, a lot of the bay window partitions, a lot of the phasmascapes for the flooring. And these windows are actually really nice, really, really nice. I loved, so these items here, you see these hanging bulbs here. These are basically the, what it's called, something array, right? I think it's moonlit array. It's basically like a housing item that's like there's like a bar at the top, and then there's like hanging moons and stars and like light bulbs, and she basically just hid that behind this wall mounted piece here, put the rail and slide partition on top of it, and have these little, just the bulbs hanging out, so it looks like these little night bulbs hanging down, but it's actually like a full structure of all like this whole array of items here, like a sun, a star, a moon, everything like that. Oh, Aurora says, oh, the birds are the half-make shawl. Oh yes, the birds up here she's referring to. See these birds up here, like the seagulls or whatever? It's basically the half-make shelf, which is kind of like a clothing item, like a knitted clothing item that's turned to the side. So it's kind of like all scrunched up, so it looks like these birds that are flying. Or like, I guess they're like kind of like birds, but they could also be like clouds as well, right, Aurora? Like not just the birds, because they are white, so it could be the cloud. Yeah. But whatever the case is, I'm glad they at least added some kind of cityscapeness, because then it doesn't look as bland, right? So yeah. Let's see. Oh, Aurora said, yeah, it's so fresh. When I ordered orange juice, they went into the basement and fresh squeezed it. Oh, nice. Oh, see, you never get that kind of service over here. Like, I've never had a restaurant or like a bakery or store ever just like do that fresh. It's all like, you know, overnight shipped, you know, like all of our coffee shops, same thing. It's like all the baked goods are all like sent in from like a factory. Like they're not like freshly baked anymore, right? I want to experience that Europe lifestyle at least once. Oh wow. J Doodle says my favorite part of the build are the windows. Yes, these windows are so good. Like, I'm surprised that there's no lighting coming in from here though. Is this, unless maybe it's just nighttime right now, I think, but because usually the light comes from that wall over there. Or is this the wall that light doesn't come in? I don't know. Oh my god, like Noah, if you're still here, if anyone's still here, I forget. Is it the west wall that the lighting doesn't come in? I thought it was the east wall that the lighting doesn't come in. It's the east wall and the north wall that no light shines, and I'm pretty sure light comes in from here. So it must be nighttime or something, because I'm not sure how unless. The only thing I can think of is like if these fake windows are far up enough that the light doesn't shine through, then maybe, but I don't know if it is far enough. It's just the north, right? Yeah, I'm surprised that like maybe I'm gonna have to like look at this myself actually. It might just be it's too far out. I'm sorry for doing this, Rendessa. Oh no, it's pretty much right up against. Yeah, it's pretty much right up against the wall there. So I guess maybe it is just kind of like nighttime right now. Yeah, Noah's confirming that north wall doesn't have light rays. Yeah, so it is like all the other ones do. Oh, who's this? Oh no, it's still Mother Hen. Oh, I didn't realize Mother Hen. Oh yeah, she did say she was a femro. I forgot. That's cool. Awesome. Okay. Now for the French portion. I really hope I don't butcher this, guys. And like Rendessa, Noko, Strat, all the other French designers out there, please forgive me if I butcher this, okay? But I did prepare some French analysis, and I will explain it into English later, so don't you worry. Okay. I'm just gonna paste it in the chat. I know this might be quite big. Oh my god, it doesn't even fit in the chat. I'm gonna post it in parts. Oh my god, this is bad. Or you know what? I'll just read it. It's fine. All right. So don't take this seriously. I'm a bit of a French expert. Don't take this seriously at all, though. Okay, here goes. J'aime m'appelle ISO et je suis architecte d'intérieur au Canada. Par respect. So basically I say I'm ISO, my name's ISO, and I'm a housing designer from Canada. And then I say, par respect pour la culture de Rendessa. Rendessa's the housing designer who made this build. J'ai rédigé mon analyse de son projet en français. So it's basically to respect the culture of Rendessa. I've written my analysis of her project or her design in French. Je vous demande un peu de patience. Carla Francis, Nest Pass, Malangu Maternal. So, I ask for your patience as French is not my native language. J'apprécie la façon dont elle a principalement utilisé des textures de bois pour créer une atmosphère chaleureuse et accueillante pour les visiteurs, et dont elle a intégré plusieurs symboles français emblématiques pour illustrer le theme de cette creation. So I say, I appreciate how she primarily used wood textures to create a warm and welcoming atmosphere for visitors, and how she incorporated several iconic French symbols to illustrate the theme of this design. So like French symbols, I'm saying like, you know, kind of like the lunch bags for the French flag, you know, the Lalafellen stools and the Glade stools for the Eiffel Tower, the baguette, like lots of the bread racks, right, and the dessert racks to symbolize their delicacies that the French make, like, you know, the French bakery that Aurora was talking about earlier. Oh jeez, I'm surprised Alora isn't here to laugh at my French, but I'm doing this for you, Rendessa, okay? Okay, so the next thing is j'ai particulièrement aime la manière dont elle a... Wait. Yeah. Elle a utilisé la partie supérieure des voûtes portes comme marches d'accès à l'intérieur de la création, ainsi que les parties supérieures des vitrines à volutes pour apporter un toucher décorative supplementaires à l'espace reserve aux clients. So basically what I'm saying here is that I particularly liked how she used the tops of the faux doors. So these are like, so see how this doorway here is like the imitation doors, the two here? She basically used the tops of these and replicated them into the entryway right here. So see how up here the very tops of them have that like gold line there, and they got the little lip there. It's exactly the top of what this is right here. So she basically used the tops of the doors as like custom steps to go in and out of the build here. I think that was a pretty good motif. Like she definitely repeats a lot of items here, and it's like, you know, it's simple. You don't have to worry about like using a diverse amount of items. Like a lot of times in housing you can use like different aspects, like certain faces of the trims to act as different parts, and she did so here. And the good thing about doing this is that when you have like an entryway, especially these wooden doors that kind of sometimes they die a bit strangely, because like it's the same item, you don't have to worry about finding the same, like a different color shade of dye, because some items dye differently, and because these are the same, they're pretty much going to be the exact same shade when they're paired together. So it just like looks like one cohesive piece instead of like a clear separation between like the steps and the actual doorway. So that's always something good to keep in mind when you're doing some kind of transitionary pieces. Sometimes you don't want to have too many different items in case it doesn't dye properly or it doesn't connect properly in the right way. Or the other thing is also the texture glitching as well. Usually items that are like very similar, they don't tend to texture glitch too much unless like you're using maybe like something like a white rectangular. When you have very straight angles, that's when you usually run into the problems of a lot of texture glitching. So yeah, I'd keep that in mind if you are making transitionary pieces to have the same kind of material type. Okay, so the last sentence I have here is, oh, and also the other thing is, this is what I wanted to point out as well, right here. See how these benches here, these are basically the Yomoran Divan. These are benches, or not Yomoran Divan, this is the Glade bench here. And it's dyed soot black. But instead of just exposing the legs and, you know, like having the brown show down there, because I don't think you can dye the brown legs, it would look kind of like off in this build. Because you know how like most of this build is very light, very pine wood, oak wood. Unfortunately the stool, like the leg stools on the actual bench are like dark brown, so it would really throw it off. So in this case, she actually took the top of the scroll partitions. It's basically like the scroll cabinet. It's like this huge like showcase kind of like all these scrolls in them. And she basically used the decorated top of them, kind of floated it from below in the basement, and used it as like a custom, like a decorative trim for the bench, so that you wouldn't see like the really off-putting dark bench stool legs there. So it just looks like it's just part of it, because it's pretty much dyed the exact same color as the rail and side partitions and all this other stuff as well. And see, you can even see similarly here, see the top of this scroll partition? This is basically the side of the scroll partition, this pillar here. So that's how it looks like on the side. You can use it for a lot of different like things. Same with here as well. And I can show you when I go through here, you can see it. Watch. So if I go up here, see up here? See this right here? This is the scroll partition. See those scrolls? That's basically the pillar that you see on the opposite side of this wall. And see how they have the scrolls? See if I go back through. That's this edge right here on the side of it. Right here. And that's also the top of this part. That's the top of the partition. The cabinet, I mean. But yeah. It's always good to... That's why we always say it's always good to kind of like... If the item doesn't fit in one way, before discarding it or before putting it back into the inventory, always try to check to see if you can use it for other aspects in the build. And if you can't, that's when you store it away. But it's always nice to like test out the different surfaces, because you never know how much you can actually do with it. So... yeah, I always suggest testing out every surface before you put it back in. So my last point is, dans l'ensemble, j'adore cette création de Rendessa, et j'espère découvrir d'autres projects de sa part à l'avenir. So I basically said at the end there, overall, I love this creation by Rendessa, and I hope to see more of her products in the future. And, you know, she's been becoming one of my favorites, to be honest. Like, I really didn't know who Rendessa was until very recently, and, you know, I had to, the ignorant self I am. Alora was like, no, like, you know Rendessa. I'm like, oh, shit, Rendessa follows me. I had no idea. I've just met so many different types of people over time that, like, you know, I can't remember everyone. I wish I could. Like, I have a very good memory, but we've just met so many different people in the community from like all over that it's really getting hard to keep track of everyone. And like I said, we don't like, you know, stream all the time anymore. So like, you know, I'm not on Twitter all the time, like as much as I used to be, as much as I'd like to be. I kind of like to be on it more now because I'm doing a lot more housing. But yeah, we just I'm just glad that I was able to see, I think you guys were there for the last one too, a couple weeks ago, the Obsidian build that Rendessa made over on her FC house on EU. But I guess this is one of her alts, so she's over back on Materia, doing this on Ravana, doing this on a small. But yeah, I guess we can kind of leave yeah, you guys beat me to it. This is amazing. But yeah, I guess this is what the actual title is called. Bienvenue au délices de Paris. So I think this basically means welcome to the delights of Paris, basically. Yeah. But yeah, sorry for all of you guys if I butchered that French. I really try really hard to try to improve on my languages a bit there. One day I'm going to speak the Japanese, so I mean, I did speak some Japanese earlier, but I hope to one day, especially if Alwyn ever comes on the Housing Talk, I want to actually be able to converse with him in Japanese, like basic Japanese. We already have had a few Japanese designers already. We had Ririko, well, she's technically Chinese, Messiah Men, who, if you guys didn't see in my last stream called Sunday Fun Day with ISO and Alora on Housing Talk 71, you'll see that in the VODs below on the Twitch page and on YouTube. But basically, we went to Messiah Men's personal house on Pandemonium. He's a Japanese housing designer we had on the show. He was actually gifted Nora Rappi, who is like pretty much the most famous designer in the scene. Nora Rappi's 10K follower commission. So she basically hit 10K followers on Twitter. That's insane. Like that's like celebrity status. Like actual like Hollywood celebrity status, kind of insane. So she hit 10K follower limit, and she gifted Messiah Men, an ex Housing Talk guest, that steampunk commission. So she basically, like, I posted a picture in Noah's Discord actually too, showing the picture that Alora and I took together. It's like basically us as a couple sitting on the ledge of the steampunk thing, looking out into the city. But yeah, it's insane. Like, yeah, I'm just so glad that like we just know people from like all over and stuff, and like, you know, like everyone still comes out, like Messiah still comes out from time to time, says hi. Ririko comes out, you know, she still kind of like looks at our builds and stuff like that. So it's quite nice to like still see them like really active in our server and stuff like that. Let's see here. J Doodle says I'm too big to sit in the chairs. Oh no. Let's hear what's everyone else saying. Oh, hey Zara, how's it going? I haven't long time, Zara. Good to see you again. Aurora says rip. Oh no. I wonder if this is for a Lala then, because it looks like it's almost Lala hype, but at the same time maybe it's Makote, because Rendessa is a Makote. Let me just link her ex actually. And no, not her ex. I know Alora always jokes about that, like, oh, like, you know everyone's ex is ISO. But no, this is Rendessa's Twitter page. So I'm just gonna link it here. So yeah, that's the designer who made this one. So if you want to go check her out, she's a French designer, and she's made a lot of like really nice builds lately. Okay, J Doodle says huge respect for using those faux doors in the build, because those things have massive hitboxes and are a pain to work around. It really is actually, like there are. It's strange how that's the case though, like, because I know this personally from experience too. Like I don't know if you guys remember this, but I'm pretty sure it was one of Noah's build challenges way back when I did one for him. Like this is years ago. I did this like Amarat kind of restaurant thing, like a terrace, where like I put like, I had these this is when it first came out, like the imitation doors. I dyed them all soot black. I basically had them like all the way around my entire build as like the walls. I put them on stage panels so they had collision behind them, right? And it was basically like like rows and rows of these imitation wooden doors, and they basically had all this light pouring in. And I basically had this like Ellison standing with like a red rope, and then it was like a restaurant. So you'd walk in, and then you take an elevator, you jump up to the second floor, and again it had rows and rows of these, like on like a kind of like a restaurant terrace. And I had the same problem as you, Jado. Like I tried to like layer them together as closely as I could, but every single time they would snap out of place because the hitbox was way bigger than like the actual sides and the corners. It was so annoying. Like I had to literally just cover it up with like random like statues and stuff just so like nobody would see the outline. But yeah, it was like really annoying. Like I really wish they'd fix some of the hitboxes, because some of them are atrocious. Like you should be able to layer it like pixel perfect, but unfortunately that's not the case for like a lot of housing items, and it's just random too. Like I don't know how they actually do the quality control, but maybe they don't do any quality control, because I feel that sometimes where it's like, why would you let us dye the handle but then not let us dye the actual body of the frame? It just doesn't make sense sometimes. I'm like, I don't know who decides this, but whatever. I just pay my sub and move on, right? J Doodle says these tables are also custom items. I think the tabletop is a food item, a cake platter maybe. Okay, which tabletop are you talking about? Let's see here. What are they saying? The tables are also custom. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Oh, I see. Yes, it is. So, yes, so this is basically like a platter itself on top, but this underside here is a dance pole. See the top of this? That little bulge right there is the top of the dance pole. It's the dance pole you get from the gold saucer. And this pole basically extends all the way down past the floor. So it's basically floated from below. And I'm not sure, this looks like it's like a plate, like one of those like porcelain plates. So it looks like it's just a kitchen dish here. So basically it's made out of 3 items. There's this plate up here, the dance pole here, and then like the porcelain plate here. Yeah. Noah says even a single pixel plane's worth it could be the thing you need. Yeah, sometimes that's the case too. It is a beautiful build. Oh, Strat's just like, I don't know what the emote means, Strat, but I'm sure you had a lovely time listening to my French, and I really hope maybe one of you forwards this to Rendessa or something, or like, she'll see it because I'll tag her anyways onto the post, and then she'll be able to see for herself, you know, how eloquent my French pronunciation was. I'm joking, by the way. J Doodle says, effort counts for a lot when speaking a foreign language. Don't be sorry. Most people love it when people make an effort to speak the language. Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah, I really try. It's just like, I've always like liked learning languages. Like, it's always been my thing, because I just feel that like, well, because I'm from Canada, right? And like, we have a lot of multicultural people here. So I just find it like kind of like odd that I wouldn't try to learn the language, you know? It just like makes people feel better in general. Because like, you know, especially if people come to like Canada and, you know, English isn't their first language, right? Like, I don't want to make them feel like they're always like an outsider, right? So I try to just like learn people's cultures and stuff so they feel a bit more at home, you know? That's just generally how I am. So I think that's what kind of got me into like starting Housing Talk and trying to like talk with people, because I just think that, you know, there's a lot of people that want to be heard, but they just can't because they might not be able to speak English, right? So like, I just try to, you know, learn as much as I can about other cultures and just try to communicate with them better. And it's just an overall more pleasant experience, right? So yeah. Noah says, hi, Cesar. Okay, Crystal Vixen. Hey, welcome in, Crystal Vixen. Pleasure to have you here. Another fellow housing designer. Another fellow Saitoshii as well. Hi, fellow housing nerds. Hey, welcome in, Crystal Vixen. Yeah, we've been going on for quite a while now. I was thinking of ending soon, to be honest, but I was just doing this final analysis bit. Yeah, like we actually had Noah on for a couple hours before this. It was a surprise visit, so I actually wasn't supposed to be going as long as I was. Like, this is actually way over time that I'm going, but Noah, we were going to Noah's Glimmerglade, and he opened up the venue for us to go visit, and then I guess Noah had a bit of time, so he actually popped in as a surprise visit on RVC, and we talked for a bit, so that's why it took so long. Yeah, this stream would have been ended hours ago, but Noah was kind enough to open his club and then actually do like the build analysis with me on VC. So yeah, I guess you can catch up on the VOD after this, Crystal. Or should I call you Vixen or Crystal? I'm not sure what I should call you. Or should I just call you Crystal Vixen? I know us North Americans like to shorten everything, so yeah. And Laura likes to make up all sorts of names for people just so that she doesn't have to say them. Like Tuliulal is called T-Town in our dictionary because we just don't want to say that whole thing. I don't even know how the Japanese people say that, honestly. It's pretty long. Crystal Vixen says Vixen is good. Noah says, was a great yacht session. Yes. Noah and I can go on literally for hours, so it's good that I'm surprised that we even stopped in the time that we did, Noah. And yeah, thanks for staying too, man. I know you're really busy and you probably want to enjoy your, you know, time with like Whimsy and like, you know, enjoy your partner anniversary or day off, right? Maybe fix some internet issues. But yeah, I appreciate you staying even afterwards, man. It was nice to talk with you again, like, more candidly. Vixen says, or Goober or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure once Alora gets back on the stream, if like I know she's playing Baldur's Gate right now with her fam, so I'm sure once she gets back onto the next stream, she's gonna have nicknames for everyone. So, oh jeez, like Horchafont, for instance, is called Herkimer, and she'll never stop calling him Herkimer. So, oh, I just saw your thing now. Was getting down to your level. Oh my god, do I have Play Dead on this? I don't even know. P Dead. Do I have P Dead? Oh, I do. Oh, it reminds me, I gotta take a picture. Oh no, Aurora's not here anymore. Shoot. I think I might have talked too long. I'm gonna take a G-pose if you want to come with me, J-Doodle. I'm just gonna go up here. 1 second. If you can just glitch through this, I'm gonna take a picture. Maybe I stand here, maybe you stand on the other side or something. I don't know. Maybe that's the best way. Yeah. And if Aurora's here, you can join in on the picture as well. I just like to take G-poses. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't take a G-pose at Noah's build. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Noah. Jeez. I completely forgot. We were just... It's okay. You guys have seen like every angle for like 2 hours, so I'm pretty sure it'll be fine with the VOD. Oh my god. I literally did not take a picture with you, Noah. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's okay. I'm not gonna be going back for that. It would take way too long. But I will take a picture here at least for Rendessa's build. Maybe I'll just do Play Dead or something. I don't know. I'll do Play Dead. I think it'll be funny. Okay, maybe that's good. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, this is funny. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's a good start. Noah says, lol. Oh yeah, dude, it was fun, and I'm grateful for the chance to talk with you and about the build and housing. Yeah, I miss those times, man. I know we're both like super busy these days, so I totally get. Just so happened, but I'm just glad that we're still like in contact and stuff, and we still like, you know, can kind of catch up whenever we can. It's really nice feeling. I just kind of wish Alora was here though, but I think with Alora here, you know it would have lasted even longer. That's the problem. I think Alora would have been like, okay, we gotta go, let's stop talking, let's get a move on. Okay. Oh my god, I look like I'm in such pain. Like, look at that. Okay. That's good. I think Rendessa is gonna question why this picture exists, but whatever, it's fine. Want to block off anyone though, that's the thing. Is this a bad angle maybe? I don't know. I think it's funnier that I'm just face down though. Okay, that might be the best angle, I think. Okay. I'm no Alora. Alora usually takes our G poses for us, so bear with me, guys. Okay, I think that's probably the best angle I can take. Okay, there we go. Okay, good enough, guys. Oh no! Who's here? Who's Mona Slater? I'm sorry, I'll take another pose. Wait, there's more people here. Okay. Who are these people here? This person's called Pepper Pimentino from Halicarnassus, and this is Mona Slater from Halicarnassus. Wait, who are you guys in chat? Are these any of your guys' alts? I don't want to butcher anyone's name here. Alora Dannon, we missed you. Yeah, Laura's playing Baldur's Gate right now, so she's gonna be preoccupied. But yeah, if you guys want to take G poses with us, we're just gonna, unless we stand in front of the build, maybe that's a better way. Yeah, maybe in front's better, J Doodle, just with all of us here. Unless these are Voyagers that aren't even part of the stream, that's what I'm thinking. I think they might not be part of the stream. Well, when oh, she disappeared into the void. Wow, that's usually what Alora does. I'm curious what that is now. I'm sorry, J Doodle. I'll have to see what this is. What? Oh my god, that's so cursed. See what I mean? Scroll cabinets. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna teleport back out. Okay, yeah, I guess we can stand here and do a picture. Oh, nice. Thanks for sitting. Want to take a G pose, I guess. Are these people part of our thing? I don't think they are. I'm just gonna assume that they're not part of our thing. But if you are, you can take a G pose with us. Oh no. They probably are part of this. Okay, let me do a cheer, maybe? Where'd that lava go? Alright. There we go. Okay, gotta capture the shot. Okay, I want them in this G pose here. I'm kind of cutting off his head, but whatever. I think that's good enough. Oh, I can probably take the zoomer cam. Oh, there we go. Now I'm cutting off her head. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm not an expert like Alora, so I don't expect anything fancy. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks so much again, J Doodle, for coming out and stopping by and listening, kind of like Noah and I chat. And then thanks for everyone else for coming along too. Wait, Alora, you are here? I thought you were playing Baldur's Gate. I didn't know you were still on the stream. Nice. But yeah, I think right now I'm probably gonna end it not here, but at my home actually. I am, but it's a lengthy battle. Oh shoot. I'm gonna end it back on Bismarck here. I'm so happy I hopped on Twitch today. Oh, thank you for having this stream and giving me an excuse to do housing tours on Oceania. Oh yeah, that's not a problem. We actually main, Alora and I. So Alora, you see the lead moderator in the Twitch chat. Alora and I were partners IRL, and we usually co-host Housing Talk together. She's another Lalafo, and we basically main on Materia Bismarck. Like, this is like our plate, right? Like, we have the Fluffy Land FC, which is Alora's theme park. Her designer theme park, which I can also link to on our Beacons page. Pretty much it's like a whole ward and Imperium with all housing designers and all like different like housing attractions, so you can kind of check that out. But yeah, let's end on at my apartment actually. Fluffy Land, yeah, Fluffy Land mentioned. We haven't really returned that to that project in quite a while, Noah, though. I think pretty much all the plots are filled by now, and I know Alora did start the Fluffy Land like expansion, like the annexes in the apartment. But I feel so bad. I don't even have a build there, Noah. And I'm her partner. It's the worst. All right. But yeah, this is the last build I basically did though, and this was last year in August of 2025. Yeah, it's literally been like a year since I've done a build, so yeah. But this is like my Jeepo studio area. Yeah, I just want to see who commented. Oh wow, we had quite a few folks comment that I didn't notice came earlier. Cool, nice. Yeah, living memory, and that's my hashtag there. That's my personal hashtag, ISO Housing XIV. If you look that up on X, you can see like a whole bunch of people do G poses at my other studios too. Yeah, that's my handle. ISO style is basically everywhere, and then that's like the link I keep linking, the Housing Talk page for all our socials and stuff. And Alora's X, her designer page is also on there as well, so you can check out a lot of Alora's work as well on her X page as well. But yeah, this is pretty much just like a living memory Jeepo studio from Dawn Trail. So yeah, it's pretty sweet. I like it. I like it a lot. You know, just gonna sit here. Fluffy Land. Noah says it's so cool, y'all. If you haven't been, you need to go check it out. Sounds like a good candidate for a housing project to make your glorious return. Yeah, you know what? And I am on Bismarck anyways. I might as well just like get an apartment there, right? Just get an apartment in the Fluffy Land Annex and just maybe make a new design finally. Yeah. The only thing that kills me is that, like, if I get an apartment there, I think I have to demolish this one. I'm not sure if I'm willing to do that. This one's an amazing one, so... If anything, I can just move this to an FC room, I guess, right? But we'll see. Yeah, I can just remake it in FC, so... Yeah. But yeah, if you like any of my stuff, I pretty much make Jeepo studios, like kind of like this one. Just like very, very small, like... Remember I was talking, if you guys were all here earlier in the stream, I make very like inspirational kind of like... Very like sad kind of studios, but they have some kind of hope in them. So in this case, in this one, like there's like the yellow lighting and, you know, kind of like the hope for a better future kind of thing, so... But yes, Noah, you're right. I do need to make my glorious return at some point. I just don't know. I don't know when that will be, but I'm sure. I know a lot of you guys have missed my housing, my personal housing, and I really do want to get back into it, but I just haven't found that creative drive yet. I think I will eventually, but right now I'm just kind of taking it easy a bit until I can find some more of my creative drive to get back into it. Alora says I went to store to join Fluffy Land. See, that's the thing. Like, this build means so much to me. Like, pretty much all of my builds mean a lot to me. Like, I'm kind of like Noah. I don't like to tear down my builds unless I have to. Unfortunately, a lot of my older stuff is from a previous service account. So a lot of that's gone. Like, a lot of the older builds. You know, remember how back in the day, all those Amarok builds and stuff, they're all from a different service account. So a lot of those are gone now, so I only have like really recent stuff. I think this might actually be the only one that I have currently up as a real build. But yeah. But like I said, I can only go up from here. I plan to make plenty more of these Jeepo studios, so don't count ISO out yet. I will make my return at some point. I think I've become like the Morgie, the Morgans Corwell of housing. Not quite, though. I don't take quite 3 years to build a house, but more like the Dividus, once a year kind of thing. So, yeah. Alora says I can use my FC chamber. Yeah, so I still have the FC chamber inside our Fluffy Land FC house. So I guess I can still do it there because it's technically not Oh, are you saying I can use, like, I can make that as the annex, the Fluffy Land FC room? Yeah, I guess I could. Then I don't have to get rid of this Jeepo studio either. Because I really don't want to get rid of this. It means a lot. So, yeah. Yeah, I will think of something, honestly. Like, I've kind of, like, went back and forth on a few ideas with my housing, but, I'm kind of waiting for Evercold, to be honest, because a lot of my builds are lower focus, like, so they're focused on the MSQ particularly for 14. And, I don't know. Maybe this is too early to say, but, like, I kind of wanted to do, like, a Bastion build, like, for the new job. Like, whatever city they're in, it kind of looks like the FF7 city. Like that, like, Steel City. I was thinking of making something industrial like that, like something steampunk. I think would be pretty cool to make. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I just need more reference images. For now, there's only a few teaser images. So, I really don't know. Unless I try going modern, but I don't know if I'm going to really make, like, a modern thing in an FC chamber. I might need a bigger house for that, but we shall see. We shall see. Such a tease. Yes, I am a tease. Thank you. Bastion may have Garlean influence. Yeah, I think so, J Doodle. Because, like, I'm thinking about, remember that one, what's that one? I can probably look it up here. What's that one trial that's, like, so hard? What's that one called again? Cape something, right? Was it a trial or a raid? I forget what it was, actually. It was a trial, right? Well, how come it's not here? Hang on a second. Cape Westwind, do you remember that? Why isn't it in the list here? Did they change it? What the heck? I swear it was here before. Oh, they removed it as a trial? It's personal now? Oh. Is it because it was just way too hard that people couldn't clear it? They had to change it to personal? Because I swear, like, Cape Westwind was harder than any ultimate I've ever done in my entire life. It was, like, the hardest trial back in the day. I'm joking, guys. Cape Westwind was a joke. It was an absolute joke. But basically, like, what J Doodle was referring to was that the Bastion job that's coming in Evercold, like, you know, the tank with the 2 gun shields, like, it's basically based off of, well, we believe it's based off of, like, that guy from Cape Westwind, like the Garlean, one of the evil Garlean guys, because he was basically like this huge tank with, like, these 2 big gun shields, just like the Bastion. So we're thinking that's where it came from. So if it is Garlean influence, it would be kind of like, yeah, like Gunbreaker almost, right? So hopefully we get some of that. Yes, too hard. Yes. Yes, see, Dodo knows exactly what I mean. People who have been playing for a long time, we know exactly how funny it is. So. But yeah. Anyways, I've been going way too long. I mean, it's literally been like... How long has the session been? 6 hours and 30 minutes. Oh my god, guys. Like, I don't know how I'm still alive. This isn't quite the longest stream yet. I mean, the longest stream that I had was like 7.5 hours, I think. That was the one where we did the housing one. Yes, I have. I need to rest. I need to rest, I know. Thankfully, I have another day off tomorrow, so at least I can kind of rest more. No time for you. You're playing Baldur's Gate. You mean you don't have time for me? Wow. Can't believe this. You know, if Alora wasn't... Like, even if Alora... Pretty much, like... I miss having her on. Like, Noah, I thank you so much for coming on. It really was nice to have, like, a second person on. But, like, Alora is, like, my person. Like... When we're on together, we're just unstoppable. It's just, man, it's just so funny. Like, oh, jeez. Like, some of the jokes, jeez, I just... Oh, my God, it's hilarious. Maybe I'm the only one laughing. No, I'm sure other people are here for the banter, too. We did a poll, like, literally a couple months back. I know it's gotta be way more than a couple months now, but we did a poll a while back thinking, I asked people, are you here for housing or are you here for Allura and I's banter? And like half the people said the banter, but then the other half said like both. So yeah, we appreciate that. I think we have a really nice chemistry, and that's pretty much been how it was since day one. Like I started Housing Talk alone in 2024 for a few months, but then Allura had joined on to the part of the main cast basically at the start of 25. And that's when we had Saran as our first, like you saw Saran Karlu, like in our stream here. She was basically our first designer that we had on. And then, yeah, things were like really good from there. And we've been doing really good ever since. And now we're actually like IRL a couple now. So it's like really awesome. Like not only were we like, we started as friends in 14, you know, housing friends, you know, very casual housing friends. Then we got into the streaming stuff together, and then we actually became a couple IRL. So it's been really awesome. And I mean, I'd be lying, you know, like, yes, thank you, Noah. Thank you for being the catalyst, I guess, of Allura and I meeting. I honestly didn't think this would come to fruition, and then we got eternally bonded, right? Like Allura and I got eternally bonded back in, I want to say April, but Allura was saying it was in March, and I think, yeah, she's right, it was late March that we got eternally bonded in game, and we had a whole stream for that. And then Noah, like the one that you know, the one that was on call with me today, speaking about his Glimmerglade build, he actually played the after party DJ set for us for our reception for after the eternal bonding. And then it was actually Saran's build, Saran Karlu's build, the one you saw before Noah. Her build was like, she built a special reception for us for eternal bonding. So it was just all in all like really nice and like really cool that, like, you know, all of our friends are still with us for all this time. And like, I can only speak for myself, I guess, but I will speak on behalf of Allura as well. We are both very humbled that like you guys are all still with us here, and we're just really excited that, like, you know, you guys can still share like a lot of the housing space with us and stuff, and come and hang out with us and stuff, you know, even if you're not like always around. Like, I'm just glad that you guys at least give us like a shout here and there and, like, you know, support us and stuff. It's really, really heartwarming. I think the housing community is probably the best online community I've ever had. I mean, there's been like other ones I've been a part of, but I think with 14 in particular, it's always gonna hold a pretty special memory in my heart. 14 in particular, yeah. So like, yeah, I think it's just been really, really good. Oh shoot, I missed all the chat. Allura says 75% said they were here for me. Yeah, a lot of people are here for Allura. Allura's like, I guess she's the star of the show. I mean, I guess we're both stars of the show, but Allura is the comedy. She brings a, well, she's not just the comedy. I don't want to downplay that. She does a lot of work behind the scenes. Like, she keeps me in check. She keeps me together. She does all of her G posing. Like, all of the stills that you see on the stream is all done by her. And all of the like a lot of the stream title ideas, like how the stream's set up and stuff, a lot of it's from her. You know, she's like pretty much like my person when it comes to bouncing off of any idea off of her. And like, she really has helped me, like, Housing Talk immensely, but like me personally immensely as well. So I am very thankful for having my partner in crime, Allura, here. And yeah, I'm sorry, Allura. I know I've been going on for like way too long. It's been almost a whole work shift, but you know, housing, that's what happens when you talk about housing, and then you get someone else who like yaps about housing for hours. I mean, that's just what happens, right? Like, you just keep going on forever because you can and you will. J Doodle says, arrive for the housing stream, stay for the fun vibes. Aw, kicks feet, that's adorable. Yeah, pretty much. We like to take a very laid back approach on Housing Talk, just because it's like, just why would it be otherwise, right? Like, I mean, like, we're all just here after work or like whatever you're doing just to have fun, you know? We're just all kicking back, talking about housing or whatever, right? Like, I guess like how I think is like, there's just no point having any kind of really resistance. Like, I just don't see the point in that. Like, it's just like, why not just like relax and just have fun? And then, you know, like it's just like easier on everyone, right? So like I guess like that's just how I am. Like I'd much rather just all of us just kind of like just chill out a bit and talk about random shit and then go home and then come back the next time, you know? So Noah says super casual except for that one time after the housing stream when you two sat for hours and hours talking that one build we made on stream. Oh yeah. That was when Laura and I really started talking. That was hilarious. Yeah, it was after one of Noah's housing streams. He made a build. He made a build live on stream, and then I guess like after the stream he went AFK. He went to have dinner or whatever, and like I guess he AFK'd there. And then Laura and I literally, this is when we were still friends, way before Housing Talk, and we were literally just like talked for hours in the in-game chat. And then Noah logged back. Well, I not logged back in, but he like came back to his character after being AFK after like 4 hours after like dinner. He's like, "Wait a second, why are you guys still here?" It's like, "But I thought everyone would be asleep by now." What? Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. But that's pretty much how we started getting to know each other a bit better. And well, Noah says, "Ah, that build was so good." Yeah, Saran, it was so good. Yeah. Saren's probably asleep by now. It's probably pretty late. No, actually, Saren's earlier than me at the time, but she's probably doing some housing project or something. Beautiful wedding venue, yeah. And I could show you guys all the wedding venue, but I think it's in my best interest to probably end the stream soon. Because I don't want to go on another tangent, guys. Oh, God. I need to end this. If you guys want to see... Actually, I'll just link the actual post, and then you guys will see it. It's probably the best way to go about this. Let's see. I'll just copy the direct link in so you guys can see. Basically, if you click that link there, it opens up my like page on X, and it goes directly to the post where I posted about having our EB. And then you'll see in like it's a quote post, so you'll see below the image there. Alma Jamela is the one that Saran made for us, and it was a really, really nice build. So, Alora needs a net gun to capture you and drag you off stream. Yeah, pretty much. Zara says, "No Asai Saka life." Oh, jeez. Anyways, yeah, take care, J-Doodle, and I'm actually gonna raid you guys on over to Whimsy, who looks like she's live right now. She's Noah's partner in crime, and an up-and-coming DJ, a Final Fantasy 14 DJ, and I guess real-life DJ as well, but yeah, I'll see you guys later, okay? I really gotta go now and have some dinner and, you know, rest my voice and do yada yada. And hang out with Laura, I guess, because I haven't been giving her time. Anyways, thanks again, Noah, and thanks for everyone else for sticking around for like 7 hours. Alright. Have a good night. See ya. Hope you enjoy the music. Bye. Oh no. I went to the wrong... Can I raid again? Oh, I can raid again. Sorry about that. I raided like half the people to the wrong place.